Bonjour tout le monde, donc je suis André Lecourt, je suis professeur titulaire à l'École d'études politiques à l'Université d'Ottawa. Hi everybody, I'm André Lecourt, I'm a professor at the School of Political Studies at the University of Ottawa, and I welcome you to this panel on fiscal federalism in Canada, constitutional foundations, historical development, and contemporary pressures. Alors, je vous souhaite la bienvenue à ce panel, le deuxième de notre conférence sur le fédéralisme fiscal. Il s'agit d'un panel qui portera sur les fondations constitutionnelles du fédéralisme fiscal au Canada, sur son développement historique ainsi que sur les pressions contemporaines qui l'agitent. Tout d'abord, laissez-moi rendre hommage au peuple algonquin, gardien traditionnel de la terre où je me trouve, moi, à Ottawa. Nous reconnaissons donc le lien sacré et de longue date qui l'unit à ce territoire qui demeure non cédé. Nous rendons également hommage à tous les peuples autochtones qui habitent Ottawa ou ailleurs au Canada. So let me start by paying respect to the Algonquin people, who are the traditional guardians of this land and the Ottawa area where I currently am. We acknowledge their long-standing relationship with this territory, which remains unceded. We also pay respect to all Indigenous peoples in this region and across Canada. So today we will start with a few words from Monsieur Gilbert Charland, who is Associate Secretary General of the Secrétariat du Québec aux relations canadiennes. Le secrétariat a appuyé financièrement de manière importante cet événement. En fait, cet événement n'aurait pas pu avoir lieu sans la contribution du secrétariat. Donc, nous le remercions profondément, M. Charland ainsi que son ministère. Donc, M. Charland est secrétaire général associé chargé du secrétariat du Québec aux relations canadiennes au ministère du Conseil exécutif. M. Charland is, as I said, Associate Secretary General of the Secrétariat du Québec aux relations canadiennes. He also holds a PhD in political science from l'Université Laval with a dissertation on fiscal arrangements, so extremely relevant. Alors, M. Charland a un doctorat en sciences politiques de l'Université Laval avec une dissertation sur les arrangements fiscaux. Alors, je vous inviterai, M. Charland, à dire quelques mots. Par la suite, nous commencerons les interventions des trois panélistes.
Merci, M. Lecourt. Merci. À titre de sous-ministre du Québec aux relations canadiennes, j'interviens avec plaisir dans le cadre de ce colloque consacré au fédéralisme fiscal ainsi qu'à ses nombreux enjeux sur la dynamique des relations intergouvernementales au sein de la Fédération canadienne. Le secrétariat du Québec aux relations canadiennes est heureux d'être associé à ce colloque qui cadre tout à fait avec de son programme d'appui recherche qui vise le développement et la diffusion de connaissances sur les relations intergouvernementales au Canada, de même que les échanges entre chercheurs. Les transferts fédéraux aux entités fédérées sont une composante déterminante de la dynamique des relations entre Ottawa et les provinces au Canada. L'argent constitue le nerf de la guerre pour les gouvernements qui souhaitent disposer des moyens financiers jugés nécessaires à la mise en œuvre de leurs priorités. Federal transfer directly influence respect for the constitutional division of powers and the autonomy of the provinces. Federal transfer are used to correct the vertical fiscal imbalance between the federal government and provinces, as well as the horizontal fiscal imbalance resulting from provinces' differences in wealth and fiscal capacity with the equalization program. Les transferts fédéraux représentent 20% des dépenses fédérales et en moyenne 20% des revenus budgétaires des provinces. Et dans le cas de certaines d'entre elles, cette part représente près de 40% de leur revenu budgétaire. Les transferts fédéraux sont également une source importante de tension lorsqu'utilisés par le gouvernement fédéral comme un instrument de politique publique par lequel, en liant le versement de ces transferts au respect de conditions par les provinces, cela a pour effet de porter atteinte à leur autonomie et à influencer leurs priorités et leurs politiques publiques. Le cofinancement ou les programmes à frais partagés, comme celui annoncé pour les garderies dans le récent budget de Mme Freeland, viennent infléchir les priorités des provinces en les amenant à consacrer davantage de ressources à un secteur ou à un programme pour être en mesure d'obtenir une part équitable des fonds fédéraux. Les transferts sont l'expression du pouvoir fédéral de dépenser que le Québec a constamment cherché à encadrer ou, à défaut, à conclure des ententes sectorielles asymétriques afin d'assurer le respect des priorités et des politiques mises de l'avant dans les domaines qui relèvent de sa compétence constitutionnelle, dont un accord sur la santé en 2004, ainsi que plus récemment, en 2017, sur la santé et sur les garderies. Les principaux programmes de transferts fédéraux soulèvent deux enjeux centraux dans la dynamique des relations entre le gouvernement fédéral et les provinces, la contribution au financement des soins de santé et le programme de péréquation. Le transfert canadien en matière de santé, le TCS ou CHT en anglais, constitue le plus important programme de transfert aux provinces, totalisant 43,7 milliards cette année, répartis sur une base par habitant et qui équivaut à près de 22% des dépenses prévues en santé cette année par les provinces et territoires. Le déclin graduel de la contribution fédérale en santé accentue depuis 2017 le déséquilibre fiscal entre Ottawa et les provinces. On peut mieux comprendre ce déséquilibre fiscal avec l'équation suivante qui est simple mais implacable. Les dépenses en santé des provinces augmentent de 6% par année alors que leurs revenus, incluant les transferts fédéraux en santé, n'augmentent que de 3% par année en moyenne. Les conséquences sont implacables pour les provinces, réduire la croissance des dépenses dans les autres missions de l'État ou produire des déficits croissants successifs, augmentant leurs dettes et les coûts de financement de celles-ci. L'augmentation stable et prévisible de la contribution fédérale à la santé via le TCS demeure la priorité numéro 1 des provinces confrontées aux pressions énormes résultant du vieillissement de la population, du coût de rémunération des travailleurs du secteur de la santé, des médicaments et de l'utilisation de nouvelles technologies. C'est pour sortir de ce cercle vicieux du déséquilibre fiscal croissant entre les deux ordres de gouvernement. Le ministre des provinces et des territoires demande au gouvernement fédéral d'augmenter le niveau de sa contribution au financement des dépenses de santé de 22 à 35% de ses dépenses. Une augmentation du TCS avec la flexibilité qu'il offre dans le contexte spécifique et propre de chaque province est privilégiée plutôt que des fonds ciblés, conditionnels et limités dans le temps. Une augmentation de la base du TCS, accompagnée de facteurs appropriés d'indexation annuelle correspondant à la croissance des dépenses des provinces en santé, constitue la clé de voûte d'un nouveau partenariat financier à long terme recherché par les provinces avec le gouvernement fédéral et elle constitue également une solution concrète pour corriger le déséquilibre fiscal entre celle-ci et le gouvernement fédéral. Ottawa dispose d'une plus grande marge de manœuvre que les provinces. Sa situation financière, et ce en dépit des dépenses extraordinaires liées à la pandémie, demeure viable à moyen et à long terme. Contrairement à celle des provinces qui seront confrontées à des déficits croissants, de récents rapports du directeur parlementaire du budget, de même que du Conference Board of Canada, l'ont clairement établi sur un horizon de 10 à 20 ans. Le second enjeu majeur du fédéralisme fiscal au Canada fiscal entre les provinces, il concerne le programme de péréquation, lequel vise à corriger les écarts de capacité fiscale au Canada. Ce programme, fondé sur une formule de calcul complexe de la capacité fiscale moyenne des 10 provinces, est remis aujourd'hui par certaines provinces qui sont non bénéficiaires de la péréquation dans le contexte de la détérioration subite de leur situation budgétaire en raison des impacts de la pandémie, mais surtout de la chute des prix du pétrole. C'est plutôt par le programme de stabilisation fiscale que l'on peut répondre à cet enjeu de diminution soudaine de leurs revenus pour les provinces non bénéficiaires de la péréquation, en actualisant ses principaux paramètres, comme le propose le Conseil de la Fédération. Le clivage important entre provinces mieux nanties productrices de gaz naturel et celles moins bien nanties qui sont bénéficiaires de la péréquation empêche toute position commune des provinces sur le programme de la péréquation. Ce clivage important facilite ainsi l'arbitrage du gouvernement fédéral. Les transferts fédéraux aux entités fédérées n'échappent pas à la faible institutionnalisation des mécanismes de relations intergouvernementales au Canada. Pendant longtemps, de la Seconde Guerre mondiale jusqu'à la fin des années 70, les transferts fédéraux ont fait l'objet de négociations directement entre premiers ministres, alors qu'aujourd'hui, les paramètres de ceux-ci sont déterminés par le premier ministre fédéral et le ministre des Finances, sans négociation véritable ou préalable avec les provinces. Au sortir d'une reprise graduelle de l'économie, l'ensemble des gouvernements devront élaborer des plans de réduction de leur important déficit budgétaire. Dans ce contexte de sortie de crise, les transferts fédéraux constitueront un enjeu central à très court terme des relations intergouvernementales au Canada, tant en raison de leur impact structurel sur le plan budgétaire que de leur utilisation par le gouvernement fédéral comme un instrument de politique publique les politiques des provinces en matière sociale ou environnementale. Merci de votre attention et bon colloque.
Merci, M. Charland. Donc maintenant, nous allons laisser la parole à professeur Peter Oliver from the Law Faculty at the University of Ottawa. And Professor Oliver's paper is entitled Fiscal Federalism and the Federal Spending Power, a Legal and Constitutional Analysis. Over to you, Peter.
Merci, André. Merci, Monsieur Charland. I'm just going to share my screen here. Okay, it's a great pleasure to be speaking to all of you today. Thank you to the organizers and to all those who are helping to make sure that this online conference works smoothly. As indicated, I'm going to speak to you today about the legal and constitutional dimensions of the federal spending power. Fiscal federalism, of course, involves transfers by the federal government to the provinces. Those transfers often have labels: health services, social services, education, for example, that we normally associate with provincial jurisdiction. Those who generally support the aims and objectives of fiscal federalism are inclined not to dwell on this at first glance anomalous fact. However, those who are more skeptical about government spending and those who are determined to protect provincial jurisdiction naturally question what is going on. As we will see, the Supreme Court of Canada and courts of appeal appear to recognize the federal spending power within certain limits. So I will set out to explain how and why that can be the case. So here's the most frequently cited definition of the federal spending power from 1969, probably familiar to many of you. There are a number of problems with this definition, in my view. First, it refers only to Parliament spending power and does not mention executive spending. Historically, spending was executive dominated, as we'll see in a moment. Accordingly, I think the definition serves our purposes better if it refers to the power of the federal government and Parliament to make payments. Secondly, the definition refers to the purpose or purposes of the spending. To my mind, the word purpose is potentially confusing here for reasons that will become clearer when we look at the key doctrines of Canadian federalism. Very briefly, we will see then that purpose is one of the main means of determining the pith and substance of legislation. So my inclination is to insert more neutral language here. The federal spending power is the power of the federal government and parliament to make payments with respect to items over which parliament does not necessarily have the power to legislate. Accordingly, we shall see that the federal government and parliament can make payments regarding daycares, though parliament does not necessarily have the power to legislate with respect to daycares. Here then is the definition that I propose to work with. It is wider and more neutral than the traditional definition, which allows me to narrow the analysis or change course only insofar as the legal and constitutional analysis permits or demands. Moving on to section 2 of the paper, the written paper, which I prepared for the conference, I want to ask in a straightforward way whether there are any sources in law in the Constitution that confirm the legal and constitutional basis for the federal spending power. And I'll be focusing first on the any specific sections that can be said to provide answers to that question. This same question, whether there is a legal and constitutional basis for the federal spending power, was asked as early as 1869, when Nova Scotia threatened to leave Confederation, only to be influenced to remain, in part by a generous transfer by Ottawa to Nova Scotia. The opposition Liberals strenuously objected to this transfer, pointing out that the only reference to transfers by Ottawa to the provinces were in Part 7 of the Constitution Act 1867, and that any transfers not contemplated in that part, such as this one, were unconstitutional. Section 118 set out specific sums to be paid yearly to the provinces for the support of their governments and legislatures. And Section 119 provided grants to New Brunswick alone. Seeing as neither of these sections covered a one-off transfer to Nova Scotia, the Liberals argued that the transfer was, or the law was, unconstitutional. The Liberals' argument failed politically due to the alignment of votes in the House of Commons and the general desire to see Nova Scotia remain in Confederation. But they also failed legally when put to the Colonial Office, a story I tell in greater detail in the paper. The Colonial Office opinion treating as valid the transfer not contemplated in Part 7 of the new Constitution was viewed as binding by the government and the opposition. In fact, after 1867, the federal government, whether conservative or liberal, frequently made payments to provinces above and beyond the specific terms of the Constitution. The need to end the sometimes unprincipled nature of those payments prompted the 1907 constitutional amendment. But even in 1907, there was no expectation, even in the mind of the instigator of the amendment, Prime Minister Sir Wilfrid Laurier, that the federal transfers would be limited to the new arrangements. In other words, the assumption in 1867, 1869, 70, and 1907 was that the federal government and parliament could spend beyond that which was formally specified in Part 7 of the Constitution Act 1867 and the Constitution Act 1907. What about Section 36 of the Constitution Act 1982? As participants at a conference on fiscal federalism know well, this provision put the by then decades-old system of equalization on a more solid constitutional footing. Section 36 did not itself grant Parliament a power to transfer funds to the provinces, in that it left the division of powers as it was before 1982, but it clearly presumed the existence of such a power. Otherwise, it would have been setting out a constitutional commitment to an unconstitutional practice. Some commentators have taken the view that Section 36 confirms the existence of a wider federal spending power. It is perhaps more prudent to assume that it provided no more than confirmation of an independent constitutional footing for equalization, and to refrain for the moment from making further assumptions regarding what it might say in relation to that wider spending power. Having looked at the specific sections of the Constitution that could be said to speak directly to federal spending, I'm now going to look at the government and parliament in turn and ask whether any of their more general legal and constitutional powers also provided a basis for spending. In the paper, I began with parliament followed with the executive, but this morning I'm going to reverse the order and begin with the executive. There are three possible bases for executive power in relation to spending, and these are essentially the same sources that we would look to when speaking of the executive powers more generally. They are powers based in the Crown prerogative, common law or third source powers, and powers delegated under primary legislation. Powers based in the Crown prerogative are the residue of powers formerly exercised by the sovereign, to the extent that they have not been overwritten by Parliament. We don't need to cite chapter and verse to remind ourselves that sovereigns in whatever constitutional tradition we care to imagine, but certainly in the British tradition, were intensely interested in spending. Their spending was local and national, of course, but it also extended to lands and subject matters beyond the limits of British sovereignty to international objectives. When spending was primarily in the domain of the executive, it was the executive that set out the modalities, terms, and conditions of that spending. We want to keep in mind both the breadth of subject matter that concerned executive spending when we go to discuss the federal spending power. When we come back to look at Canada, we're often reminded, citing the Maritime Bank decision, that the prerogative divides on federal lines. However, as we shall see, that does not end the analysis. Even if we're working at the level of prerogative, we have to decide whether we are in fact dealing with the modalities, terms, and conditions of spending, or whether we're dealing with regulation of subject matter, the subject matter of that spending. And more will be said about that in a moment. According to a different take on executive powers, spending is not part of the Crown prerogative. On this narrower view, prerogative only includes powers that are unique to the Crown, such as declaring war and issuing passports. According to the common law or third source analysis, because you and I can, for example, contract and spend by virtue of the common law, the Crown can exercise those same powers without resort to exceptional powers such as the prerogative. The significance of the change of label, common law or third source rather than prerogative, is that common law powers, as private law powers, are not obviously subject to the federal division of powers. I discussed these common law and third source powers in the paper and mention a number of reasons why such powers may not be the most solid basis for the spending power in the future. But I won't go into that any further now for time reasons. To the extent that the other two bases for executive spending powers, that is prerogative strictly understood and common law or third source powers, are considered wanting or obscure for reasons just noted, there will be a temptation to place executive spending powers on a stronger, clearer statutory basis. This is in fact what has occurred in many cases, as can be seen, for example, in Section 4 of the Canada Strategic Infrastructure Act, Sections 4 and 14 of the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act, Section 24(8) of the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. Are payments made under these provisions constitutionally invalid because they're payments in relation to local infrastructure, education, and health services? Or are they valid because they are primarily in relation to how Ottawa spends its money with merely secondary or incidental effects on matters within provincial jurisdiction? The validity of delegated powers is, of course, a function of the validity of primary legislation. So I'm now going to move on to consider Parliament's powers with respect to spending. But it's important to keep in mind the full range and depth of executive practice regarding spending, including the myriad rules regarding the modalities, terms, and conditions of that wide-ranging spending. I'm not going to devote as much time talking about Parliament's powers as you might expect or hope. This is in part for reasons of time, but it's also because I trust that you can see that given the breadth and depth of executive spending powers, we can be quite sure that both Parliament and the provincial legislatures have legislative powers that allow them to overwrite by means of legislation the wide range of executive powers regarding spending. Given that money is property, what we have in our bank accounts is as much property as any land we might own, you will not be surprised perhaps that the most cited head of power with respect to spending is Section 91(1)(a), which refers to Parliament's jurisdiction over public debt and property. Another head of power that's sometimes cited in aid of the federal spending power is Section 91(3), the raising of money by any mode of system of taxation, the raising of money being thought to imply the spending of that money, unless hoarding funds were an end of government, which seems self-evidently not to be the case, especially this week. Section 102 is also cited by way of support of a federal spending power. The Consolidated Revenue Fund is to be appropriated for the public service of Canada in the manner and subject to the charges in this act provided. I began by saying that it's inconceivable to me to say that Parliament does not have power to make laws regarding the modalities, terms, and conditions of federal spending. So if sections 191, 1A, 3, and 106 do not suffice, then this matter would seem to be covered by the federal residual power. And of course, there are many commentators who assert that there is no basis for Parliament's powers regarding spending outside its jurisdiction. Those who reject the federal spending power tend to focus on the final destination of federal spending, stating that Parliament cannot do indirectly that which it would be constitutionally prohibited from doing directly. However, we know from the rules regarding the division of powers that the fact that legislation has effects with respect to something does not on its own determine the validity of that legislation. So we need to remind ourselves of the rules that will assist us in determining whether legislation is in relation to the modalities, terms, and conditions of spending, or in relation to the ultimate destination of that spending. In section 3 of the paper, I set out a reminder of some of the fundamentals of Canadian legal federalism, including the two-step process that determines whether a law is valid, and some of the key doctrines of flexible and cooperative federalism, including the double aspect doctrine. As all law students learn in the introductory constitutional law course, the validity of legislation is determined according to a two-step process involving characterization and classification. Characterization is the process whereby the pith and substance of the legislation is identified by looking at the purpose and the effects of the legislation, using both intrinsic and extrinsic evidence. Where a valid piece of spending legislation is concerned, it will often be the case that the modalities, terms, and conditions of spending are primary in importance, and the items that are normally under provincial jurisdiction, secondary. Where that is the case, the legislation will be classified under a federal head of power, such as Section 91, 1A. It's also important to remember that we no longer live in an era of rigid zero-sum demarcation of federal and provincial powers, but have for the past half-century, at least, moved into what is currently referred to by the Supreme Court of Canada as an era of flexible and cooperative federalism. Flexible and cooperative federalism is characterized by overlapping jurisdiction and intergovernmental cooperation, and greater use of the double aspect doctrine, such that it's not unusual, constitutionally speaking, for a federal law to have effects on subject matters, facts, activities, or items that are also potentially the subject matter of provincial legislation. The double aspect doctrine means that federal legislation can have both a spending aspect and, for example, a daycare aspect. The pith and substance and double aspect doctrines together mean that there is nothing constitutionally objectionable for the federal legislator to have as a secondary or even equal concern objectives regarding daycare, so long as it can be characterized as having in pith and substance a spending related purpose. The cases discussed in part 4 of the paper provide examples of what I've just set out in the form of both valid and invalid statutes. An example of an invalid statute is the Employment and Social Insurance Act of 1935, which was found to be in pith and substance in relation to the detailed elaboration of a new unemployment insurance scheme. Only the schedule to the act dealt with the modalities, terms, and conditions of federal spending. The Supreme Court of Canada has discussed the federal spending power on a number of occasions since the 1980s. Sorry, I've just skipped a slide there. Perhaps I've left it out. I wanted to mention the Alberta Court of Appeal and the Winterhaven case. So the Supreme Court of Canada has discussed the federal spending power on a number of occasions since the 1980s, and I set out in the paper a summary of what we find there. And I'm going to read that just so that, well, basically to slow me down. So I've put the authorities for these statements in the paper. The first proposition is there is a federal spending power. Secondly, it can be anchored in Section 91(1)(a), 91(3), and Section 102 of the Constitution Act 1867, or can be said to be inherent. Third, Parliament can impose conditions on spending, provided that those conditions do not, in fact, amount to what is in pith and substance regulation or control of a matter outside federal authority. Fourth, the decision to grant or not grant money should not be construed as an intention to regulate. Fifth, there is a distinction between valid federal conditions designed to promote provincial legislation that achieves substantial compliance with federal objectives and invalid federal conditions designed to dictate the precise terms of federal legislation. Sixth, the mere fact that federal legislation impacts on interests beyond the jurisdiction of Parliament is insufficient on its own to justify a finding of invalidity. And seventh, supervision of the spending power is not a separate head of constitutional review above and beyond division of powers and charter review. And many of these points were applied by the Quebec Court of Appeal in the 2006 CSN Alvida case. In part 5 of the paper, I discussed the courts and the future of the federal spending power, principally by means of a case study on the Canada Health Act. I don't have time to go through this case study, but the purpose of it is to illustrate the very great extent to which the Canada Health Act deals with the modalities, terms, and conditions of spending. It clearly has outward-facing aims captured in its well-known 5 principles, but it is primarily a statute that sets out to federal officials the modalities, terms, and conditions according to which federal funds should be distributed. I set out in this paper to examine the legal and constitutional basis for the federal spending power. The answer turned out to involve both an understanding of the primary British origins of spending, especially spending by the executive, and the contemporary context of Canadian constitutional law. From the history, we learned that spending takes in a wide array of what I've referred to as modalities, terms, and conditions, from who cuts the checks in what amounts and under what circumstances, to distribution and accounting. What this in turn means for contemporary Canadian constitutional law is when Parliament enacts spending statutes, there is a much greater spending aspect than perhaps we realized, in addition to the aspect that concerns the item of spending that would normally be regulated by provincial legislatures. What we see with spending, we also see with tax. A federal law taxing capital gains on the sale of shares has both a taxing aspect and an aspect that has to do with contracts, a matter that is normally regulated under Section 92(13) property and civil rights. But so long as the taxing aspect is primary or at least equal in importance to the contract aspect, the federal legislation is valid. Similarly, provided a federal act focuses primarily on the spending aspect of childcare rather than the regulation of childcare, the federal legislation is valid, even if the federal policymaker is quite happy to see a particular substantive result. There are, of course, other views and other solutions regarding the federal spending power, but what I've presented today is, in my view, where Canadian law is regarding the federal spending power in 2021. And I look forward to answering your questions in the discussion period. Merci, miigwech.
Merci beaucoup, Peter. Thank you very much, Peter. All right, so now we will hear from Mary Janigan, Dr. Mary Janigan, writer and historian, author of at least a couple of wonderful books on the history of, I think we could say, fiscal federalism in Canada, the history of the management of territorial cleavages in the country. And Mary's paper is entitled The Struggle for Equity That Saved the Federation. Over to you, Mary.
Apologies. Thank you, Andre. Thank you all. It's an honor to be here. I looked at equalization because I was fascinated by the role that it played in keeping the Federation together. It became a quest. And at the end, I understood that equalization is the cornerstone of the modern Federation. Without it, we probably wouldn't exist. We certainly would be squabbling, and we would be an equal group of federal partners. Equalization, the history, goes across the decades as the partners in the Federation struggled to decide if all provinces should be treated equally or if fiscal inequalities among the provinces should be addressed in the name of equity. It took until 1956 to solve this, and there were a lot of damaging confrontations along the way. Equalization only became possible when both the richer and the poorer provinces decided that it was in their interests, really in their interests, to help one another. And that in turn allowed all provinces, even ones that were struggling, to just manage to join into nationally shared cost programs. So in the name of both equity and efficiency, it works. People might move to another province for jobs, but they shouldn't have to move for better healthcare. And this became a better way to acknowledge Canadians' needs. I will go back to pre-Confederation times when the provinces were fighting over the terms of how they federated. The maritime provinces didn't want to join. They were sure that they would be linked to the richer. Well, at the time, the province of Canada was indebted, and both Quebec and Ontario were squabbling. But the Maritimes could see their fate drawn on the wall, and they didn't want to join. They relied on customs duties and tariffs in order to pay for their government operations. Ottawa was proposing to take that over. The anti-Confederation lobby became quite vehement. The Brits didn't care. They wanted federation. It would, in a sense, solve a lot of the United Kingdom's problems. But the Ottawa negotiators, the federal negotiators, feared what would happen. So Ottawa began a pattern of tinkering with subsidies. This pattern went on for well nigh 90 years, almost 90 years. There were three main subsidies, which have been referred to earlier. One of the subsidies was support for the cost of government. One was a debt allowance, which compensated provinces which had less debt when Ottawa assumed their debts. And the third was the cause of a lot of problems ahead. That was a basic per capita subsidy. But Ottawa wrote that basic per capita subsidy, the actual amount, into the Constitution, along with population limits on when it would no longer rise. It was as if no one thought of inflation. Certainly, no one thought that Canada's population would grow as it did eventually. In order to placate the Maritimes, Ottawa began an extended ruse. It began saying that the provinces in the Maritimes had more people than they had, so they could quietly increase subsidies because these subsidies were per capita. The 1869 bargain with Nova Scotia that was mentioned was part of a habit as well. They were special grants. A special grant was given to New Brunswick on Confederation, X amount, 63,000, I think, for 10 years. Similarly, with Nova Scotia, X amount, a special grant was given for 10 years to Nova Scotia. You have a pattern. The provinces are apparently being treated as equals, but there are little special grants along the way. But they're not part of the formal subsidy arrangements. Of course, this couldn't last. You began to get into 1887 when the provinces are really upset. Ottawa has been putting together special subsidies, allotting subsidies based on different ways of calculating the subsidies. It's been a hodgepodge. But increasingly, those subsidies are no longer a significant a part of each province's budget. So it was bound to happen. In 1887, Quebec Premier Honoré Mercier called all the provinces together. Not all came, but they demanded increased subsidies, and they were pretty vehement about it. Sir John A. Macdonald didn't go to the conference, although invited, and he shelved those requests. But throughout the 1880s, the pattern continued. There were debt allowances increased for Quebec and Ontario. Manitoba got more higher subsidies in lieu of resources. The Federation's stumbling along. But it's working because governments are not being asked to do too much. We get into the 20th century. The traditional of family and church are falling apart. Provinces are discovering that demand for social services, although pitifully low, is still putting pressure on them. So they assemble in Ottawa. 1902, they ask for more subsidies. Sir Wilfrid Laurier ignores them. By 1906, it's clear he can't ignore them anymore. He increases the subsidies for all provinces with a special grant for British Columbia because of the expenses that its government was facing in a mountainous province that was still trying to develop. But of course, they wrote those subsidies again into the Constitution Act of 1907, and now you have frozen in time, like a fly in amber, a subsidy system that was doomed to never continue. By the 1920s, the Maritimes are very upset. Their populations are leaving. Ottawa had taken their profitable railroad, folded it into railway amalgamation legislation, raised the fees, and suddenly the freight fees, and suddenly the Maritimes found that its exports, its sales of products to central Canada cost a lot more to ship. There was the start of a maritime secession movement. When all three Liberal premiers lost in the Maritimes, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Mackenzie King set up what became naturally a good habit in this case of appointing a royal commission. That royal commission decided that although the very act of federation hadn't created disabilities for federation, the provinces were frugal and they did need more for their governments. So Ottawa increased subsidies for those three provinces, special subsidies. So you have here the start of some recognition, but it's very concealed, very not lauded really, of recognizing the fiscal inequality in Atlantic Canada. You get in, so provinces are temporarily appeased, and then the Depression hits. Prime Minister Bennett holds many federal provincial, Dominion provincial conferences on relief, on constitutional change, on dealing with the problems. All he seems to do is increase money for relief, which he sends to the provinces, which share often with municipalities. So you have a train rushing toward the more fiscally unequal provinces. Alberta resists Ottawa's attempts to impose a loan council modeled on Australia. It defaults on its bonds in 1936. Mackenzie King is still, who is back in power from 35, is still ignoring this precipice. By 1937, it's clear that both Manitoba and Saskatchewan are about to declare default on their bonds, declare bankruptcy. And he can't have that. He was worried about Canada's credit rating, and this would be a catastrophe. He sets up another Royal Commission, a very pivotal one, the Royal Commission on Federal-Provincial Relations, Dominion-Provincial Relations, pardon me. And he provides extra loans and subsidy and grants for relief to the Western provinces. The Royal Commission reports in 1940, in wartime, just as the Nazis are going through Belgium. What's going to happen? Mackenzie King cannot bear to even look at this report. It recommends constitutional change, Ottawa taking over major sources of provincial revenues, taking responsibility for the unemployed employables, and providing something called national adjustment grants. These grants were partly modeled on Australia's Commonwealth Grant Commission, which in 1933 had been created to placate Western Australia. Miners in Western Australia had voted to secede. They were fed up in the Depression. The Commonwealth Grants Commission was created to distribute federal money to poorer states. The national adjustment grants were based on provincial spending and would have gone to most poorer provinces. So you can see where this is going. You can see. What you have is a situation where people were this commission has acknowledged the glaring fiscal inequalities, and Mackenzie King can't handle it. Instead, he starts tax rental agreements. Those agreements, tax rental accords, collect in wartime major provincial taxes and provide compensatory grants and a portion of the revenue. This works in wartime. It's wartime. Mackenzie King has the money to keep the war going. In peacetime, he wants to renew it. Ottawa wants to renew it because many of the senior officials are now Keynesians, and they can see the need for major defense expenditures in a time of communist threats, or what they perceive as a huge communist threat. Quebec will not sign these deals. It increasingly loses those compensatory grants. There's not much to do, but Quebec is beginning a process of discontent that will continue until either Quebec does something drastic or Ottawa finds a way to solve this issue. The Francophone Council on the Royal Commission on Dominion-Provincial Relations was Louis Saint-Laurent. He gets into a war with Quebec Premier Duplessis, Maurice Duplessis, over is Quebec a province like the others? He has to solve this. He adjusts Ottawa's income tax to take account of Quebec's new income tax. He and Duplessis make a pact, but he hasn't dealt with the fundamental problem of inequality. He does something over the protests of much of his finance ministry. He actually manages to take the compensatory grant portion out of the tax rental payments and establish it as a non-conditional, no application forms grant. It recognizes the fiscal inequalities among the provinces. At the time, it was just based on 3 taxes in 2 provinces. It's certainly evolved into fiscal capacity now with a rather complicated formula. But equalization became the basis of solving many problems, which Saint-Laurent even refers to. He knew he had to deal with the huge pressure from largely from Anglophone Canada, to enact the social programs that Mackenzie King had first spoken about in 1945 in a green paper at the Reconstruction Conference. He was getting huge pressures from two sides, Quebec and the push for social security expansion. What interested me in all the lobbying that happened before equalization was all of the groups, with the possible exception of Senator Eugene Forsey, who understood the problem, all of the groups that pushed Ottawa for social security expansion never mentioned the primary problem, which was the poorer provinces couldn't afford it. My paper goes through the subsequent expansion of the programs, hospital care, Medicare, expanded post-secondary education. It became a modern federation, what we would call a modern federation, when these programs took effect. But equalization's the basis of it. And it took a long time before both the richer and the poorer provinces realized that sharing was not just a moral act, it was a deeply pragmatic act. And we saved ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Fascinating. Thank you very much. Now we'll go over to Trevor Tombe from the University of Calgary, and his paper is entitled "The Challenges and Opportunities from COVID-19 for Canada's Fiscal Arrangements." Over to you, Trevor.
Great, thank you, Andre. And following that very insightful and detailed account of how we got to where we are from Peter and Mary, I want to think about where we go from here and the shocks that have confronted Canada over the past year and what this might mean going forward. So it's of course difficult at a time with such a high degree of unpredictability as we're seeing now in so many aspects of everything. It feels like fiscal arrangements as well are not spared from that. So some of what I'm going to say in terms of the specific numbers, of course, will evolve from here. So I'm going to try and focus on the broader trends rather than hang my hat on specific estimates. All right, so if we can see my screen here, then of course, the context in which I'm going to be laying out the current fiscal pressures that the federal and provincial governments face is, of course, in the context of what we saw on Monday from the federal budget, which is the largest amount of borrowing within a single fiscal year as we have ever seen outside of World War II, about double what the previous record was and significantly higher deficits for 2020 than we saw during the financial crisis. Now that does shrink pretty rapidly from here. This year, anticipating a little over 150 billion, which as a share of GDP brings us into lines with deficits seen in the 1980s. And then after that, we decline gradually, approaching about 1% of GDP by the time we get to 2025 or so. So there's rightly a lot of focus on federal public debt levels, what that means potentially for future taxes and revenues and, tax rates and spending programs and things like that. But I'm not going to have much to say today on that. I do want to focus on, of course, the fiscal arrangements between federal and provincial governments. And I think one fact about the COVID economic and fiscal shock is its implications for provincial governments. While not as large in terms of the amount of debt accumulation that we'll see by that order of government, it's potentially more significant in terms of what are the pressures we're going to confront going forward when we think about designing federal transfers. So here, what we're looking at are provincial debt levels as a share of GDP in blue for the fiscal year ending March 2020, so right before COVID hit, and in red, some estimates, which of course will change slightly, but they give you a sense of where the dust might settle once we get the final numbers for 2020, 2021. You can see that it's increasing in every province, of course, declining revenues, rising expenditures in healthcare and support programs in particular. But notice Alberta and Newfoundland are experiencing particularly large increases in their debt. So I'll have something to say in a moment about the uneven distribution of the economic shock and the fiscal shock, and what that might mean for how we think about transfers and potential reforms with respect to equalization in particular. So, big takeaway currently is that what we have seen quite clearly is that Canada lacks a formal mechanism to deal with economic and fiscal relations in a crisis. This is a theme that others have observed before. We do have formalized arrangements that exist for natural disasters through the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements Program, but we do not when it comes to economic recessions or other kind of fiscal shocks. And so given the scale, doing something was unavoidable, just because what we're seeing across all orders of government is big direct measures to either fight the pandemic or to support people. Much of that is borne by the federal government. So what we're looking at here is an excerpt from the budget on Monday, with the federal government looking to provide nearly $350 billion in expenditures. A lot of that is through the emergency response benefits, the wage subsidies, boosting, GST credits, OAS, and so on, but also a lot of direct spending on things like vaccination, research, procurement, PPE, purchases, and things of that nature. Provinces, though, are not spared. They're looking at about 80 billion or so. So in Canada-wide, $420 billion in direct measures and transfers to support people and businesses. And that's split about 80-20 between the feds and the provinces. And what we're seeing inside of the federal support is not just support for individuals and businesses, but also support for governments. And that is primarily, of course, provincial governments. And so this is because provinces are those that are, of course, responsible for delivering healthcare and purchasing PPE, things like that. And so what this has meant for federal transfers is an increase in the size, and a rapid increase in that size, to a level that we have never seen in Canadian history before. Current estimate that I think is the best estimate right now is about 5.5% of Canada's GDP is accounted for by transfers from the federal government to provincial governments. This is not just the major transfers. This includes all the transfer arrangements that exist, and that's materially above the previous record, a full percentage point above. And the scale of increase between 2019 and 2020 is larger than any other single fiscal year ever, including the large increase that we saw from the wartime tax arrangements in 1941. So this large increase is largely accounted for by just ad hoc transfers by the federal government. So we had programs that were rolled out to support provinces, the big one being the nearly $20 billion in the Safe Restart Agreement, $2 billion in the Safe Return to Class Fund, $3 billion in Essential Workers Support Fund, some ad hoc measures to target support to the oil and gas sector, and so on down the list, but none really within a formalized arrangement with a formula that determines who qualifies and the amounts that you receive. It's really just these ad hoc decisions made by the federal government based on the expediency of the moment. And so that thinking about doing this better in the future is, I think, a real priority that we should spend some time thinking about, just given the scale of dollars involved when an economic and fiscal shock occurs. Having arrangements in place in advance can help, and I'll be specific about how it can help later on. Given the short time, I want to focus just on a couple challenges that COVID has really either created or revealed as something that we need to prioritize more highly than we have in the past. So first is, of course, fiscal stabilization. There has been reforms during the COVID period around that program. I'll talk about that in a moment and maybe what's left to do there. Equalization. We heard where equalization came from and the challenges that it has confronted historically from Mary. I want to think about the future and what the challenges equalization might face due to convergence across provinces in fiscal capacity. So COVID has really narrowed the gaps between high income and low in Canada, and that later this year, absent any reforms, is potentially going to create potentially significant challenges for the federal government in that program in particular. Debt sustainability, of course, this is very topical given the high degree of public borrowing, but I'm not super concerned about the sustainability of federal debt given the current structure of federal taxes and structural program spending, but provinces do have a problem, a big one. And COVID has, I think, sharpened people's minds around that fact, and it's something that we need to confront a little bit more. And of course, a lot of that is driven by healthcare. Healthcare costs have risen quite a bit, of course, this year, but they're slated to rise substantially more thanks to demographic change and an aging population. So I'll briefly touch on each of these. And first, stabilization. So this is a program that provides support to provinces that experience economic crises, economic shocks, and see their revenues decline. The original 1967 program was set so that those provinces with revenue declines of more than 5% would receive top-up payments from the federal government. This program never really paid out anything until 1982, when British Columbia goes through a pretty bad year, its revenues drop, and it receives a payment under the program of $60 per capita. A couple of years goes by and we get to 1986, big drop in oil prices, big fiscal shock to Alberta, large drop in revenues here. So we would qualify under the program for a fairly large payment. But from 1987 onwards, what the federal government did, not directly, but potentially somewhat in response to Alberta's large payment, is cap the size of the program at $60 per person. 60, where'd that come from? Hey, it's just what BC received in 1982. So that's about the extent of the analysis that was done there. And, of course, who knows why, but they didn't index it to inflation. So it's just $60 per capita, period. And over time, inflation erodes the real value of the program such that the cap meant that the insurance properties of the stabilization program fell to less than 1% of provincial revenue. Just like saying if you drop more than 5, you're covered, great. You reach 6, you're done. So very, very narrow and limited degree of support through that program. So in November last year, what the feds did is boost that cap back up to effectively the same real value of what prevailed in 1982. And they did index this, thankfully, to nominal GDP growth. So it won't erode in the future. It'll kind of maintain its effective scale relative to overall economic activity and therefore relative to provincial revenues. So this is a meaningful change. It's a tripling in the size of the cap, and many provinces are very likely to qualify for this program this year. I'd bet maybe 6 would do it, maybe 7, but Manitoba and the Maritime provinces may not. So this increase effectively ensures now revenue drops beyond 5, but it stops around 7.5%. So if your revenue drops are within this range, then you receive a payment under the program. Historically, that is a big enough threshold where provinces are unlikely to cross this new higher effective limit to the program, with the exception, of course, of Alberta. Historically, we're the only ones that experience drops in excess of that. You can see it's still a fairly limited program. It's not going to, or it doesn't really provide the large degree of insurance that one might want. There's, of course, pros and cons of expanding the scale of this program. I don't mean to suggest it's a silver bullet or anything, but what we saw in the pandemic is difficulty in provinces during the really shaky moments there this time last year in accessing credit markets. And a program like stabilization not only shifts the burden of economic shocks to the federal government where it's cheaper, but might facilitate an easier access to credit by provincial governments themselves, just because buyers of provincial bonds know this program exists. That decreases the degree of risk that investors would face purchasing provincial bonds. So stabilization, I think there's still some potential reforms left to go, because Canada has been gradually evolving into a period where the economic and the economic cycles, if you will, across provinces are fairly uncorrelated. And that's a challenge we haven't had to confront for some time. Related to this unequal experience economically during COVID is a challenge for equalization. So here what we're looking at is the degree of economic decline projected to hit in 2020 across provinces versus their initial 2019 GDP per capita. So high income regions like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, to a lesser extent, Ontario and BC, they're going to see economic declines in 2020 larger than lower income provinces. So we're seeing convergence. And this mechanically leads the equalization formula to want to pay out less. But there is a fixed number of dollars to go around. And hey, if the formula says to pay out less than the dollars available, well, then we're going to sprinkle the remaining dollars around to recipient provinces or to those who almost are recipient provinces. And I'm looking at Ontario. What that means is that for 2021, we are potentially in store for what are called adjustment payments in excess of $2 billion or so. And those will only grow through time because the total size of the equalization program in red is indexed to GDP. And that's, or at least my best projection right now is that it's probably going to grow a little faster than what the formula alone wants to kick out. So it may very well be that unless oil prices rapidly rise back up to pre-COVID levels and remain there, then these differentials in provincial fiscal capacities will be persistently lower than the actual dollars in the equalization program want to pay out. And so we're in a moment here where if I were to bet right now, 2021-22 payments are determined in December of the prior year. So 2022-23 payments are determined in December of this year. And it looks like every single province is going to qualify for equalization with the exception of BC and Alberta. So what does it mean for the politics when all provinces except these two qualify for payments? What does it mean when Ontario qualifies because of adjustment payments alone, not because it actually qualifies under the formula? This is an interesting, I guess, quirk in the formula for us to think more seriously about. I know I'm running out of time, so just as a quick aside, Ontario only qualifies in 2021, I'm sorry, 22-23, because Newfoundland does, right? There's this kink in this big discontinuity in the formula where Newfoundland kicks into recipient status and boom, Ontario receives a massive adjustment payment. So these discontinuities are a pretty unattractive feature of the formula. And COVID has led us to a moment where we're going to be experiencing a very sharp discontinuity unless there's reforms between now and the end of the year. Now, just to wrap up in, I'll say 1 minute or so, the debt sustainability issue is important to think about. Federal government goes up and down historically, rising to levels in the 1990s that were a concern. We brought that down. We are now rising back up above 50% thanks to COVID. But structurally, the federal government is in a better position where if we unwind the temporary measures as the government plans to do, and even under some of the additional spending from the feds announced on Monday, if that actually pans out, debt to GDP is set to decline at that level. The provinces, historically, over the past many decades, have just been systematically increasing their debt levels. And structurally, they're set to keep that up going forward because revenues grow less than GDP for provinces, given their lower share of overall revenue coming from taxes. And because of the high share of expenditures on things like healthcare, that's going to grow quite substantially all else equal because of demographics. And so projecting out, here's an update to the Finances of the Nation debt sustainability simulator. It's a good time to plug that, financesthenation.ca. This is based on the latest numbers from Monday's federal budget, where if you look forward the next 2 decades, the increase that we're seeing federally is unwound under current policy, under current policy plus what was announced on Monday. And so in this sense, federal debt is sustainable. But provincial debt is not, in the sense that debt to GDP at that level grows without bound, without changes in fiscal policy, either on the revenue side or the spending side. And confronting this challenge of debt sustainability for provincial governments is important, for sure. And COVID is going to potentially make that more salient. And then it may have pushed Newfoundland to the point where the feds need to think about targeted support there. But then it's also led provincial governments to much more strongly think about changes to health transfers in Canada. And that's important to address this rising debt to GDP of provincial governments. But it's also important because health and an aging population, demographics, that's basically the whole ballgame for provincial governments. Of course, aging population means rising health spending for provinces as a whole, potentially roughly doubling or so the real per capita amount spent on health over the next 30 years. And I'll just end quickly on this point where if we think about what is the scale of fiscal adjustment required by provincial governments to stabilize debt to GDP, we're looking at revenue increases or spending reductions on the order of 2.5% to 3%. That's big. And that baseline fiscal gap is entirely accounted for really just by 2 things, both of which are related to demographics. First, economic growth slows down. Right? Rising share of individuals who are retired means lower labor force participation, lower employment rates, lower economic growth, lower revenue. Second, and more importantly, rising health costs. And right now, demographics are borne disproportionately by the provincial government. Demographic-related healthcare costs are entirely borne by provincial governments. So we need to think more seriously going forward about changing fiscal arrangements to recognize that and ensure they are robust over the next 30 years to this challenge, which is slower moving, but bigger than COVID. So I'll end there and look forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Let's go ahead with some questions now. The first one will be for Peter Oliver. And Peter, you're asked, basically, here's a couple of questions. The first one, is the Canada Health Act justifiable? In other words, if the federal government, withheld federal transfers for a violation of principle of the Canada Health Act, and a province would challenge that in court, like how is that likely to play out? So that's question 1 for you. Question 2, about this federal spending power. What do you think about, the efforts or position of some provinces, most importantly Quebec, I guess, as Mr. Charland said in his presentation, to try to encadrer, to frame or to limit, I think, the federal spending power. So I was wondering if you could speak to these 2 questions, Peter. Peter, you're muted. You're muted, Peter.
Okay, so again, thanks for the questions. First, is the Canada Health Act justifiable, which I take to mean, is it constitutional? There's an Alberta Court of Appeal case called Winterhaven Stables from, I think, 1988, which says yes. And then there are quite a series of Supreme Court of Canada decisions which also indicate that the answer is yes. But the reason I did a case study in the paper is really just to point out the extent to which the act is is really about what I call the modalities, terms, and conditions of spending. It's really, a lot of the act is just about instructing federal public servants on the terms on which money should be paid out. There are the 5 principles, but I don't think those I don't think that there's any problem with the legality of the Canada Health Act. One of the things we also do in federalism and legal federalism analysis is look at some of the extrinsic aids. And I looked back at what Monique Bégin was saying, the Minister of Health in the 1980s, and she's pressed by the NDP at one point, I think, to do more about alternative health and maybe preventive health. And she says, listen, I can't legislate to change provincial, the way provinces run their healthcare systems. The only power I have is a power about how the feds are going to spend their money. And that's what the Canada Health Act is about. And to my mind, it's very much valid. I didn't talk about in the paper the history of, in Meach and the Harper government for some time, different constitutional or legal means of framing or limiting the federal spending power, and so just to be clear, I think the federal spending power, I tried to make clear what the constitutional basis for it is, but that doesn't mean that there aren't political issues around spending and the way that the federal government can flex its muscles. And so those political issues can certainly be dealt with at the level of either political accords or legislation or constitutional amendments, if ever we go back there. But I don't talk about that. I didn't talk about that today.
All right, thank you, Peter. The next sets of questions are for Mary. Mary, if I understand the question here, like we got from your narrative, one of the things that comes out of your narrative is that it's, the creation of equalization, of course, and its background was a unilateral kind of Ottawa effort, right? Which kind of reflects, which is reflected subsequently in how the program has been run. And I guess, how do you think that that's worked, right? It's not, although you describe it as, crucial for keeping the Federation together, in its management, I guess it's not a partnership per se. So if you could comment on that. And second, the second question is from me. I was interested in your paper, and you alluded to it a little bit in your presentation as well. Could you tell us a little bit more about the resistance within the Federal Department of Finance to equalization, and what were the arguments there, and what was the thinking there, and what happened in these struggles that you described?
Thank you, Andre. First question. You're right, it wasn't a partnership. Indeed, Saint Laurent told the provinces in October 1955 what he was going to do. And the cabinet was horrified when they realized that he had promised to have a second conference before he actually brought in equalization. They didn't want to have this second conference. They did. There were all kinds of predictions of doom. Ontario was very resistant. It wasn't going to get equalization, but it wanted a greater share of the taxes that Ottawa was going to collect. The Maritimes were, as I think Trevor Tombe has pointed out, not really benefiting that much. They couldn't get less, a cabinet resolved, but they weren't getting a lot more. So there was always resistance, but Ottawa went ahead. Saint Laurent was very proud of his accomplishment, and he was horrified when it became an election issue in 1957. Diefenbaker exploited his treating the provinces like peasants that Ottawa was dictating. As we know, Saint Laurent lost. Diefenbaker got a minority government, and the Maritimes in Ontario had a lot to do with that opposition. I think the greatest modern day illustration of what can go wrong when you don't consult is in 2018, Ottawa automatically just dictated that the formula would increase, would stay the same and be renewed for another 5 years, 2019, 2024. That was a large mistake. It was, everybody thought they were being very clever. There was going to be an election in 2019. Why not just automatically renew it? And we're seeing all the problems now that have developed. The automatic 3% increase of equalization payments every year, the need to find a way to give away the rest of the money, handing out adjustment payments to Ontario, not a great idea. As to the resistance in the finance ministry, that took a lot of digging. Jack Pickersgill writes about the resistance to Saint Laurent within the finance ministry, and you can see it in some of the cabinet minutes as well. Tom Kent also speaks about it. He says there were 3 people within the ministry who supported Saint Laurent, not the ministry, I'm sorry, 3 people within the government. Beatty within the ministry itself, Deutsch, who was in Treasury, and Maurice Lamontagne and the Prime Minister's office. But for the most part, in reports I found, reports that came of the ministry itself, you can see great doubt, especially from Robert Bryce. He's proposing plans. Should they get rid of the tax rental agreement? Should they not? In the end, Bryce is horrified at the very thought of losing that money and of losing that control. So they keep the tax rental agreements. One of the things that interested me was Tommy Douglas was greatly in favor of Ottawa centralizing the revenues. He was a Keynesian, and he saw that keeping the revenues was important for Ottawa's ability to smooth out any prospective drop in revenues. He actually proposed that Ottawa not give equalization to provinces that didn't sign tax rental deals, which of course defeated the whole purpose. The idea was to bring Quebec in, even if it didn't sign those deals. The resistance was strong. I emerged with quite a strong admiration for Louis Saint Laurent. I mean, he'd seen in the Royal Commission on Dominion Provincial Relations what had been proposed there, but he was an Ottawa man, and he broke that mold. He broke that way of thinking. And mind you, equalization wasn't a huge amount, but he saw a way to try and address those imbalances.
Thanks, Mary. I found also a minor digression here in your book, The Art of Sharing. I found it interesting how it, the discussion around Saint Laurent, a fairly unheralded, right, Canadian Prime Minister who had a really important role in the development of fiscal federalism and equalization in particular. Thank you, Mary. Okay, Trevor, I think we have 4 questions for you. So I will read them to you all at once, if you can.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire. First, Trevor, you end your presentation with a slideshow showing a growing imbalance between the federal and provincial governments, with the latter less and less fiscally sustainable. What should we do about this imbalance? What is the way out? That's the first one. Second, should natural resource revenues be excluded from calculations under the fiscal stabilization program? If not, why not? Third, could you say a word about the position of municipal governments in the transfer system? And fourth is, I guess, and this will be, I think this will come back every panel, I think, is the role of the federal government in healthcare. What do you think its role should be?
All right, so I will take those in order, I guess. So first, what should we do about the provincial challenge? Well, it's not for me to say what we should or shouldn't do. I guess on the one hand, provinces do have the ability to address their own fiscal challenges if they choose to. They have a wide variety of revenue sources available to them. They have access to sales taxes, income taxes, both personal and corporate, just like the federal government does. Now, they don't raise revenue as efficiently as the federal government does. Their tax bases are more elastic, we say, just because it's easier to shift income across provincial boundaries, making it less efficient to raise revenue through those sources provincially than federally. So there's an economic case for the feds to have larger income tax rates, transferring some of those to the provinces. So what should we do? Well, maybe provinces should take seriously their fiscal challenges over the long term, and few do. Okay, so that's one. Second, maybe what's the role of the feds to help? Well, as I noted, that provinces are disproportionately exposed to demographic challenges and entirely exposed to the incremental healthcare costs due to demographics. So thinking about whether incorporating demographics into the health transfers, and there's a variety of ways that one could think of doing that, could be part of the solution. And I guess personally, that's one that I think should receive a lot of serious consideration, incorporating demographics into health transfers. Second, should natural resource revenues be excluded from stabilization? So if we have a federal program that seeks to cushion provinces from revenue reductions, a kind of insurance, then like any insurance arrangement, a very key challenge and consideration to address and overcome in that program design is what's called moral hazard. I mean, is the existence of a program like stabilization going to change provincial government behavior or incentivize risk-taking? And natural resource revenues is very risky. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Labrador, they have the most unstable revenues by far. Alberta, for example, its average swing from its average annual swing in its primary balance, budget balance, is over 2% of GDP. So that's its standard deviation. And that's roughly double what you see for other large provinces. And that's almost entirely due to volatile resource revenues. So if Alberta were to not rely on that as a revenue source, then we would not be experiencing the kind of budget volatility that we do. And so if the feds are to provide support to provinces that experience large drop in natural resource revenues, then that's shifting the consequence of Alberta risky decisions onto others. And that would motivate excluding natural resources from stabilization. But on the other hand, and this actually came up in the 1960s, on the other hand, one might think of natural resource revenues as not revenues, not income, but an asset sale. It's just a balance sheet transaction. So Finance Minister Mitchell Sharp, at the time this program was created, was asked that in Parliament. And his response was, the feds need to be agnostic about provincial decisions. We want to respect provincial autonomy. And in dealing with natural resource revenues, he said, the federal government will simply accept the practice of the provinces. And so provinces treat natural resources as revenues, and therefore stabilization should treat natural resource revenues as revenues. And so those are the kind of the two tensions at play. You want to have a program that maybe doesn't lead to the federal government tilting the scales on how provinces raise revenues, even though I think Alberta does need to take its volatility more seriously. Third, the position of municipal governments. So this is actually where I'll have very little to say, but lucky for participants in the conference here, we have a really thoughtful panel coming up. I think it's panel 3. No, let me just double check here. It's Enid Slack will be speaking about municipal finances later on, and it is panel 4, Friday at 10 o'clock Eastern. So on municipal issues, stay tuned for that. And now I'm completely drawing a blank about the fourth question.
The role of the federal government. What do you think the role of the federal government should be for on healthcare, essentially?
Oh, okay. So I don't think the role of the federal government on healthcare should be all that large. I think their role is in thinking about if ensuring revenues are raised efficiently and expenditures are done efficiently. There's a strong case for such programs to be at the provincial level to allow for experimentation and to have programs that vary and reflect local circumstances. And then what the Fed's role is, as it always has been, ensuring federal provincial transfers are structured in a way that ensures provinces are able to execute on their constitutional responsibility in health. So the tricky thing about designing health transfers is I'm not the biggest fan of cost sharing arrangements in general. So we can think about then changes to health transfers that incorporates components that respond to demographic change, but doesn't expose the federal government to expenditure decisions of provinces. So I think the Fed's role is ensuring that fiscal capacity exists among provincial governments rather than in making decisions about health delivery.
Thank you, Trevor. There's a few more questions for you, Trevor, but I will swing back to Peter first. Peter, I'm going to read out the question as I received it, okay? So you're getting pushed a bit here on the legal issues around the spending power, Peter. So the question is that, okay, the feds can't legislate for the provinces, but objectives have legislative implications. Where do we draw the line between national objectives and concepts like regulation? How are these concepts defined? We have an example of what Ottawa might have to do in practical terms to overstep its legal bounds with respect to conditions. What would it have to do to become a regulator? That's your question, Peter. Questions.
Okay, so thanks. I think that question is helpfully takes us back to the standard distinction about what's legal and what's illegal, or what's constitutional and unconstitutional with regard to the federal spending power, so that when Ottawa focuses on spending, what I refer to as modalities, terms, conditions of spending, that's constitutional. But when it starts to regulate the matter, which is normally under provincial jurisdiction, that goes too far. So the example of that is the 1936 legislation that I referred to. I mean, that decision is often cited as a decision against the federal spending power. But when we look at it, and you look at that legislation, you can see that not only did the legislation tax to create an unemployment insurance scheme, keep in mind that 1940 is the amendment that transfers unemployment to the Fed. So this is at a time when social services of that type are very much in provincial jurisdiction. So not only does the federal legislation tax, but it also goes into a lot of detail about what this insurance scheme is going to look like. Insurance to constitutional lawyers, that screams provincial jurisdiction. And it was only in the schedule, as I said, that there were some provisions on the modalities, terms, conditions. So it was, in pith and substance, as constitutional lawyers would say, it was very much about the regulation of this part of social services. So it was invalid. On the other side, as I said, using the Canada Health Act, you coming back to Monique Bégin's statement, the federal jurisdiction has to stay within the spending realm. It can't go so far as to regulate in the sense of changing, directly legislating to change the way provincial health care systems work. If that were the case, then the federal legislation would have paramountcy over provincial laws regarding health care services, and that's very much not the case. A spending statute doesn't conflict in that way because it's in pith and substance about spending, and that's, to my mind, the basis of its jurisdiction and its constitutionality. So I hope I've answered that satisfactorily. Is there a case? I think that the questioner rightly says, if we're told that there's a spectrum, and that's Chief Justice Robert in the Quebec Court of Appeal in the CSN Arvida case, there's a spectrum between simple transferring of money and regulation. At what point do we reach the conditionality, which goes too far? And I cited some of the language that the Supreme Court uses, and the Supreme Court seems to say you really have to be specifying what the provisions are going to be at a fairly detailed level to go too far. But we don't have that case yet, so that may come in the future.
Thank you, Peter. Trevor, another rapid fire kind of session for you. We have 3 for you. In addressing economic and fiscal shocks moving forward, do you envision a new kind of fiscal arrangement beyond fiscal stabilization reform, or is that sufficient? That's question 1. Question 2, should not stabilization be based on tax capacity rather than on actual revenues to avoid gaming? And 3, why should we provide stabilization to a province not using the best stabilization instrument there is, drum roll, a provincial sales tax? I think we know what that province is, right?
I'm not sure. So these 3 questions are actually different aspects of potentially the same issue, and that's stabilization design. And so do we need a new kind of arrangement? Well, I think there are a lot of benefits from a program like equalization for a couple of reasons. 2 stand out. One is risk pooling, right? A mechanism to spread the consequences of risk broadly is something that has value to those participating in such a risk pooling scheme. We do that in our day-to-day life in lots of ways, and the risks in this case are fiscal and economic risks. And so we pool natural disaster risks already through a program, the DFAA, where above a certain threshold, 90% of the costs are shifted to the federal government. We can have programs that similarly shift economic and fiscal risks nationally or pool them nationally. And the second point is, I guess, some deeper reason why that's worth doing is federal debt is cheaper, much cheaper than provincial debt. And public debt is a way to absorb shocks and smooth out ups and downs in economic activity and fiscal capacity over time. The tricky thing for the feds, though, is you don't want the feds to absorb the costs of provincial decisions, right? It's one thing to shift purely exogenous costs onto the feds. It's quite another for the feds to subsidize and incentivize risks taken on by provincial governments. There are multiple ways to think about a dramatically expanded stabilization program that minimizes the degree of moral hazard. One is, as the second question noted, stabilizing based on tax capacity. So equalization doesn't, however much many commentators in Alberta would like to suggest, it is not a function of actual revenues. It's a function of your ability to raise revenue. Of course, with the exception of resource revenues, but for income, sales, property taxes, it's based on your capacity. You could absolutely design a stabilization program that would pay out to provinces whose fiscal capacity drops a lot from one year to the next. In a paper published early last year through IRPP, I explored just that kind of program, what the formula would look like, how it would have paid out in different circumstances historically. And that is the benefit of also allowing for a better alignment and merging, if you will, of equalization and stabilization, where one would be a rapid response insurance arrangement. One, equalization, would play the role of bridging persistent gaps horizontally across provinces. So I think that might be a very interesting idea to think more about. But another option is just have a macro-based program. The whole initial motivation for stabilization was to support provinces going through big recessions. So you can make it a function of GDP rather than provincial revenues. There's been long-standing proposals to do the very same thing for equalization as well. And this, having equalization payments based on GDP, a macro-based formula, having stabilization based on GDP, pros and cons of that for sure, but it would be potentially the way in which you would minimize to the maximum extent possible the federal government's exposure to provincial fiscal choices. And so I think that also addresses the third question there. There are lots of ways of designing a program that pays out to provinces that doesn't reward risk-taking. And I will note that had we had a program that paid out based on fiscal capacity, Alberta would have still received, or let me back up. If we had a stabilization program that had a formula exactly the same as equalization, but just responded more quickly, Alberta would have received payments in 2015, 16, 16, 17, totaling $2.7 billion. So the lack of sales tax revenue in Alberta is not sufficient to conclude no payment would have been made to the province. It really does depend on the details of that formula design. Thanks for the questions.
All right, excellent questions, excellent answers. Okay, I think we've exhausted all of our questions. That was an excellent panel. I want to thank our three panelists for stimulating presentations and a wonderful Q&A, and also to everybody who sent me questions. I want to remind everybody that we will be back for 1 o'clock with, I think, a most exciting panel where we'll look at provincial and regional perspectives on Canadian fiscal federalism. So I think that for us, that was always a very important panel to have so that we could have a conversation between some regions and provinces in the country. So we'll have a Quebec perspective, an Alberta perspective, an Atlantic Canada perspective, and an Ontario perspective on fiscal federalism in Canada. So I hope to see everybody back for 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch hour, and we'll see you everybody soon. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Bélan. Je suis le directeur de l'Institut d'études canadiennes de l'Université McGill et je vous souhaite la bienvenue. C'est le panel numéro 2 de notre conférence qui est d'une durée de 2 heures. Perspectives provinciales et régionales sur le fédéralisme fiscal canadien. Provincial and Regional Perspectives on Canadian Fiscal Federalism. I want to remind you that there is simultaneous interpretation. If you go at the bottom right of your screen, there is interpretation. You click on that icon, and then you can select your language. I also would like to state that the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada is co-sponsoring this event with our wonderful partners, including the University of Ottawa and the University of Calgary. I would like also to begin by acknowledging that while we meet today on a virtual platform, McGill University is located on land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples, including the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe nations. We do this to acknowledge the importance of the land on which we work, study, and live, and to acknowledge the complex web of relationships of which we are part. Comme vous le savez donc, il s'agit d'une conférence bilingue et vous pouvez choisir votre langue au bas de l'écran à droite. Nous avons 4 panélistes aujourd'hui qui vont parler jusqu'à un maximum de 20 minutes chacun. Dans l'ordre de présentation, on commence avec Alain Noël de l'Université de Montréal sur le Trilemma sur le fédéralisme fiscal du Québec. Je pense que ce n'est pas sa traduction, mais c'est le titre. Donc, sur le Québec, parce que c'est vraiment les enjeux régionaux. Ici, on parle des différentes provinces, régions du pays. et la question du fédéralisme fiscal. Then Alain will be followed by Ken Boessenkool from McGill, the Max Bell. He's affiliated, it's a recent, I think, hire, and I congratulate him on that. He's now with the Max Bell School of Public Policy here at McGill. Richard Saillant de l'Université Dalhousie, qui va nous parler de Moncton au Nouveau-Brunswick, qui va nous parler évidemment des 4 provinces de l'Atlantique. And finally, Tracy Snoddon from Wilfrid, Laurier will speak about Ontario. And so that's a great panel. I'm really happy that we have such diverse regional representation here for this panel. So Alain, c'est à ton tour de nous parler du Québec. Merci.
Merci Daniel. Je vais partager l'écran tout de suite pour être sûr que ça fonctionne. On se met ici. Partager l'écran. Ce ne sera pas long, là. Affichage. C'est bon?
C'est bon.
OK. Alors, je vais dire 2-3 mots en français pour ensuite poursuivre en anglais pour l'essentiel de la présentation, parce que je l'ai préparé en anglais. C'est un projet pour un livre qui va être en anglais aussi. D'abord, je voudrais remercier André Lecourt, Éric Champagne, Daniel Bélan et Trevor Tombe pour l'invitation. Pour moi, c'est une occasion de revenir à un thème qui a été important à travers les années et que j'ai un peu négligé depuis quelques années. Donc, j'étais content de pouvoir m'y remettre. Avant de commencer, je voudrais partager avec vous une pensée pour Benoît Pelletier, qui a été ministre des Affaires intergouvernementales canadiennes du gouvernement du Québec de 2003 à 2008. Tous ceux qui ont travaillé avec lui, l'ont fréquenté, vont reconnaître la sincérité de l'engagement de Benoît sur les questions qui nous occupent aujourd'hui et la chaleur communicative qu'il partageait avec les gens qui croisaient sa route. Benoît est présentement lutte pour sa vie contre le COVID depuis maintenant quelques semaines. Il semble que les choses vont mieux maintenant, mais il est hospitalisé. Et je pense que je parle pour tout le monde ici en disant que nos pensées sont avec lui et sa famille dans cette épreuve. Donc, je voulais commencer en soulignant ce qu'on a appris hier, finalement, par les journaux. Donc, Québec's Fiscal, Federalism, Trilemma. What I want to do is to talk about Quebec's objectives in fiscal federalism and to do it from an analytical point of view, that is to say, not to say whether they are right or wrong or should be thought differently, but how they articulate, how they function, and what it means. The idea of a trilemma, for those who are not familiar with the term, it's like a dilemma, but with 3 terms. So you have 3 objectives, and it's a trilemma because it's very difficult to reach your 3 objectives all at once. It's not impossible. Well, there are hard trilemmas and soft trilemmas. In this case, it would be more like a soft trilemma, that is to say, it's not logically impossible to attain these objectives, but it's difficult. And most of the time, politics makes it that you go after 2 objectives rather than 3. And there's always one objective that is neglected. So that's the basic structure of the argument. Now, where do we find these objectives? I didn't have to do much research because the Quebec government is very consistent over the years in this respect. And so I picked up the most recent possible document I could find, which is a press communiqué presented by Quebec's Minister of Finance following the federal budget this week. In this communiqué, it's very short, but it contains everything that we need today. It talks about the notion of autonomy for the Quebec government in the Federation, the establishment of unconditional transfers, so that, again, the idea of autonomy is central. there is the idea of vertical balance or fiscal balance or vertical equity in terms of stable, appropriate long-term funding from the federal government. And there's the idea of horizontal equity, sort of equality and cooperation among provinces. And the communique talks of a long-term partnership and the unanimous position of the provinces. So here in one brief communique, a very recent one, you have the three major objectives I want to talk about: autonomy, vertical equity, and horizontal equity. Now, where does this come from? As I said, the Quebec objectives over the years have been organized around these three principles for many, many years. In a sense, they are core federal principles. They are what federations are about. And I've written about this, and I don't think it's very controversial to say that creating a federation is creating a way to live together and separately. And so a federation entails a principle of separation. So sovereignty is divided between two orders of government. A principle of autonomy, that is to say that there is no hierarchy between orders of government. It's not like a decentralization scheme. It's a sharing of sovereignty between autonomous governments. And there's a principle of participation, that is to say that all participate in common federal institutions. There is also an understanding of solidarity across the country. And so these are three principles that make for a federation. The picture, by the way, is the picture of the last Council of the Federations headed by François Legault, which is a very COVID-19 type of meeting with screens. So if we take the three federal principles that are drawn not from the Quebec government statements, but from the literature on federalism, and we apply them to fiscal federalism, the principle of separation leads to the notion of, which I mentioned when I talked about the communique, to the notion of vertical equity or fiscal balance. That is to say, a sharing of resources among orders of government that roughly corresponds to the division of sovereignty, of powers. The principle of autonomy gives rise to the stress on fiscal autonomy, on the idea that governments should rely primarily on own source revenues, that this is a very old idea about federalism also, that if you are going to divide sovereignty, you need also to divide revenues so that the division of sovereignty is effective. And finally, the principle of participation translates into the notion of horizontal equity, minimum of provincial equality, solidarity between the provinces, and so on. So these three dimensions of fiscal federalism are present in the Minister of Finance communique, and they are the backbones of the Quebec government position in fiscal federalism. Now, they stand in sort of a trilemma because it's very hard to pursue all these goals at the same time. Most of the time, there's one side of the triangle that dominates. And overall, we could say that from the federal government perspective, the bottom line, the horizontal axis dominates. That is to say, the federal government focuses primarily on vertical equity and horizontal equity. And I would argue that most provinces outside, apart from Quebec, also focus on this dimension. The autonomy question is being less predominant, less important. The Quebec government, at least since the Tombe report in 1956, has focused on vertical equity and autonomy on the blue line. These, again, the three objectives are important, but overall, vertical equity and autonomy have prevailed in Quebec's policies and statements. And in the Tremblay report, I will come to this. In the Tremblay report, it is very clear. The report was finished before the equalization program was put in place. The emphasis in the Tremblay Commission was on vertical equity, fiscal balance, that is to say the correspondence between revenues and powers, and on autonomy. And there was little consideration about cooperation in the Federation. I think I have it here. François Rocher, who I will quote a few times today, writes in a very perceptive 2009 book chapter, actually, the collaboration envisioned in the Tremblay report, that is to say the collaboration between the provinces, aims only at the preservation of provincial autonomy. So the key in the Tremblay report is really autonomy and secondarily vertical equity, and not much thought is given to horizontal equity. Now, the other sides of the triangle are less, especially the autonomy horizontal equity side is less frequented, is less referred to. We could say, and this is very interesting for me, but probably an event that is below the radar screen for most people. In Saskatoon in 1998, the provinces agreed, this was a discussion about the social union, and the provinces agreed on conditions whereby a social union arrangement could be redesigned. And the idea was Quebec got out of this meeting. The Quebec government, it was led by Lucien Bouchard, was very reluctant to the idea of interprovincial arrangements or agreements, very skeptical of the possibilities of interprovincial agreements, but they accepted when the other provinces accepted the an opting out right with compensation for the Quebec government in existing or new programs. And so the idea was very much, the focus was on autonomy and horizontal equity, that is to say collaboration between the provinces and enhancing autonomy for the Quebec government. And finally, the vertical horizontal line can be seen very clearly in the Council of the last Council of the Federation report, which was, well, it looks like a document produced by the Quebec Ministry of Finance. It has the same design and character and type of argument, and it's actually almost reproduced in the last Quebec budget. The focus is on the Canada Health Transfer and a major increase in the Canada Health Transfer, and it is on vertical equity and horizontal equity, and there's less discussion about autonomy. So over the years, the positions changed, and I argue, I will say that very briefly, that between the 1950s and 1968, when Pierre Trudeau became Prime Minister, the focus in the Quebec policies were very much inspired by the Tremblay Commission and focused on autonomy and vertical equity at the expense of horizontal equity. And these were the years of the opting out programs for Quebec, of the establishment of the Riches des Rangs du Québec for pensions. And so Quebec was betting on autonomous policy developments sustained by division of fiscal resources that was adjusted to meet these new autonomy possibilities. In the 1980, after 1968, the action moved from fiscal federalism to constitutional questions. These were the years of Meach and Charlottetown and and the 1995 referendum, of course. The focus was basically again on autonomy, but on a different plane. And it's with post-95 that the fiscal federalism questions came back to the surface with the 95 federal budget, which introduced very significant cuts in transfers. And so in Saskatoon, there was a brief flirt with an emphasis on autonomy and interprovincial collaboration. But this flirt disappeared with the Social Union Framework Agreement of '99, which focused on vertical and horizontal equity. And that's the sort of a default line of Canadian federalism, because that's where most provinces prefer to be, and the federal government is more at ease also. So the default line is, as I mentioned with my red line in the beginning, for Canada is to neglect the question of provincial autonomy. Here I have a few quotes from the same chapter by François, who notes, it's a very insightful paper. Federalism is judged in English-speaking Canada on the basis of what it produced, not on principles that underlying it. And so it's not the federal principles that I mentioned at the beginning that matter, but the results. What remains of the normative federal political project, as defined in the literature, honestly very little, writes François. And then for a brief moment in the early 21st century, there was the Saillant Commission, an exercise in which I was involved, which tried, I would say, honestly tried to solve the trilemma and focus on the three aspects: autonomy, vertical balance, and horizontal equity. So there were proposals for circumscribing the federal spending power, for rebalancing the revenues in the federation, and also for improving the equalization program. So all the aspects were considered, but very soon after, the report was well received in Quebec, but not elsewhere. And 2 years later, there was the health agreement, or sort of agreement, under Paul Martin, and then open federalism with Harper, and we were back very rapidly to the vertical horizontal axis with less emphasis on autonomy. So basically, it's not impossible, but it's hard to keep all the balls in the air. And the Quebec government has positions that ultimately are bargaining positions, and they have to be received by other partners. And most of the time, these other partners prefer talking about vertical and horizontal equity. Which brings us to the current situation. We've already seen in earlier presentations today and yesterday, the reality of fiscal imbalance remains very present, almost in the same terms as those that were observed in the Saillant Commission report. And Trevor presented a similar graph this morning. The trends in terms of budgetary balance and debt makes it more difficult for the provinces. This fiscal imbalance at times is celebrated. It's not even an object of worries for the federal government. Here you have in 2017, Jane Philpott, who has receives a high five from Mélanie Joly because she has just compelled the last reluctant provinces to sign on an agreement on health transfers. There was an attempt in the last, in recent years, the last ambitious attempt was led by Jean-Marc Fournier, who was then the minister, Philippe Couillard as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Québécois, notre façon d'être Canadien. I don't know the exact title in English, probably similar. this was an odd report because it brought back the conditions for the Meech Lake Agreement conditions, which is sort of a step back in time, which was odd. The emphasis was on autonomy and horizontal equity. There was very little consideration of fiscal imbalance, so vertical equity was sort of dropped. Jean-Marc Fournier basically said this is to open the conversation, but it didn't. It led to some conversations on some campuses, but that was about it. Now, beyond COVID-19, we're in a situation of surplus of debt under control for the federal government. This was again mentioned earlier today, growing weight of healthcare expenditures for the provinces. The question of autonomy is the three questions: vertical equity, horizontal equity, and autonomy remained raised. The question of autonomy is a difficult one because only Quebec is keen on it, and the Quebec position is precarious in this issue because the Quebec government depends strongly on federal transfers, as do most provinces, but federal transfers have even increased as a share of revenues, consolidated revenues for the Quebec government. It's now above 20% of revenues. The Quebec government is also the main beneficiary, not per capita, but as in total of the equalization program. And so it's not easy to make a stance for autonomy when you're relying on federal funds this way. And so I come back to François Rocher, who's my favorite pessimist on those matters. François writes, my exploration of the federal ideal of the Quebec political elites, ideal defined by what I call this trilemma, reveals that it may simply be an impossible concept to realize. If, as I believe, Canada is constructed on the refusal of a normative federal project, one has to be quite clever to discern new paths in Canadian federalism not already identified by generations of analysts. So François leaves us with a pessimistic, this was 2009, but I think it's still valid today, a somber analysis of what is possible. For the time being, I think the action will be on the vertical plus horizontal equity lines. Autonomy will remain. Okay, I'm done. Autonomy will remain as a credo, as something that is reaffirmed but will not be acted upon so much. The government of François Legault remains, however, autonomist, defined by this issue, and very popular even in the midst of a hurting pandemic. And so we'll see what will happen, but the odds are not favorable for the Quebec government, I think. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Alain Noël. Before we move to the next speaker, Ken Boessenkool, who will talk about Alberta, I want to tell you that you can write your questions as you go in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. So we will answer the questions, the participants, the speakers will answer the questions after we are done with all the talks. But I think that you can write your questions as you go, as they emerge. And we'll address them. I will read them out loud later. Merci. Donc, vous pouvez écrire vos questions dans la section questions-réponses de Zoom au bas de votre écran. Ken, it's all yours.
Well, thank you very much, Danielle. And I am so glad to have followed Alain, because you could recall my talk, Alberta Flirts with Autonomy. So I come to you today as a fourth generation Albertan, as a sometimes political hack, and as a quasi-respectable, quasi-academic. And I come to you not just as an observer of these things in Alberta, but as a sometimes participant. Now, Jim Dinning opened the conference by saying Alberta was mad, but let me add two other things that Alberta is right now. Alberta is mad. It is also sad, but it has been very bad. Alberta is mad because it thinks the rest of the country is not willing to help it get its oil to Tidewater. Alberta is sad because we're not ever going to get back to the level of oil and gas prices and exports that we've had before, and we recognize that we need to transition. But this came out as well yesterday. Alberta has been bad because we've had a series of absolutely awful provincial governments over the last 20 years that has completely and utterly thrown away the big oil boom that we could have used to prepare ourselves for the situation we find ourselves in now. So with that as a background, let me start my timer and let me go back to the late 1990s. In the late 1990s, oil prices had come down. I think in 1998, when I was in the provincial government, oil prices had come down somewhere to the $11 to $12 was the absolute lowest it was. So oil prices were way down. The federal Liberals had been in power for a while and continued to be in power. And there was an election around the year 2000 where there was some anti-Alberta rhetoric expressed by the Prime Minister, who won that election, expressing some anti-Alberta rhetoric. In response to that, a gentleman named Stephen Harper, who some of you may know, asked a few of us to think about what Alberta's response should be. And as I was at the time and continued to do for a long time, Stephen Harper asked me to run away and think about what could Alberta do unilaterally to respond to what could be an increasingly potentially hostile government. And I think the insight that Stephen Harper had at the time, that the agenda should be things that Alberta can do unilaterally. That is, things Alberta can do without seeking the permission or without seeking the approval or without seeking the sign off of other provinces and or the federal government, was a key insight behind what became at that point the firewall letter, or what we called the Alberta agenda. And the Alberta agenda had a number of components. I'll come back to all of these later because they've popped up again under the current government. But the key ones were Alberta should establish its own pension plan, should collect its own income taxes, and should have its own police force. And there were a few other items in there. But the key insight I want to draw from that was Stephen Harper's insight that Alberta should look at things that it can do unilaterally. Now, let's fast forward to the last couple of years. Oil prices once again are down. The Liberals once again are back in power. And there's a sense, as Jim Dinning said yesterday, that Alberta is not being viewed positively by the rest of the Federation. Now, whether that is a correct interpretation or not, it matters less than the fact that that is how Albertans feel they are being treated by the rest of the country. And I think Louis Levesque talking about the failure of us to get our oil and gas exports as much as we can, get global prices for oil exports costing Canada $20 billion is an expression of some of that hostility that Albertans feel. So in response to this, Jason Kenney launched what he called his Fair Deal Plan. And the Fair Deal Plan was much broader in scope than the original firewall letter, but it contained many of the items in the firewall letter, but it went beyond that. And the main portion of my talk today, I want to outline what I call the destructive as well as the constructive things that are in Jason Kenney's New Deal. And the way I differentiate between the things in Kenney's New Deal that are destructive and constructive is precisely the insight Stephen Harper brought to the firewall letter, which is, if it's something Alberta cannot influence or do unilaterally, I find those things will be destructive from Alberta's perspective. And if there are things Alberta can do unilaterally, I find that those are constructive. And just to link back to Alain and Noël, the principle here, the overlying principle here is Alberta flirting with greater autonomy. So let's start with what I think is the most destructive thing in Jason Kenney's arsenal, and I'm saddened that this has taken up so much oxygen in his talking about that, and that is, again, something Jim Dinning referenced yesterday, the referendum on equalization. So let me ask 4 whys. Why is Jason Kenney doing a referendum on equalization? And my answer to each of these questions is why I think this equalization referendum is so destructive. First of all, why is Jason Kenney doing this when he has such a strong mandate? Ralph Klein only had 1 election in his 4 that he won as big a public mandate as Jason Kenney did. So why does Jason Kenney need a referendum when he has such a strong public mandate in the last election? No one in Alberta doubts that Jason Kenney has a mandate to discuss equalization with the federal government. The second question is, why is he focused on the equalization program? And here I want to talk about something that is very unknown in Alberta, which is that when people in Alberta talk about equalization, they talk about it in 2 ways. They talk about it as big E, equalization, referring to the equalization program itself, and small e equalization, by which they refer to the net transfers from Alberta to the rest of the country and back. Now, the interesting thing is that big E equalization over the past 20 years, and Trevor Tombe has generated these numbers, is only responsible for about 10% of the net redistribution between Alberta and the rest of the country. 90% of the redistribution between Alberta and the rest of the country comes about because of other factors. And a big portion of that redistribution comes about because Alberta is richer, Alberta is younger, and Alberta has had over 20 years a lot of revenue from oil and gas. And so the first thing I would say about an equalization discussion around equalization is that there's a danger that Albertans think that we can get rid of this net redistribution to the rest of the country, when the reality is that most of this redistribution is because we're rich. And if you really want to make this redistribution go away, you either make Alberta poorer or the rest of the country richer. And Alberta has control over the former, but I don't think it wants to do it, and has little control over the latter. So this is a strange thing when Alberta's concerned about its net transfers to the rest of the country to focus on the equalization program. My next why is, and Richard Bird was on yesterday, and Richard Bird was a professor of mine at University of Toronto, and I learned so much from him. And one of the things I learned from him is that equalization is best seen as part of the social contract underlying the country. And here's how I think about equalization. Equalization is a deal between richer provinces and poorer provinces that allow richer provinces to be more autonomous. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, imagine a country like Canada without equalization. And imagine the Atlantic provinces and Manitoba and off and on Saskatchewan, and the poorer provinces, maybe even Quebec, although I'll put them in a separate category, cannot run their own healthcare, cannot run their own education, cannot run their own social services programs, because they don't have the level of revenue compared to richer provinces. And so richer provinces say, we want to be more autonomous. We want to run our own healthcare, education, and social services programs. And in order to do that, we're going to give you, we're going to equalize your revenues up to a standard. And so from my perspective, equalization is the bargain that Alberta has made with the rest of the country to allow us to be more autonomous, ignoring all the economics. This is a political deal that we've made. When I talk about this in Alberta, just because it makes for fun, I talk about the equalization is the bribe that Alberta pays to the rest of the country to allow us to be more autonomous. And so if we want to get rid of equalization, is that really what Alberta wants? Is that really in Alberta's interest? Is that really consistent with the more autonomous move that the rest of the Fair Deal plan is doing from under Jason Kenney? And finally, and I know much less about this than the other things, I'm not convinced that a equalization referendum will compel anybody to do anything. And so even though I think the referendum will pass with a massive majority, Jason Kenney is setting himself up for failure because the rest of the country and the federal government has little to no incentive. And I don't know all the legal ins and outs, but in my view, has little requirement to come to the table to make changes to equalization. So this will ultimately be a failure for Jason Kenney. Now, a couple of other things in the Fair Deal plan. Jason Kenney wants Alberta to be able to opt out of federally delivered programs like Quebec does. Jason Kenney wants to have tax points and So under the childcare deal, Jason Kenney would prefer to get tax points rather than the conditional cash under the childcare deal announced last week. And I support all these things. I've written about all these things over the years. The problem with both of those things is that they can only be done by the federal government. So if Jason Kenney really wants to do that, he should go run as a federal. Oh wait, he already did that. He should be a federal MP and not a provincial politician. So let's turn now to what I consider to be the constructive, let me check my time, the constructive elements of the Fair Deal Plan. And here we come back to a lot of the things that were in the original firewall letter that Stephen Harper, myself, and Ted Morton, and a number of other people wrote in 2000. Now, let me start by saying that I have an underlying belief that anything Ottawa does, we can do better in Alberta. And this reflects, I think, a very Quebec attitude. I think there's exceptions to that: monetary policy, foreign policy, having an army, a national justice system, common law, and so on. But in general, and when it comes to program delivery, there are very few things that I think Ottawa can do that we can't do better in Alberta. I'm not a big fan that economies of scale get that much better when you move from 4 million people to 30 million people. I think economies of scale are perfectly doable with 4 million people, and anything that if you move up to 30 million people, you frankly are less likely to get economies of scale and more likely to mess things up for a greater number of people. I also believe that policy should always be developed and implemented at the lowest level possible. And so I have a very decentralist background. And I also think that sometimes even if something costs more to deliver locally, even if it costs more to do something in Alberta than it does to do it from the central government, that it's still sometimes worth doing. Even if the Alberta government has to spend more to do something that's in Alberta's economic or social interest, that's a price that we should be willing to pay for greater autonomy. So let's go through a few of the things that are in the Alberta plan. Number one, collect our own income taxes. Now, this is probably the one that most people, when they look at the plan, say, why would Alberta want to collect its own income taxes? And it's going to cost a whole lot more to do it. Ottawa does a very good job of it. And I understand and accept all of those arguments. I just counter by saying that if Alberta can do things that align better with its very unique economy. I mean, 70% of the Alberta economy is industrial versus only 30% in Ontario. Alberta has a very different economic base, a very different industrial base than the rest of the country. And if we can design our own tax system to better align with those realities, and even if that costs us more, then maybe we should do it. So I'm open to Alberta collecting its own income tax as Quebec does. And again, Richard Byrd said something to me a long time ago that if the tax jungle was a problem, the United States wouldn't be the most powerful country on earth. So I take the tax jungle arguments and the inefficiencies of taxes with a little bit of a grain of salt. The next one, of course, for me is just an absolute no-brainer. And that is that Alberta should opt out of the Canada Pension Plan. It should trigger the 3-year opt-out provisions and design an Alberta pension plan for Alberta. The reason it should do this is because our demographics and our income levels mean that we can deliver the exact same benefits as the Canada Pension Plan for a premium anywhere between 10 and the latest estimates are 25% lower premiums. So Alberta could have exactly the same benefits as the Canada Pension Plan, but with a 25% reduction in the taxes we're paying. This would mean $430 per Alberta resident. This would actually address some of that net transfer from Alberta. $2 billion annually Alberta collects in CPP premiums that it sends outside of the province to pay for pensions for people outside of Alberta. This is an actual net transfer out of Alberta that we could do something about, and we should do something about. And to those who say that Alberta's demographics could change and things could get worse, I say, sure they could, but why wouldn't we take advantage of this $2 billion net transfer now and use that money to make things better for Alberta, and hopefully we never have a situation where the net transfer wouldn't be that amount or that our demographic advantages wouldn't exist. Another benefit of Alberta pulling out of the Canada Pension Plan is that it would mean that the premium rate for the rest of the country would have to go up. It would have to go from 9.9 to 10.6. And I think, again, it would be helpful from a fiscal federalism point of view for the rest of the country to understand in very, very simple terms what it means to have Alberta in a national program and what it means to have them out of a national program. So Alberta could deliver this program for somewhere between 7.2 to 7.9% of a premium, and the rest of the country would have to go up between 9.9 to 10.6, of course, excluding Quebec, because, hey, Quebec already has its own pension plan. You may start hearing familiar things here. Alberta wants to be more like Quebec, not less like Quebec on this autonomous view. The last thing is a provincial police force. And again, I don't need to spend a lot of time on the provincial police force, but I think this is again, from my perspective, a no-brainer. We have big municipal police forces in Alberta in our major cities, and having a provincial police force replace the RCMP in the rest of the province just makes sense. Why should our municipal police forces have to coordinate with a police force based in Ottawa when they could coordinate with a police force based in Edmonton? It just makes all kinds of perfect sense to me. So that is what I intended to talk about today. Alberta is, and under Jason Kenney, is flirting with the idea of more autonomy. I think the equalization program does give Alberta more autonomy. And I think the autonomy discussion in Alberta is coming to a head. And I would say to Alain, if Quebec wants a partner in the autonomy discussions, they should spend more time talking to Alberta and finding allies here in Alberta. And with that, I will cede the last 4 minutes of my time to others and look forward to the questions. Thank you very much, Danielle.
Thank you very much, Ken. Very interesting Quebec-Alberta dialogue that I see emerging here. Looking forward to the discussion period. Now we have on a Richard Saillant qui va nous parler de la situation dans les 4 provinces de l'Atlantique en direct de Moncton. C'est à vous, Richard.
Merci, Daniel. Tandis que je partage mon écran, peut-être vous dire que je vais, comme j'ai écrit mon papier en anglais, je vais livrer mes remarques en anglais. Je vais maintenant activer la présentation. Ça va être trop long. Et je dois... Voilà. Non, je crois que je dois le... Est-ce que vous voyez le plein écran maintenant?
Oui, mais oui, on est à la note 5.
Oui, voilà. Donc, on va reculer un peu. All right. My paper is about 4 provinces, so I only have 20 minutes to talk about 4 provinces, and it's really an important point because I will be talking about diversity and adversity. Very often we look at Atlantic Canada and we say that it's a region, and I would say that it's just because it happens to face the Atlantic Ocean, because the 4 provinces face the same Atlantic Ocean, doesn't mean that they are a region. I would say there are 2 regions, the Maritimes and Newfoundland and Labrador. But all those regions face a common headwind, which, well, at least faced a common headwind, which was demographic in nature. And my presentation will be talking to a large extent about the horizontal fiscal imbalance that is created by what I call the great demographic imbalance, which is the fact that Canada's population is aging at vastly different speeds. And when we look at the impact of aging on fiscal federalism, we can't look only at the vertical imbalance that it may create or exacerbate, but we really need to look at the horizontal impact of this highly uneven pace of aging, which I argue is probably going to be just as important as the aging itself as a phenomenon to fiscal federalism in the years ahead. So I'll be covering briefly the 5 key elements of my paper. The first one is just going briefly through Canada's great demographic imbalance. After that, the economic consequences on this imbalance, which you'll already see is different from province to province. After that, we'll look at how provinces have fared in this context of demographic adversity. Here again, we'll see diversity. And then before we look at policy options, I'll be trying to tease out a few lessons from the experience of Atlantic Canada over the last 10 years so that we can see that there are big issues that relates to fiscal sustainability and fiscal positions and that need to be taken into account as we peer into the future and try to look at what needs to be done to ensure that we maintain one single Canadian social citizenship. Now, I apologize for being an economist, but I'm presenting a pretty crowded table. I'll invite you right now to look at the year 2000 and the median age at the year 2000. And the thing that you see right there is that 20 years ago, all of Canada looked the same in terms of demographics. We all had the same median age, similar shares of seniors across the nation. And that's not a coincidence. All baby boomers were in the prime of their working adult lives. And that was what gave us that kind of age structure across the land. Now, the provinces that are aging fastest are provinces that have greater concentrations of baby boomers for a variety of reasons. And if you look at 2020 right now, you can see easily that Newfoundland and Labrador is now 10 years older than in the prairies. And that 10 years ago, it was almost just 8 or 9 years. So it's aging much faster. And in the years ahead, it will continue. Atlantic Canada, generally speaking, will continue to age much faster, with the exception of PEI. We'll talk about that shortly. But if you look at 2030 or even 2040 and the share of seniors in the population, in Atlantic Canada, with the notable exception of PEI, we'll be heading close to 30% of our population that will be seniors. It will plateau in sometime in the mid-2030s, so in 15 years from now. But the key lesson here, or the key message, is that in the prairies, in 20 years from now, there won't be any more seniors than there are currently in Canada as a whole. And in 20 years from now, there won't be more seniors in Canada as a whole as there are in Atlantic Canada right now, okay? But Atlantic Canada will continue to see its shares of seniors escalate dramatically. And that has consequences, of course, on economic growth, which are already there with us. And after that, consequences on public purses in terms of aging-induced spending pressures. So the next part of the paper is essentially about growing apart, which shows the impact of demographics. To a large extent, it is demographics on economic growth. Look at real GDP per capita and focus on the years before 2010. So from 1981 to 2010, which I consider there being the long-term trends. The first thing that jumps out is that all of Atlantic Canada was converging fast with the Canadian average. We were moving closer to the Canadian average, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I won't get into the literature. But since 2010, with the exception of PEI, we are no longer converging, we are diverging, economically speaking. And if you look at the column on the right, you can see that all of that is related, not all of that. Newfoundland and Labrador is an exception. It's a province that Newfoundland and Labrador has now become a highly leveraged bet on the price of a single commodity, which is oil. So demographics takes the back seat in Newfoundland and Labrador. But if you look at Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, no population labor force growth over the last 9 years or so. Whereas in Canada, it has slowed down, but it still grew robustly relative to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, or Newfoundland and Labrador. Now, a key point here is that PEI is an outlier now. And PEI essentially has gone through a revolution of sorts. 15 years ago, PEI was hardly seen as a destination for immigration. But now it is Canada's immigration hotspot. It is the province in the country that has the highest immigration rates. Now, why then does PEI grew faster than Canada? Well, look no further. It's because it has welcomed more immigrants. So the question then becomes, can New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, or even Newfoundland and Labrador, emulate PEI? And in the paper, I discussed that, and I shortly, in summary, I say no. Simply because if you want to compare PEI with Nova Scotia or New Brunswick, you have to compare it with a similar region within New Brunswick or Nova Scotia. And when you do that, you realize that there are parts of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick that are growing just as fast as PEI, but they have an interland, and that interland is losing population. So I wanted to make those points because we can already see that in the face of the same adversity 10 years ago, PEI has actually defied gravity from a demographic standpoint. And now it is only 2 years older than Canada as a whole, but is not aging any faster than Canada. So that's, I think, an important point. Now we're going to be looking at the impact of demographics on public finances in Atlantic Canada. But I think it's very important to note here that the key message is one of diversity and adversity. And I think there are a few lessons to be drawn here from the trajectories of the Atlantic provinces over the past decade. I will start with Newfoundland and Labrador. What you see there is a deterioration in their fiscal position, but you don't see everything. If you look at it as a percentage of GDP, this misses out the fact that Nowcor, the electric generation Crown Corporation, its liabilities went from 1 billion to more than 10 billion in the space of 10 to 15 years. Okay, so Newfoundland and Labrador is at a point now that I would say it came as close as it can come in Canada to bankruptcy right at the beginning of the pandemic when it couldn't find enough buyers for its bonds, and it's not a surprise given its trajectory. Now, Newfoundland and Labrador, essentially what happened there is that the blessing of oil turned into a fiscal curse. Royalties exploded as the price of oil ramped up and production ramped up, and they escalated their cost base. And now Newfoundland and Labrador is by far the highest cost base in all of Canada, and it can't seem to be able to, let's use an expression popular during this pandemic, to flatten while it's flattened the cost growth curve, but not the cost curve. So Newfoundland and Labrador is a very delicate position. Prince Edward Island essentially reaped the demographic dividend, and it's a province that is showing, I would say, characteristics that are similar to the rest of the country because it saw good growth. Nova Scotia, what Nova Scotia did is to a certain extent doing a bit the same thing that Quebec did. The two provinces that faced the demographic headwind best are, in terms of improving their fiscal trajectories, are Quebec and Nova Scotia. And they happen to be the provinces that were in the worst fiscal positions at the turn of the last decade when the demographic headwinds came in. So they had to respond faster. And I would suggest, not coincidentally, these are the first two provinces that raised their PST to fully scope up the fiscal room vacated by Harper when the GST was lowered from 7 to 5%. New Brunswick did the opposite of Nova Scotia. Because it was a fiscal leader, it became a fiscal laggard. Because it wasn't an enviable fiscal position, it didn't raise the HST until 2016 and moderated its spending slower than Nova Scotia. So the positions have shifted. Because they were in worse fiscal positions, Nova Scotians reacted faster than New Brunswickers. So having said that, before I looked at policy options for addressing the exacerbated horizontal fiscal imbalance, I'd like to make a few points about the fiscal sustainability and fiscal positions of the 4 Atlantic provinces. I'll start out by saying that anytime we start peering into the future, we have to remember the quote by Yogi Berra, I believe it is. It says that it's tough to make predictions, especially about the future. And this is really important because who would have thought that 15 years ago that immigration would boom in PEI, but not in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, and that therefore PEI would exhibit very different fiscal properties than Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. And who would have thought when oil was trading at 10 to 15 or $20 at the turn of the millennium, that Newfoundland and Labrador would go through an explosion in revenue royalties only to leave fiscal devastation in its wake. So we have to be modest when thinking about fiscal sustainability. And we have to make a difference between fiscal sustainability and fiscal position to a certain extent. Fiscal sustainability is simply the ability to maintain current services indefinitely without raising taxes further, without making fiscal adjustments or amending the programs the way the spending is done. According to Trevor, who spoke to us earlier this morning, Quebec is the only province with sustainable finances. But the reason for that is because it has much higher taxes than in the rest of the country. So one could argue that many provinces have more fiscal room to deal with future fiscal challenges, and that therefore their fiscal positions are better than Quebec's, although they are not deemed fiscally sustainable at this point at current levels of taxes and spending. And the same point applies to PEI within the Maritimes. PEI made in Tombe's seminal paper says that PEI has the least sustainable fiscal finance, public finances in the Maritimes, but it still has the best. It still is the best position to meet the future challenges. So we have to keep that in mind as we contemplate options for dealing with the fiscal imbalance. And this is one example of the, I would call, I use the expression, I think I say that it is the, there is a relationship between, a dynamic inverse relationship between fiscal position and fiscal sustainability. at least in the case of Quebec or even PEI, this is the curve of age, healthcare spending by age in 2018. If you looked at that curve 10 years ago, it was the same in PEI and in New Brunswick. Now New Brunswick has flattened the cost curve considerably. Why? Because it had little choice but to do so. PEI grew its spending twice as fast as New Brunswick on healthcare because it didn't have the incentives to moderate spending, or the same incentives that New Brunswick had, which was facing ballooning deficits, debt, and the prospect of raising taxes further. Now, another point before I look at policy options about the fiscal sustainability and fiscal positions is that very often we look at provinces individually, but in the future, it's going to be the healthcare spending is seen as the major reason why provinces are not fiscally sustainable. Most provinces aren't. But we have to look at the dynamics of healthcare spending in Canada. The first thing we're going to see is that spending is growing fast, but there are periods of moderation, followed by periods of exuberance, followed by periods of moderation. And that all provinces seem to track each other fairly closely, which implies that sometimes some provinces perceive that they have very little choice but to follow suit when other provinces trigger an escalation in spending. And that escalation in spending could return in the future. And I would suggest that if history is any guide, we may, in Atlantic Canada, have no choice but to follow suit if we want to maintain our healthcare services, but this will have implications for our fiscal sustainability and our fiscal positions. So in terms of policy options, and this is the last bit of my presentation, the first thing I'd like to say is before looking at ways to deal with the horizontal, about to exacerbate the horizontal imbalance that's about to grow in Canada, we have to remember that population aging has both horizontal and vertical fiscal implications, so that as we look at options for dealing with the growing horizontal fiscal imbalance resulting from the great demographic imbalance, we can't assess those options in isolations from measures that will be taken to address the vertical fiscal imbalance, real or perceived. And the reason for that, take two examples from the recent past, both in the 2000s. In the 2000s, following the major restructuring in Ottawa in the 1990s and the cuts in federal transfers, Ottawa re-engaged massively and grew in total, the CHT and the CST and its predecessor, the CHST, by more than 10% annually. And that was part of, the Fix for a Generation that Martin had announced. And what happened is that healthcare spending grew by about 7.6% annually across the board, across Canada. So a measure to address the vertical imbalance actually had major consequences on all provinces in terms of spending on healthcare because it inflated healthcare costs right in time for the greater bill coming from baby boomers entering their senior years. By contrast, when Harper lowered the GST in 2006 and 2008, the only provinces that actually fully scooped up the fiscal room vacated by Harper in those years are the provinces east of the Ottawa River, those that are most hurt by the great demographic imbalance. West of the Ottawa River, none of the provinces have yet to do so, which means essentially that the provinces west of the Ottawa River didn't have more money to compete for resources and escalate spending. So there were incentives to keep spending down. And what we saw over the last decade is a great moderation in health spending across the board in Canada. Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to just cover very briefly the three options that I discuss in the paper. The first one is needs-based equalization. And I'd say, well, maybe we should contemplate the possibility of incorporating demographic considerations into equalization. But in fact, as I argue in the paper, this could be detrimental to Atlantic Canada and Newfoundland and Labrador and the Maritimes for reasons that I explain in the paper. And beyond that, from a political science standpoint, the odds that we will agree as a country to move towards need-based equalization are low because of what Mr. Noël mentioned about the principle of autonomy, the importance of provincial autonomy, and also the fact that this equalization, the program, is so polarizing that I don't think that we will revolutionize equalization in the years ahead. What we'll do is muddle along and make just changes here and there, as we did since the program was put in place more or less 50 years ago. The second potential option would be to amend the Canada Health Transfer to take population age structures into account. Now, this has been discussed relatively extensively by Trevor Tombe in his recent paper. I don't disagree that this is a possibility. I would suggest that from a political standpoint, it is also an option that is difficult to put in place simply because over the last 2 decades, if history has shown anything, is that this country, when it comes to dispensing federal transfers, has affected what I will call the per capita revolution, is that in dispensing, whether the gas tax, anything that related to Ottawa re-engaging, the modus operandi has been to dispense transfers from the previous formula to a per capita formulation. And that reflects the growing clout of certain provinces such as Ontario, and I would say the prairies, particularly in Ontario, where the debate over the last 20 years or so has been about fair share and getting more than before from federalism. And that there is a variety of reasons for that. I discussed them briefly in the paper. But I suggest that if this approach that may be perceived by some provinces as robbing Peter to pay Paul is not workable, then perhaps a way to deal with the exacerbated horizontal imbalance is to focus on those provinces that are going to be most affected by this horizontal imbalance. And I suggest that these would be the Atlantic provinces, with perhaps the exception of PEI. And in a sense, one of the benefits of focusing on these 4 provinces is that we target those that are most affected. And frankly, it's cheap because we only weigh 6.4% of Canada's population, and that's a proportion that is set to decline in the years ahead. So if we move forward with something like that, I would say that we need to have a number of design parameters, the first of which is that it should be principles-based. So there's already an equalization program that more or less satisfactorily addresses the consequences of the great demographic imbalance on revenue generation capacity. So I would suggest that we should focus on the expenditure side of the equation, and that we should be based on principles so that it won't be that easy for a future government to dismantle the special assistance, as was done with equalization. You'll remember in 1957, there was a dimension of providing more help to Atlantic Canada, but because it wasn't anchored in principles, it was dispensed with 5 years later in the new round of fiscal accords. So another principle of a new Atlantic Accord would be to make sure that we provide the proper incentives to provinces to generate efficiencies, so that we don't use, for instance, the age structure of PEI to calculate their entitlements because they haven't yet taken the necessary steps to become more efficient. And the last element that I would say, and I will close with that, the last element that should be taken into account is the fact that in the future, healthcare spending in Atlantic Canada or elsewhere is not only going to be driven by aging, the fact that we are aging faster. It will depend on whether other provinces, the extent to which they compete for resources and the extent to which non-aging related spending either enters a new phase of exuberance as there's greater competition for resources, or whether we are still in a phase of moderation. So if we go, for instance, beyond the historical average of non-aging spending inflation, then there could be a possibility of compensating Atlantic Canada a bit more for that, because this time around, they won't be in a position to emulate other provinces if we enter a renewed escalation in healthcare spending in this country. So I'll stop there. I know I've taken probably all of my time, so I'll stop sharing my screen.
Merci beaucoup, Richard. So now we will move from 4 provinces that together make a relatively small percentage of our population to by far the largest province in terms of population, more than a third of the country, really, Ontario. And so, Tracy, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to apologize in advance if some sort of yellow box starts floating around my screen. It sometimes happens with my setup. I don't know why. So anyways, I'm going to proceed as if it's not there. I'm really excited to be part of this panel. It's an exciting and interesting and really informative discussions so far, so I've already learned a lot. My role, I guess, on the panel was to discuss, starting my timer, an Ontario perspective. So I've chosen, like most, to focus more specifically on the federal provincial transfers that are part of the larger system of fiscal federalism in Canada. I hope to do 4 things with the time that I have, or maybe I won't get to the last one if I end up overstepping my time. The first is I'd like to set the stage a little bit, and I'll be showing a chart that you've seen some bits of, but not other bits of, just to think about putting fiscal fortunes and FedProv transfers in a historical context, sort of from 1980 to current day. And then I'd like to talk very briefly about how I formulated my Ontario perspective. I'm not a practitioner and I'm not in government. I am a policy economist, so I adopted a particular approach to formulating my Ontario perspective. Third, what I'd like to spend most of my time on is thinking about what, from an Ontario perspective, what are Ontario's 4 major concerns about FedProv transfers. And I'd like to do a few things with that. 1, talk about the genesis of these concerns, how they have originated. 2, talk about what progress we've made from an Ontario perspective in addressing those concerns. And then 3, take a bit of a step back and think about those concerns from a broader federation perspective or fiscal federalism principles to see, in some extent, whether those concerns are justifiable, if I might use that word. And then 4th, if I have some time, I'd like to talk a little bit about post-COVID pressures, although Trevor has already done an excellent job of that. But I'd like to talk a little bit about it from an Ontario perspective. So I focus in the paper on the major federal transfers, the social transfers, equalization, infrastructure grants, and insurance type arrangements, although I won't say much about insurance type arrangements here. And it's probably worthwhile repeating that those transfer programs are designed by the federal government and paid for by federal government revenues. So the point that I'd like to make, and why fiscal fortunes it's made its way into the title of the paper, is that fiscal pressures at the federal government level, of course, impact federal government's decisions, including spending decisions and spending decisions on federal transfer programs, as we've seen that throughout our history of FedProv transfers. But also, just as important, is the federal fiscal pressures depend critically on the fiscal circumstances in provinces and regions, although in different ways. So in my, as Danielle said in my introduction, the Ontario's fiscal pressure comes from mainly its size, well, not exclusively. Alberta's is generated a lot having to do with its oil and gas revenues. So the pressures from the different parts of the country manifest themselves in different ways. And that, of course, creates some tension within the Federation. So I'll display this chart, which shows federal net debt as a percentage of GDP and major cash transfers to provinces, also as a percent of GDP, since 1980 until current day. And there's just a few observations I'd like to make about the chart, because it's fairly obvious what's going on. In the first couple of decades here, or say 1981 to the mid 1990s, we see increasing fiscal pressure in terms of increasing federal net debt as a ratio of GDP. And during that time, we saw restricted growth in transfers, frequent adjustments, arbitrary limits imposed on transfers, and cuts to transfers, quite dramatic in the mid 1990s. In the latter half of this time frame, we see a more stable federal fiscal position as measured by federal net debt. and a corresponding period of growth in transfers, not astronomical growth, not flat, but sustained growth nevertheless. The third observation I'd like to make about this chart is the impact of the pandemic. And of course, Trevor talked about what goes on after my chart ends. So the massive increases in federal spending to support tackling the pandemic are shown with the big spikes in the net debt. And we also see if I include the pandemic-related federal transfers to the provinces, we see this big spike in cash transfers to provinces. And from a historical perspective, if I look at those last, the last few data points in the chart and compare them to the early 1980s or even the 1990s, it's worrisome. It's worrisome from provincial and federal government's perspective, depending on what happens after this point. And so if Trevor's scenarios play out, then perhaps the concerns are less intense on the federal provincial transfer side, but I think that really remains to be seen. Okay, so my Ontario perspective. I was interested in thinking about not just how Ontario feels about fiscal federalism today, but how has that changed or evolved over time? So I decided to look at provincial government budget documents since 1980. So 4 decades of provincial budget documents. Thankfully, none of them were 700 plus pages. So that was a blessing. And the focus on the budget documents is useful in the sense that those documents are available mostly on an annual basis. They reflect the policy priorities of the governments of the day, and they also reflect the concerns of the government of the day, including those that relate to federal transfer programs and those that relate to the operation of fiscal federalism as it operates in Canada. So I went back to 1980 and I had 40 years worth of budgets to look at, but it turns out that the Ontario's key concerns about fiscal federalism really haven't changed that much over that 40-year period. The same sort of messages come out of those budgets year in, year out. So what I'm going to do is just identify what I perceive to be the 4 key concerns and then unpack each one a little bit. So first, pretty consistent message over 40 years is the level of federal transfers is inadequate. We've already heard this message in the conference yesterday and today. Second is that Ontario believes that it's treated unfairly. This is also a fairly consistent message throughout decades of budgets. Third, Ontario's net contribution to equalization. And so thanks, Ken, you did a really great job of explaining that issue. So that saves me some time, but also Ontario's net contribution to the Federation. And Ontario has increasingly argued that that needs to be addressed. And fourth is that federal support needs to be stable, long-term, and sustainable. So the level of support is inadequate. And that is generated by a variety of different motivations, the vertical fiscal imbalance, persistent budget deficits, rising healthcare costs, etc. The problem is objectively, it's difficult to determine what the actual level of support should be. There's no consensus here, with the exception of there seems to be some building momentum that it's the level of vertical support is not high enough. So I'll just cite a few examples that I have here. In Ontario's case, its research has shown that it is one of the few provinces with long-term sustainable fiscal policy pre-pandemic. Population aging is indeed driving healthcare costs, but as we've just seen, that problem is most acute in the Atlantic region and not Ontario. So, and Trevor did highlight a baseline fiscal gap problem. So if I think about Ontario's complaint or concern, I could say at least since 2000, we've seen sustained growth in federal transfers for both healthcare and infrastructure. And so I would argue that Ontario's concern has at least been partially addressed. I'm not sure the vehemence with which it makes this argument year in and year out sort of holds water, but certainly there might be some support for increase in the levels of transfer support. This takes me to Ontario's second concern. With fairly regular consistency in the Ontario budgets, Ontario argues that it has been unfairly targeted by changes in federal transfer programs. And I think that this concern merits some serious attention. If we look at the three examples that I've listed here, there was when the federal government implemented the personal income override in the early 1980s to retroactively preclude Ontario from receiving equalization. The federal government implemented a cap on Canada Assistance Plan grants to Ontario in addition to British Columbia and Alberta. And this, Ontario has argued, disproportionately affected Ontario. The burden of the lost revenues was disproportionately on Ontario. And finally, the imposition of the fixed growth rule on equalization, which was implemented in 2009 as Ontario was set to enter the equalization program. The PBO estimated that if that rule had not been in place, equalization entitlements would have been about $14.5 billion higher, of which $8 billion of that would have gone to Ontario. So Ontario's size clearly plays a role here. It impacts the federal government's revenues. 40% of revenues come from Ontario. It impacts federal government spending on transfers, legitimate affordability issues perhaps, but scholars in the literature have argued that those ad hoc arbitrary measures in the past, not exclusively in the 80s and 90s, but predominantly, did target Ontario unfairly and perhaps should be avoided. I think this is an ongoing concern from Ontario's perspective solely because any future efforts in terms of fiscal realignment or fiscal retrenchment at the federal government level, which may come, but it's not likely from the current budget, means that Ontario thinks it's likely to be specially targeted. The second component of Ontario's concern about being treated unfairly, which Richard also talked about, was that from Ontario's perspective, it has led the charge on the fact that it argues that health transfers, infrastructure transfers should be primarily allocated on an equal per capita basis, which is good for a province that's big. It has also from time to time argued that transfers should be allocated using other metrics such as need or transit ridership, for example. But I'm not going to spend much time on this concern because from Ontario's perspective, it's been largely addressed. Healthcare transfers are allocated on an equal per capita basis, at least since 2014. And infrastructure funding has also been allocated, not entirely on an equal per capita basis, but largely. The maximum allocations, allotments of cost sharing funds available to the provinces are largely equal per capita basis, at least for big components of the infrastructure programs that the federal government runs. So while Ontario, from an Ontario perspective, this concern was there, it's now been addressed. From a federation or a fiscal federalism perspective, equal per capita allocations, they need not be fair or efficient. So there's this ongoing tension between what Ontario would perceive as fair and what we would perceive as fair more generally. Third is Ontario's net contribution to equalization and to the federation concern. It has escalating its concern about this issue over the last 10 years or so. As recent work has shown, Ontario and Alberta are by far the largest net contributors to the Federation in terms of contributions to federal tax revenues versus federal spending in the region. The two biggest sources of these contributions for Ontario are the federal operation of the federal personal income tax system and equalization. And so I think this reflects some of what I believe it was Richard Bird was talking about, that sort of interpersonal redistribution and interregional redistribution problem that Ken pointed to. So Ontario's concern here has not been addressed. There's certainly not much Ontario can do about the personal income tax system, although maybe it could follow Alberta and shoot for more autonomy there, but that doesn't help with the federal personal income tax system. But there are reasonably legitimate efficiency and equity concerns in the current equalization design. There's the fixed growth rule, there's consideration of expenditure needs, and there's also the treatment of hydroelectricity resources that could be addressed. And perhaps addressing these issues will influence the size of the program, because ultimately, when Ontario is thinking about its net contribution to equalization, if it's not a recipient, it's mostly concerned about shrinking the size of this program. But I'm not sure addressing these issues will satisfy Ontario in the way it might hope for. So, but it's certainly an ongoing concern from the Ontario government's perspective. Finally, born out of the experience from the 1980s and the 1990s, where there were frequent and arbitrary and ad hoc federal adjustments to federal transfer programs as it tried to tackle its own debt and deficit problem, Ontario has long argued that federal transfers need to be stable, predictable, long-term. And I would argue that, you know, for the past 10 years or more, transfers for healthcare, transfers to infrastructure, they have not only been growing, but they've been growing at a stable rate. It might not be at the level at which the province would prefer, but it's certainly been stable, long-term federal support, enduring support, and certainly infrastructure support has grown. The province has also argued from time to time that federal support should avoid being time limited, or it should avoid federal support that declines or ends at some point in time, which is another way of saying we just want transfers to go up. This is, of course, unrealistic and impractical, I would argue. If we just take, for example, the extraordinary federal transfers to provinces to tackle COVID, that's a purposeful built ad hoc program to deal with an immediate problem and pressure, and that once that problem is resolved, those transfers should go away as well. So there is a role for time-limited funding for sure. Okay, my final slide then is just to think a little bit about Ontario's perspective and then moving forward post-COVID. So we are going to see changing fiscal fortunes at the federal and provincial government levels. And I suspect, Trevor's diagram aside, that there is going to be a fiscal reckoning at some point. And certainly during the fiscal crisis and immediately following, intergovernmental tensions will usually intensify during fiscal crises over concerns about who's going to get what. And so, as I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, this is perhaps not unlike the situation we faced in the early 1980s and in the early 1990s with the recession, where the federal government's response was to targeted spending, but also federal transfers to provinces. So what sort of lessons from Ontario's historical experience and perspective? Well, I guess I would highlight three. The process matters to provinces. Those arbitrary changes cap on cap, the personal income override, they do treat certain provinces unfairly, and we perhaps should try to avoid such arbitrary targeted changes to federal programs, should those changes be needed, should some changes be needed. Second, those ad hoc frequent restrictions added instability and uncertainty for the provinces at a time when their fiscal challenges were high. And I think we're going to see that as we emerge from the COVID crisis, that fiscal challenges at the provincial level are already high, and they're going to be higher. So targeting federal transfers in an arbitrary way is perhaps not productive in the long term. And finally, I would argue that these practical considerations in the design of transfers, they matter too. So typically we think about transfers as addressing spillovers and vertical imbalances and horizontal imbalances, but issues of stability, affordability, and accountability, these also matter as well. As we've seen, I loved your term, Richard, about the exuberant increase in healthcare spending, right? I mean, there's a certain amount of accountability that we need to keep in mind when we think about designing or redesigning federal transfer programs. I guess that's a wrap for me.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Please write your questions in the Q&A box. We already have several of them. I would like to start with my own question, moderator's privilege. It's actually something that I think there is a tension here across the presentations. I think it's fascinating. So Alain started by saying, quote, only Quebec is keen on autonomy, end of quote. Then Ken told us that Alberta, quote, flirts with autonomy, end of quote. Then Richard spoke about Atlantic provinces, didn't mention the word autonomy once. And then Tracy referred back to autonomy, but alluding to the situation in Alberta. So I want to know, starting with Alain, in the order in which you spoke, to comment on this issue of autonomy in relationship to what the other presenters said. So I would like to know what Alain thinks of what's happening in Alberta right now and what Ken said, often in reference to Quebec. And then I would like to know what Ken thinks of Alain's answer. And then Richard, it seems to me when we talk about Atlantic provinces that the focus of your presentation is really on horizontal equity, to use Alain's language, and much less on vertical equity. And I didn't hear much or nothing really about autonomy. Is it because the provinces don't really have the means to increase their autonomy or even to maintain it? Is it the reason? And finally, Tracy, is there some what's happening in Alberta right now? The fairness. There was the Fair Deal panel recently, and so forth. Is it really giving some ideas to Ontario Conservatives? We saw, I remember a few years ago, this front page of Maclean's, with the resistance, and you had Doug Ford and Jason Kenney and a few other Conservative or SAS Party premiers on the front page. Is it something that Ontario and Alberta could fight together? Because Ken in his discussion mentioned that Quebec and Alberta can fight for autonomy together. But is there a possible alliance or strengthening alliance between Ontario and Alberta in terms of the fight over fiscal federalism? So that's my question. So we start with Alain, Ken, Richard, and Tracy. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Daniel. La question de l'autonomie, the question of autonomy is inherent to a federal system. And so it's part of the three federal principles that I identified. And so necessarily all provinces flirt to some extent with autonomy, but the intensity of the flirt is not the same. And I think Alberta, historically, Alberta has had some connections with Quebec on this issue. Peter Lougheed was along those lines. And when real tests happen, however, and this is what happened with the Social Union Framework Agreement in 1999, provinces other than Quebec are quick to discard autonomy for better transfers. And I like to think that we could do better, but I'll wait for evidence of this. For now, I would think it's more like a flirt.
Ken?
I think that's a fair assessment. So I'll just say two things. Number one, the desire for autonomy is much less spread across the Alberta population than it is across the Quebec population. So I would say whether you're a federalist or a separatist in Quebec, you still want greater autonomy for Quebec. So that's common. Whereas in Alberta, the instinct for autonomy is much more concentrated in a smaller group of voters in Alberta. So that's number one. Number two, even within those voters, and this is a great frustration to me, as someone who wants more autonomy for Alberta, even amongst those people in Alberta who want more autonomy, they all too frequently look at Quebec and yell at Quebec and get angry at Quebec. Quebec's getting the most equalization. Quebec's getting these special benefits. And I think that does a great disservice to this. I don't hate pointing fingers, but Ted Morton's got thick skin. But Ted Morton is exhibit A on this, and he's constantly complaining about what Quebec gets and what Quebec doesn't get. And I can see why people in Quebec are like, well, we don't want to associate with those Alberta people. They're constantly yelling at us. So I think Alberta needs to do a much better job saying what in common they have with Quebec on this front than sometimes we have. So those are my two comments on that.
Thanks. So Ted Morton is not in the attendance, but we can send him the video. So that could be interesting.
I debated him on this topic recently on the radio, so that's why I feel comfortable saying it here.
Very good, very good. I'm sure you are. All right, Richard, c'est à toi.
Well, historically, as you know, in the Maritimes, the question has always been, can we afford autonomy? So there's always an assumption that Maritimers do not want autonomy, but they're more interested in the consequences of asserting autonomy, because if you do that, you got to remember about the way the welfare state was built was largely to conditional programs. And our obsession was always with, can we maximize the federal contribution so we can actually afford those programs? So this week, in reaction to the budget, one of the most vociferous reply by a provincial premier was from Premier Iggs of this province, saying that we can't afford in any way, shape, or form healthcare in the healthcare program in New Brunswick when the payments for healthcare. So I was talking about early learning and childcare, but when the payments for healthcare are actually not growing at all. So it's always this concern over affordability. But it shouldn't be taken as any sign that we do not want to fully occupy a jurisdictional space. This is not the message at all. It's simply that it's either the luxury of those who stand on the principle of a very distinct identity or those who have the money to afford it.
Yeah, thanks. That's why I was talking about the means of autonomy rather than the principle, abstract principle. Yes, that's great. Tracy.
Autonomy. Well, I think, to be honest, that Ontario is literally geographically in the middle, but also in the middle of this. I think from Ontario's perspective, it constantly argues in its budget documents for the greatest amount of flexibility and the greatest amount of autonomy with respect to the money that the transfers that they get from the federal government. So that's my perception of its view of autonomy. I think it's interesting to think about the safe restart agreements that were, very quickly implemented and probably due to the the pandemic circumstances, those monies did come with conditions, and and the provinces were, in some sense, their circumstances were forcing them to give up a little autonomy to take in those monies to help deal with their immediate expenditure needs, right? And I think one of the things that is of concern to me is that opens the door a little bit for more conditionality moving forward. And we're seeing that a little bit with the recent Liberal budget, right? So at the federal level. So autonomy is a concern, and I think a little bit the pandemic might cause it to be nibbled away at more than we would have thought was possible.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So can I just for a moment take my Alberta hat off and put my
Yes.
BC hat on? Because I was the chief of staff to a premier in British Columbia, and I just want to address this from a BC perspective, just briefly, which is totally different from the Alberta perspective, and I have a dual personality, I guess. But British Columbia, I always say British Columbia only cares about what's going on in the rest of the country to the extent the rest of the country cares what's going on in British Columbia. And so attitudinally, British Columbia is the most autonomous because they just want to do their own thing, and they don't tend to care as much about what's going on in the rest of the country. On the other hand, they have been at the forefront of calling for age coming into federal health transfers, because British Columbia has done the best job of the country at bending the healthcare curve, but they also have a high number of seniors there. So I think there's an opportunity for on that issue, even though Alberta wouldn't like it, for the discussion about age adjustments to the healthcare transfers. BC would be very much in favor of that.
Thank you very much, Ken. So we'll start with question about Alberta directed at you. Then there's one question directed at Tracy, and then we will, of course, people can still write questions. And then we will, by then, ask, there is one question I think can be addressed to all of you. So Ken, when we talk about the idea that there is a hostility from Canada towards Alberta, isn't this a somewhat concentrated view among a narrow demographic? Given that many Albertans today are actually migrants from outside Alberta, is that actually a widespread view? I will just mention 3 questions to you and to see if you could answer them one after the other, because they are related. Second question, which is about Alberta. What happens when Alberta becomes poor? Or if it becomes poor, perhaps. But what happens if Alberta becomes, when Alberta becomes poor? That's the way the question is framed. What is the advantage of being autonomous when it could be the case that you need help from the rest of the Federation in the future? And finally, let's start with these 2 questions, because the other one actually could be answered by you and others. So let's start with these 2.
On the hostility question, I think the biggest realization when the New Democrats formed government in 2015, and by the way, when I said Alberta's had horrible fiscal governments from 2000, the New Democrat government was, from a fiscal perspective, the least horrible of all of those governments, just so I put that on the record. But one of the things they learned very quickly is that Albertans' concerns, the concern over pipelines was such a central piece of everything that they believed, that every speech Rachel Notley gave in the province constantly talked about the need to get pipelines done. And for a New Democrat government, they spent an inordinate amount of time talking about pipelines. And in the next election that the New Democrats lost and Jason Kenney won, the number 1 or 2 issue in that election was pipelines. And so I think that the view that the rest of the country, and again, whether this is a fair or unfair view of what has happened, given that the federal government has taken over TMX, et cetera, is secondary. But the perception in Alberta across the political spectrum, I would say, is that there has been some mistreatment from the country, and in particular on the issue of pipelines. On the question of what happens when Alberta becomes poor, look, the track record of Alberta doing smart things to prepare for the future is not great, but I would say this. If we have a demographic and an economic advantage now, we should use every opportunity and every tool we have at our disposal to prepare ourselves for what might happen in the future if we become poor. And that means using the fiscal advantages we have now to build the economy of the future. Texas has done an unbelievable job of adjusting its economy from an oil-based economy to a much different kind of economy, and they are booming. And Alberta hasn't done that in the past, and we need to do that now. And if we don't do that now, we're going to be facing a future where we're poorer than we are now. I'm very optimistic about the ability of the Alberta population to find ways to keep Alberta strong and rich, but I'm also very confident that if we remain in Canada and the unfortunate thing happens that we become poor, that we can count on the rest of the country to provide us assistance should that happen. So I don't see the goal of greater autonomy in Alberta to be a detriment to help from the rest of the country. It certainly hasn't hurt Quebec, so I don't see why it would hurt us. When Quebec went through rough patches, equalization and other programs were readily available to Quebec, even though they sought much autonomy from Ottawa, and I don't see any conflict between those 2 goals or objectives or programs.
Thank you. We'll actually shift to a question there is a long question here about addressed to you, Ken, that you can read and you can maybe try to summarize it in your head and then answer it later, but I will return to you later. Just look in the Q&A section. Here a question for Professor Snoddon. So looking at the process lessons on your last slide, would the federal government not argue that the, quote, practical considerations, end of quote, do matter and are the reason for point 1 and 2, arbitrary changes and the ad hoc restrictions? That's the question.
So yes, what I'm arguing is that perhaps Ontario is not arguing for the importance of the practical considerations. Affordability and sustainability are key considerations for the federal government. The idea that some changes are necessary, they could be announced in more to give provinces more advanced warning, especially those that are going to be more hard hit. The argument for transfer, you include, I think, the elimination of the total transfer protection, which was the one unfair treatment to Ontario bullet that I left off my slides. But so certainly the impetus behind lots of those changes that targeted Ontario specifically or disproportionately were driven by fiscal circumstances at the federal government level. And I guess the idea that you need to balance sort of the immediate concerns to address fiscal deficits, so transfers don't need to go like this, they can go like this and allow more adjustment time if need be. Also, the cap on the Canada Assistance Plan was, according to Tom Kershane, specifically targeted at Ontario, and it's runaway increases in social assistance expenditures. But that is a problem of program design. It's not a problem unique to Ontario. So I would argue that the changes to that program should be principle-based and not targeted at one province that's taking advantage of it. It's a design flaw based on cost sharing. So
thank you. That's an important issue. There is a question here that is about health transfers, and both Tracy and Richard mentioned it. So I will direct the question at Richard first, and then if Tracy or someone else wants to add something to the answer, feel free to do so. We saw big increases in annual healthcare transfers in the 2000s, but disappointing results. Why? Tracy suggested political accountability might be an issue. Richard indicated the increases were inflationary, suggesting increases, if too large, might actually undermine provincial fiscal capacity. Are both observations true? And what do the answers mean for the optimal size of health transfers? So I think we'll start with Richard and then we go to Tracy again.
The short answer to that question would be, it's not about the optimal size of health transfers, it's about the rate of growth and the way that we know that they will increase over time. In the 2000s, essentially, federal transfers grew by 10% because there was major catching up going on, but it was pro-cyclical. All provinces were benefiting from the revolution in ICT. Productivity was growing across the board. Resource-based industries were doing very well. Only Ontario was not doing that great. So when you've got all of that money coming into the system, it's inflationary in the sense that governments will tend to spend whatever easy money that comes their way. And federal transfers are the easiest money you can imagine. You don't even have to go to confront your citizens to get an increase. And own source revenue growth that is economic growth induced is the same thing. So we're throwing money at the system, and always what was priority number one of Canadians at the turn of the millennium was healthcare, because we had made dramatic cuts in the 1990s. So everyone was saying healthcare is the priority. So politicians started spending more money on healthcare. And at some point, the overall escalation in compensation for doctors in the space of 8 years, I believe, was 97%. not all of that was related to greater intensity, more people, more procedures. The bulk of that was pay increases. When the ball starts, it's hard to stop it. What stopped it is the Great Recession and the readjustment, and then the demographic hit in 2010 or so. Over the last decade, it's been a period of great moderation because all provinces were in some form of trouble of one form or another, with perhaps one exception. And the federal government had learned from its policy mistake, and what Harper and even what they did is to start slowing down the pace of growth, adjusted with nominal GDP growth. And the Liberals, when they came in, didn't change that policy. And now as we move beyond this, I suspect in the years ahead, there'll be a great struggle between the forces of escalation in costs, which are driven by the first baby boomers reaching the age of 75 this year, the pandemic, which has discovered the disgraceful situation with nursing homes, and also the mere fact that we have chronic shortages across a variety of professions. That's the forces of escalation. And then there are the forces of provincial situations of fiscal unsustainability or fiscal difficulties. So the two will collide, but if Ottawa starts spending more money and escalates it dramatically, then the odds of the former camp winning are greater. So it's a matter of taking the forces into account, but looking forward, I don't see Ottawa being even remotely as inflationary as it has been in the first decade of the millennium.
Thank you. Someone else wants to add something about this? We have other questions. Ken?
I would.
And
Sorry.
then Tracy, do you want to say something too after that? Sure.
I think the solution here is as obvious as the nose on your face, but difficult politically, which is the federal government, and Stephen Harper started this, and Patrik just said what Atlantic Canada did. The federal government should get out of the GST, out of the HST, and give it to the provinces. The provinces should all rename that the health sales tax, and health sales tax should fund healthcare going forward. If you go back 20 years, I've written a paper on this. If you go back 20 years and you look at the trajectory of sales taxes in Canada, they're much more stable and track much more closely to actual health spending than any federal transfers ever could or would or should. Secondly, the differences between provinces on the HST is smaller than for any other tax base. So the associated equalization that would be required by giving the HST to the provinces is not that big. And it's certainly smaller than the gap right now that I don't know what to do with because the equalization program is all messed up. So I think what we should do in the future is very, very simple to say, very difficult to do, which is get the federal government out of the HST, give it to the provinces, call it a health sales tax, bada bing, bada boom, solve the accountability problem, solve the revenue problem, solve the trajectory problem about anxiety about federal transfers, solved a whole host of problems. Let's just do it.
Bidi bim bada boom. I think that's what you said. That's another quote. Tracy and then Alain.
Yeah, those are interesting comments, Ken, because I guess we have two ways of handling these vertical fiscal imbalances, and one is to give more federal transfers, and the other is to transfer tax room. And in theory, the transfer of tax room is sort of a permanent idea, and that will never be regained, and that the federal cash obligation goes down. But as we've seen, that's not happened. It didn't happen when we converted from cost sharing to EPF type grants. It didn't happen when we converted from Canada Assistance Plan matching grants to, so this push for more money for healthcare isn't necessarily solved by, it's not bada bing, bada boom when you transfer tax room.
Okay, bada bim, bada boom. Alain.
Just to mention, I'm sure he knows that, but Ken's suggestion is very much what the Saillant Commission report was about. And I think I'm glad to see that this idea is alive, because it's important. I want to add we were talking about autonomy, and I'll give you two examples that are not taking us back to 1964. Two examples of this century. When the Harper government reduced the sales tax, the GST, by 2 points, the Quebec government took these 2 points and increase the provincial states. Like that's autonomy. That's what you, when the shoes follow the mouth, when you do what you claim. A second example is the Quebec Parental Insurance Plan, which is again an autonomous move that's financed by a special tax on our paychecks, and creates a different insurance plan. I talked at one point when the plan was new. I was in Toronto and talking with different people who were saying, well, we should have this in Canada. It's a good plan. And I said, well, why don't you do it? It can be done, because the bilateral agreement between Quebec and Ottawa was stating clearly that if other provinces wanted to avail themselves of this possibility, they could do it. But nobody wanted to do it. They trusted the federal government to do that. So I think there are options that are not being used. One last part I want, while I have the floor, I want to come back to the pipelines issues. In Ken's presentation and in Jim Dinning's presentation yesterday, there's this idea that people don't like Alberta and prevent them from Albertans from exporting their oil and gas. And I'd say in Quebec anyway, the opposition to pipelines is not opposition to Alberta, it's opposition to oil and gas. And the idea is that if we want to save the planet, we need to leave in the ground a lot of hydrocarbon. And Quebec had a nascent shale gas industry that was killed because we didn't want it. And so Albertans have to walk away to, well, understand or come to terms with the fact that we were not going to have more pipelines, no price on carbon, and nothing done to prevent climate change. And so that's what it's about.
Yeah, merci Alain. Well, I just want to move to, there's another question here. There are two left actually. Ken, think also about the question I told you about earlier, if you can answer it, but I will go with the question here. I don't know who could answer this, but maybe one person, because we have 5 minutes left. So is there a relationship between vertical fiscal balance and autonomy? In the province's mind, does a weakened autonomy have a lower political cost than increasing taxes? When the provinces are reluctant to increase their own tax rates or introduce new taxes, they will increasingly turn to the federal government for transfers, regardless of the conditions or the violation of the division of powers. So who wants to take that one?
If maybe just for 10 seconds,
yeah.
I would say that the corollary or le visage opposé de l'autonomie, the other face of autonomy is responsibility. So when Harper lowered the HST, the PST, west of the Ottawa River, the 5 provinces there felt that in their autonomous behavior, that it wasn't wise to go back to taxpayers and ask for more money. East of the Ottawa River, they all did. And there are, as explained, I think I have explanations for that. But again, that aspect of letting provinces decide what to do is only possible if you do that either by either lowering the HST, which you should do gradually, not all of a sudden, because you'll have an escalation in health spending. And if you do just transfer unconditionally more money to all provinces, that is not letting provinces to exercise their autonomy. It's the federal government deciding on their behalf that they need more money. That's I'm being a bit facetious, but the gist of my reasoning.
Thank you. We'll move to another question now. The question, Ken, so I will try to summarize it in my own words. But it's a question about when you mentioned the bribe, that equalization in a way was a bribe for provincial autonomy. And there is this issue here that, that Alberta has not used the oil and gas revenues in an effective way. And why don't we just say, that's a quote here, why don't we just say what the reality is, instead of pretending that autonomy means much in the greater scheme of things. So an Alberta police force gets Marty and Henry little, while the debate is used to distract Albertans.
So earlier in that question, the author says the vast wealth transferred out of Alberta. And I said this in my talk, and this is so misunderstood in Alberta. It's the same thing that happened in Quebec with the fiscal imbalance. They said it was always 10 times bigger than it was. And in Alberta, we always think we transfer 10 times more to the rest of the country than we actually do, because a large proportion of the wealth that leaves Alberta to the rest of the country is because we are rich, because our income levels are higher, because personal income taxes is a progressive tax. So it's going to tax richer people in Alberta more when you have more rich people in Alberta. And if you want to get rid of that net transfer to the rest of the country, you tell me how to do that without making Alberta poorer or the rest of the country richer. That's a misdirection of the debate in Alberta. And our politicians have been for years misleading our population that that's the problem. Equalization is 10% of the net transfer to the rest of the country. 10%, $1 in 10. That's a very small bribe to let us run our own affairs. As to other transfers, Alberta Pension Plan gets rid of $2 billion right off the top. There's a few other things that we can do. Stephen Harper made transfers equal per capita, which got rid of a whole bunch of other imbalances in other transfers. And so employment insurance is the other big one that treats Alberta very differently than the rest of the country. And the politics of changing that, we have friends from Atlantic Canada here. They can tell me very clearly what the politics of changing that from Ottawa is. But the reality is very few Albertans understand that the reason we have net transfers from Alberta to the rest of the country is because we are wealthy. And until we get a greater understanding of that, this will be a very difficult debate in the province of Alberta.
Thank you very much, Ken. There is a comment by Jim Denning, but I think it's addressed to Alain. So I will give Alain 30 seconds to answer. But 450,000 new cars, trucks bought in Quebec last year, 92% oil, gasoline, fuel. Easy to stop sending that oil to help Quebecers get off oil. Just let Wisconsin continue to shut down that oil pipeline. So what's your answer to this, Alain?
I'm not sure I understand the comment, actually. It's the production, the consumption and the production of oil has to decrease. And so granted, we should move to electric cars and common transportation, public transportation, change our ways, but we also need to produce less oil and gas. And so if you find another solution for climate change, let me know.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Alain. Merci à tout le monde, à nos présentateurs. Quatre excellentes présentations. Donc, merci Alain, Ken, Richard et Tracy. Nous avons une autre session qui commence à 15h30. Dans exactement 30 minutes, on est à l'heure. Dans exactement 30 minutes, à 15h30. At 3:30, we have our next session, Panel 3, Emerging Issues and Canadian Fiscal Federalism. Problèmes émergents et fédéralisme fiscal canadien. On se voit dans exactement 30 minutes. Merci. Thank you very much. Rebonjour tout le monde. This is panel 3, Emerging Issues and Canadian Fiscal Federalism 1. So the first panel with that title, Problèmes émergents et fédéralisme fiscal canadien, numéro 1. My name is Daniel Bélan. I'm the director of the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada and James McGill Professor in the Department of Political Science at McGill University. Comme vous le savez sans doute, il s'agit d'une conférence bilingue et la traduction simultanée est disponible via Zoom au bas de votre écran. Vous n'avez qu'à appuyer sur l'icône Interprétation pour faire vos choix. Simultaneous translation is available throughout the conference via Zoom, so please do select the language of your choice at the bottom of the screen under Interpretation. Nos trois panélistes pour ce panel sont dans l'ordre de leur présentation. Éric Champagne, qui est au Centre d'études en gouvernance à l'Université d'Ottawa. On a Patrik Marié de l'Université Concordia et Jennifer Wallner, qui est de l'Université d'Ottawa. Each of the speakers, each speaker will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present their paper. The presentations will be followed by a Q&A. Attendees are invited to write down their questions in the Q&A box as the presentations unfold, and I will read these questions out loud after the presentations. N'hésitez pas à inscrire vos questions directement dans l'espace qui est encore là au bas de votre écran, questions-réponses. Vous pouvez faire ça au fur et à mesure qu'on avance, mais les questions seront posées aux présentateurs après la fin de la dernière présentation. On espère terminer plus tôt qu'à 17h30 parce qu'on a seulement 3 textes au lieu de 4. Alors, on pourrait faire ça normalement en 90 minutes, peut-être 100 minutes, 105 minutes, mais pas 120 minutes, c'est-à-dire 2 heures. Bon, c'est assez de mon côté pour le moment. Alors, on commence avec Éric Champagne. C'est à ton tour de nous parler d'infrastructure, mais aussi de nous parler du Centre d'études en gouvernance comme préface à ta présentation. C'est à toi, Éric.
Hey, merci beaucoup, Daniel. On behalf of the Center on Governance, I would like to thank all the panelists and the participants, and thanks for sticking with us this afternoon. This is great to have you still with us today. It's been a long day, so we're all glad that you're still there. I would like to thank again our partners, the University of Ottawa, Alex Trebek Forum for Dialogue, the Secrétariat du Québec aux Relations Canadiennes, and the Forum of Federation for their support. I extend my thank you to the McGill Institute for the Study of Canada, led by our chair for today, Daniel Bélan, and the School of Public Policy at the University of Calgary, represented by Trevor Tombe. I also would like to thank and give a big kudo to André Lecourt, who's the lead organizer of this event. André is also the research director of the Federalism and Multi-Level Governance Research Stream at the Center on Governance, and we have many more streams, so I invite you to look at our website. The center actually, just a little pitch on the center that includes about 550 active members, which include several professors of political science and public administration. We have research affiliates and around 30 graduate students who are contributing to our activities. And in fact, we have 9 students involved in this organization for this conference. And I would like to name them: Jackson, Reggie, Poliana, Borgella, Lydia Zhu, Eric Desrochers, Silvana Gomez, Araceli Granja, Julien Doris, Sheikh Traoré, and Maya Serafi. I want to thank our students. And I cannot forget to thank Anna Bojic, the coordinator of the Center on Governance, and of course, our secret weapon when it comes to managing the center, but also all of its activities. So I invite all the panelists and the participants to stay in touch with us after the conference, either by, you can register for our newsletter, you can find us on Twitter, or on LinkedIn that we use a lot. Now I would like to get back to my presentation. Today I'm going to present in French, but I'll be glad to take any questions in both English and French. So let me share my screen. Alors, comme vous pouvez le voir, je vais parler aujourd'hui du financement des programmes d'infrastructure du fédéral notamment et de la gouvernance multiniveau au Canada. J'ai justement plusieurs de mes assistants qui contribuent à analyser des données, à aller aussi collecter de l'information, dont Sheikh Traoré et Araceli Grande, qui sont étudiants-chercheurs au Centre d'études en gouvernance, et je les en remercie. Mes objectifs aujourd'hui, c'est d'introduire un peu la notion de gouvernance multiniveau que j'aimerais inviter dans le débat sur le fédéralisme et notamment le fédéralisme fiscal. On en a parlé un peu de villes justement, et donc c'est une manière d'introduire le rôle des villes dans la présentation. J'aimerais parler donc évidemment du financement des infrastructures publiques dans une perspective multiniveau et regarder les politiques et les instruments de financement fédéraux et comment ils affectent les comportements des autres niveaux de gouvernement, notamment les municipalités. Et je terminerai avec quelques réflexions sur le fédéralisme fiscal dans le contexte évidemment des financements sur les infrastructures. Écoutez, mon intérêt pour la gouvernance multiniveau, les programmes d'infrastructure et le rôle des villes, évidemment, moi, j'ai fait ma thèse sur les États-Unis sur la gouvernance multiniveau et les rapports entre le fédéral et les municipalités étaient très différents de ce qu'on trouve au Canada, alors que le fédéral a beaucoup plus de marge de manœuvre. Et pendant plusieurs années, on s'est aperçu, pendant les années 70 jusqu'aux années 90, que le fédéral avait beaucoup délaissé le secteur municipal, notamment au Canada. Et donc, on a retrouvé un peu de cet intérêt pour des intérêts, disons, fédéraux pour les questions municipales. Et il y a eu plusieurs publications à partir des années 2000, notamment l'ouvrage Urban Affairs Back on the Policy Agenda de Andrew Grahams et Phillips en 2002. Et ces autrices réintégraient toute la notion d'urbanisation et de questions urbaines dans les affaires fédérales. Et donc, on se souvient aussi, on était dans un contexte de fusion municipale. Les gouvernements municipaux prenaient beaucoup de plus grande place, si on veut, avaient beaucoup plus grandissaient d'une certaine manière et s'établissaient comme des joueurs importants. Et il ne faut pas oublier que les intérêts fédéraux aussi étaient associés aux questions urbaines à travers l'immigration, les affaires autochtones, dans le milieu urbain notamment, le logement social, la condition féminine, la sécurité, le déséquilibre fiscal, bien entendu, qui allait au-delà un peu des relations entre le fédéral et les provinces, et aussi d'un débat qu'on avait dans les années 2000, qu'on a un peu moins aujourd'hui, le déficit en infrastructure. Et par la suite, j'ai eu la chance de prendre part à un projet de recherche dirigé par le formidable Robert Young, qui nous a quittés il y a quelques années, mais avait à ce moment-là, sûrement que plusieurs des gens qui sont dans l'audience se souviennent de ce projet de recherche avec environ 90 chercheurs, et ça, c'est sans compter tous les assistants de recherche dont je faisais partie. Et la gouvernance multiniveau était mise à l'honneur un peu en s'inspirant du modèle européen, du concept qui venait d'Europe. On s'en inspirait pour appliquer aux politiques publiques dans les municipalités canadiennes, ce qui a donné lieu à une grande série, je dirais, de livres qui ont été écrits sur le sujet du rôle des relations entre le fédéral et les municipalités dans les politiques, on pourrait dire urbaines ou les politiques notamment municipales. Et donc, je m'en suis beaucoup inspiré. C'est à partir de là que j'ai travaillé sur cette question-là. Et donc, on a intégré en fait la notion de gouvernance multiniveau parce qu'une des raisons, c'est qu'il y a une certaine insatisfaction avec les thèses sur le fédéralisme canadien qui est très centré sur les enjeux constitutionnels et sur, comme on l'a vu d'ailleurs jusqu'à maintenant dans notre conférence, et sur les relations entre le fédéral et les provinces et les territoires. Et donc, on voulait remettre les gouvernements locaux qui sont souvent mis à l'écart dans ces débats. On voulait les remettre sur la sellette, si on veut. Et donc, le palier municipal prend donc une plus grande importance. Donc, et si on veut aussi, on peut mentionner les grandes villes qui sont souvent plus grandes que certaines provinces en termes de taille, et puis donc qui jouent un rôle de plus en plus grand. Donc, l'idée de gouvernance multiniveau, d'un point de vue théorique, c'est simplement d'étudier les arrangements entre les trois ordres de gouvernement dans l'analyse des relations intergouvernementales. Donc, un retour sur les compétences municipales et bien entendu, Enid Slack, demain matin, je vous invite à revenir pour écouter sa présentation, va apporter beaucoup d'éclaircissements sur les rapports entre les différents niveaux de gouvernement et le rôle des municipalités. Donc, pour faire une histoire courte, les municipalités sont des créatures et sous la juridiction des provinces, bien entendu, comme vous le savez sans doute. Les provinces, par contre, ont, à travers l'histoire, accordé plusieurs responsabilités liées à la fourniture de services locaux et régionaux très importants pour la population, ont établi des règles démocratiques qui leur ont donné une certaine légitimité et des compétences qu'on pourrait dire quasi exclusives qui se retrouvent dans plusieurs pays. D'ailleurs, c'est souvent ce qu'on attribue aux gouvernements locaux, les transports en commun, la voirie municipale, sécurité publique, loisirs et parcs, bibliothèques, planification, bien sûr, et un des plus importants pour les questions d'infrastructure, les services sanitaires, aqueducs, égouts, collecte des ordures. Mais en revanche, les municipalités ont un pouvoir restreint de taxation et d'emprunt par rapport au gouvernement supérieur et ces revenus propres sont surtout centrés sur les impôts fonciers et la tarification des services. Et aussi les transferts fédéraux. En fait, les municipalités comptent beaucoup sur des transferts fédéraux provinciaux, surtout, pour payer souvent les infrastructures ou les choses qui ne sont pas nécessairement dans les opérations. Hein. Ils gèrent assez bien les questions opérationnelles, là, ou, les services qu'on offre à la population, mais quand vient le temps d'investir, les investissements publics, on a souvent recours aux transferts qui sont souvent conditionnels et en lien avec des programmes spécifiques, pas toujours non plus, bon, on l'a mentionné un peu plus tôt, c'est plus stable aujourd'hui, mais ce n'était pas toujours très stable, ces financements. Alors, on dépend de ça. Maintenant, aujourd'hui, ce que je vais parler, ce n'est pas toutes les infrastructures. Hein. On va regarder ce qu'on appelle les infrastructures de base, telles que définies par Infrastructure Canada ou Statistique Canada, qui exclut en fait les infrastructures en éducation, en santé et en défense, par exemple, et aussi les entreprises publiques qu'on exclut de ceux-là. Qu'est-ce qui nous reste? Il reste les routes, les ponts, les tunnels, les installations culturelles, sportives et de loisirs, l'eau potable, les eaux pluviales, qui sont des infrastructures qui ont un coût assez élevé, les eaux usées, déchets solides, transport en commun, bien sûr, et le logement social et abordable. Et donc, ça, ce sont ce qu'on appelle les infrastructures de base. Et donc, si on regarde qu'est-ce que ça représente annuellement, des infrastructures de base, c'est joue autour de 30 milliards de dollars par année dépensés par les gouvernements, évidemment, différents niveaux de gouvernement. Donc, c'est globalement, là, on dépense environ 30 milliards de dollars sur ces infrastructures-là. Si on puis ça varie d'une année à l'autre, évidemment, vous voyez, on reviendra aussi sur des interprétations de ces chiffres en termes de situation, les crises économiques, etc. Et donc, si on regarde les investissements puis on les compare avec les autres, évidemment, j'ai retiré ici la santé, la défense, l'enseignement et les entreprises publiques, ça demeure les infrastructures les plus, disons, les niveaux de dépenses les plus élevés. Donc, les investissements publics les plus élevés sont dans ce secteur-là, des infrastructures de base, je le mentionne. Et la ligne bleue, ce sont donc la ligne orange, c'est pour moi en tout cas, j'espère que c'est la même chose pour vous, c'est les infrastructures de base. Et la ligne bleue, c'est les infrastructures privées globalement au Canada. Et vous pouvez observer quand même que les infrastructures de base sont supérieures en général aux infrastructures privées, surtout dans des situations aussi de crise économique où on va maintenir, hein, pour des raisons de relance ou de maintien de l'économie, les investissements publics. Et évidemment, il y a un impact direct sur les investissements privés. On peut le voir ici par le graphique. Maintenant, tous ces investissements-là vont ultimement arriver à une fois qu'on a payé pour les infrastructures, on va avoir des gens qui vont les posséder, c'est-à-dire des organisations qui vont les posséder. Donc, ici, on voit que 62% des stocks d'infrastructures, une fois qu'ils sont construits, sont de nature municipale. Donc, on peut voir le poids que ça peut représenter pour les municipalités. Évidemment, le chiffre qu'on voit ici, c'est le résultat de toutes les subventions, les investissements en infrastructure, mais après coup, ça demeure des propriétés des municipalités, alors que 32% de ce type d'infrastructure est aux provinces. 3%, évidemment, par la nature des infrastructures, ce sont souvent des infrastructures municipales. Mais néanmoins, ce que je veux dire ici, et puis on a 3% des infrastructures autochtones. Et donc, ce que je veux dire ici, c'est que quand même, on a une situation où les municipalités ont un poids disons, qui s'accumule à travers le temps en termes d'entretien et de maintien de ces infrastructures. Maintenant, il y a des enjeux politiques. Donc, quels sont les enjeux quand on étudie les politiques sur les infrastructures? D'abord, il y a le vieillissement des infrastructures. Comme je l'ai mentionné, ça s'accumule et donc il y a un coût de renouvellement et d'entretien. Hein. On va parler d'âge des infrastructures, de vieillissement des infrastructures. Alors aussi, on a besoin de nouveaux investissements pour répondre aux besoins, que ce soit de la croissance, du vieillissement de la population, de la mobilité, des virages verts, du changement climatique, etc. Et les infrastructures aussi sont un bien public. C'est très difficile de passer ça au privé. Il y aurait vraiment des problèmes au niveau de commercialiser les infrastructures. Donc, ça doit rester quand même un bien public. Et donc, nos questions de recherche par rapport à ça, j'ai juste mis la table. Quelles sont les politiques publiques fédérales, provinciales, municipales en matière d'investissement public dans les infrastructures? Quels sont les arrangements institutionnels, les pactes intergouvernementaux, les instruments qui sont mis en place pour permettre au gouvernement fédéral d'intervenir dans les questions municipales? Et quelle est l'influence de ces investissements-là sur la planification et la gestion des infrastructures et surtout la gestion municipale des infrastructures? Donc, évidemment, les politiques sur les infrastructures du fédéral, ces politiques fédérales qu'on a développées depuis à peu près la fin des années 90, ont été très associées avec le pouvoir de dépenser. On se souvient des surplus à une belle époque où le fédéral avait plusieurs surplus, plusieurs provinces. Donc, ces surplus-là, il fallait les dépenser. Et donc, ça disons, créait un intérêt pour le fédéral pour des politiques, disons, d'infrastructure, qui était une manière très utile pour dépenser ces argents. Et donc, chaque régime politique depuis 25 ans, que ce soit les conservateurs, ça a commencé sous les libéraux de chrétiens, on se souvient les premiers programmes d'infrastructure, et ensuite les conservateurs ont continué à investir. Ensuite, le retour de Trudeau, même c'était presque un enjeu politique lors de sa première élection. Et ils ont, au fur et à mesure, bonifié les programmes d'infrastructure plutôt que les éliminer ou les diminuer. Et donc, on peut nommer aussi la création d'Infrastructure Canada en 2002. Et tout ça, on va le voir un peu plus tard, repose sur des ententes bilatérales avec les provinces. Et aussi, il ne faut pas oublier quelques organisations non gouvernementales, le rôle de la Fédération canadienne des municipalités, à la fois comme lobby, mais aussi joue un rôle parfois comme fournisseur de services au nom du gouvernement fédéral. Quelques programmes, je vais revenir sur je pense, la deuxième génération de programmes, et ça s'appelait le nouveau Plan Chantier Canada en 2014, et c'était un investissement de 53 milliards sur 10 ans. Et on se souvient comment on a utilisé, parce qu'on avait des ententes avec les provinces, comment on a utilisé les programmes d'infrastructure pendant la crise de 2008 à 2010, la crise financière, et comment on a utilisé ces fonds-là comme étant une mesure de stimulation. Et on le voit ici sur le graphique qui est assez évident, comment ça l'a, augmenté rapidement en quelques années les dépenses en infrastructure. Bon an, mal an, on regarde à cette époque-là, c'était autour de 5 milliards de dollars qui était prévu pour les dépenses en infrastructure. Donc, on se souvient que c'est autour de 30 milliards qu'on investit dans ce type d'infrastructure. Ici, on peut voir à peu près la proportion du fédéral sur ces investissements au Canada. Ensuite, quand les libéraux sont arrivés au pouvoir en 2016, ils avaient promis de bonifier les programmes. Alors, on appelle la nouvelle génération de programmes, ça s'appelle le programme d'infrastructure Investir dans le Canada, qui promet 180 milliards sur 12 ans. Et donc, on peut voir juste ici, les axes prioritaires de ce programme-là, et alors que l'autre n'est pas encore mort. Il y a encore des dépenses qui sont faites à travers le précédent, ils se chevauchent. Alors là, on est sur une autre, peut-être quelques autres logiques qui s'ajoutent. Évidemment, beaucoup d'argent pour le transport en commun, les infrastructures vertes, les infrastructures sociales, le commerce et le transport et les collectivités rurales et nordiques. Et je voudrais juste porter votre attention sur les différences entre le budget 2016 et comment on les a bonifiés en 2017 en termes d'engagement de dépenses. Et je dirais aussi, je vais y revenir, la Banque d'infrastructure du Canada qui a pris aussi beaucoup, en tout cas, on a beaucoup d'espoir dans ces types d'investissements-là. Et ce n'est pas si évident, ce n'est pas toujours facile, comme on le dit, de dépenser et notamment de trouver les bonnes conditions pour développer des projets commercialisables avec la Banque de l'infrastructure, mais il y a des grandes ambitions au niveau de ces dépenses en infrastructure de type, on pourrait dire, commercial. Et donc, tout ça, c'est basé sur des arrangements et des négociations, et on essaie le mieux possible de respecter les champs de compétences des provinces. Alors, Infrastructure Canada conclut des ententes à long terme concernant les infrastructures avec les provinces et territoires dans un premier temps. Et donc, les municipalités, on observe qu'ils ont peu de regard dans la négociation et les provinces reçoivent et redistribuent les transferts vers leurs bénéficiaires, notamment les municipalités. Donc, on a quoi? On a les dernières ententes étaient en 2018. Il y en avait avant, évidemment, la précédente, c'était en 2008. Et donc, des ententes bilatérales en matière d'infrastructure, des ententes globales, surtout pour les programmes généraux, et des ententes bilatérales sur les fonds de la taxe de l'essence. Et il y a une exception, je ne sais pas si on veut en discuter, je n'irai pas très loin, mais il y a deux exceptions en fait, celle avec l'Ontario, qui ont laissé un petit peu plus de place à l'Association des municipalités de l'Ontario et de Toronto, et la Colombie-Britannique, qui a inclus l'Union des municipalités dans l'entente. Alors ça, c'est particulier, c'est très rare qu'on le voit ailleurs au Canada. Et donc, j'ai créé une typologie des programmes fédéraux. Alors, on a les partages fiscaux, je viens de mentionner le fonds de la taxe sur l'essence, et ça, les municipalités adorent ce genre de programme-là parce que c'est 2,2 milliards, un peu indexé au coût de la vie, distribués aux municipalités, au prorata de la population, et donc, ça devient une source permanente, prévisible de financement. Les règles sont souples. 3 600 bénéficiaires, ce qui correspond à peu près au nombre de municipalités au Canada, ils reçoivent au prorata à chaque année une partie du fonds de la taxe d'essence. Et selon les municipalités, on adore ce type de transfert. Ensuite, il y a ce qui est le plus gros de la masse, 51 milliards sur 12 ans, dont j'ai parlé, le nouveau Fonds Chantier Canada et le programme d'infrastructure des libéraux. C'est un financement partagé tripartite. Et dès le départ, on avait dans les premières versions de programmes fédéraux sur les infrastructures, c'était toujours l'idée qu'on aurait un paiement un tiers, un tiers, un tiers, les municipalités paieraient leur part, les provinces et le fédéral compléterait. Et donc, à travers le temps, bon, il y a des programmes qui sont plus le fédéral peut aller jusqu'à 50 %, mais il ne dépasse jamais 50 % en fait. Et donc, on est dans une situation ici où il y a un incitatif. On crée quand même une situation d'incitatif pour augmenter les dépenses des autres niveaux de gouvernement parce qu'on doit avoir un partage du financement. Ensuite, on a les partenariats publics-privés. On se souvient pour certains qui avaient déjà créé PPP Canada Inc. De 2009 à 2018, qui n'a jamais vraiment pris son envol, pas autant de projets qui étaient prévus. Les conservateurs avaient beaucoup d'espoir, mais ça n'a jamais vraiment abouti. Il y a eu des projets, mais pas autant qu'on l'aurait pensé. Et maintenant, on a la Banque d'infrastructure du Canada, qui est littéralement une expérience. Et on espère investir 10 milliards sur 3 ans. Et on a aussi des interventions ponctuelles, que ce soit dans la situation de crise, le Fonds de stimulation de l'infrastructure ou le volet temporaire même de résilience à la COVID-19 qui a utilisé certaines des ententes pour amener l'argent vers les municipalités et aussi parfois des ponts de grande envergure qui sont des investissements ponctuels. Comme je remets ici le tableau ou le graphique sur les investissements, on peut voir aussi l'influence de ce programme-là quand même. Quand on a vu le fonds de simulation, on voit les tendances à la hausse dans les investissements. Évidemment, comme c'est partagé, donc ça force les autres niveaux de gouvernement à investir. Et on voit le cycle libéral qui reprend un petit peu plus la courbe ascendante vers les dépenses. Et évidemment, parfois, il y a des délais, parce que parfois, ce n'est pas toujours facile d'établir de monter ces projets-là. Ensuite, donc on l'observe, la première observation de type fédéraliste fiscal, c'est qu'il y a un effet multiplicateur de ces investissements publics par la nature même de ces investissements-là. Certains de nos anciens travaux ont démontré des effets d'entraînement, évidemment, les formules de financement partagé expliquent cela. aussi, donc, il y a d'autres effets aussi. On a pu quand même observer qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'investissements dans les infrastructures depuis une vingtaine d'années, dont les 10 dernières années. On peut voir quand même un impact sur l'âge moyen des infrastructures qui va dans le bon sens, on pourrait dire, tranquillement, graduellement, mais l'âge moyen des infrastructures diminue graduellement et la durée de vie restante augmente. Donc, ça nous met dans une meilleure situation, disons, que par rapport à il y a 20 ans où on était vraiment, disons, dans une préoccupation de déficit d'infrastructure. On en parle moins, mais il reste quand même beaucoup d'investissements à faire dans ce domaine-là pour maintenir la qualité de nos infrastructures. On a fait des recherches aussi dont j'aimerais vous parler, des enjeux, disons, pour les municipalités, évidemment. Nous, comme on a étudié avec mon étudiant Jean-Charles Baudry, nous avons étudié les petites municipalités, des interviews avec des élus et des gestionnaires municipaux, et on s'est aperçu que c'est quand même, les coûts de transaction sont assez élevés. Il faut préparer des dossiers, il faut les faire accepter. La reddition de comptes est lourde et complexe aussi. Il y a souvent des délais, des retards, et on l'observe aussi dans les décaissements du gouvernement fédéral. Il y a des problèmes de clarté. Qui décide? Qui est imputable? Évidemment, dans une situation pareille, et surtout du point de vue municipal, c'est très difficile à accéder aux fonctionnaires fédéraux parce qu'il faut qu'ils passent par les provinces. Il y a une grande préférence, évidemment, pour le fonds de la taxe sur l'essence, qui est plus flexible, plus simple à gérer. Il y a beaucoup moins de conditionnalité. Il y en a, mais beaucoup moins. Et évidemment, pour les opportunités au fonds PPP ou à la Banque d'infrastructure, les petites municipalités sont presque exclues. Ensuite, il y a des difficultés aussi du point de vue du gouvernement fédéral. Le dernier rapport du vérificateur du Canada rapporte des difficultés au niveau de l'évaluation de la mesure du rendement. Le ministère qui ne fait pas rapport sur les anciens programmes en fonction des résultats entendus, en fait, ils ont beaucoup de difficultés à obtenir des données sur les projets, en fait, parce que ça passe aussi par les provinces. Et surtout, le gros problème, c'est le problème de décaissement, disons, et des processus d'approbation qui sont quand même assez lourds. Alors, j'aimerais vous laisser avec une petite réflexion et peut-être pour la discussion un peu plus tard. Évidemment, même si ce sont des créatures des provinces, les municipalités ont acquis quand même à travers le temps une certaine reconnaissance comme ordre de gouvernement, de manière générale, surtout avec les fusions municipales, les plus grandes municipalités. Évidemment, il y a des grands écarts entre les grandes et les plus petites municipalités, mais quand même, elles ont acquis, elles font de la planification, elles apprennent à obtenir le maximum qu'elles peuvent obtenir pour les investissements. Ça nous permet, ce sujet nous permet quand même d'intégrer la question des villes dans les enjeux de fédéralisme fiscal. Les ententes bilatérales sont utiles pour réagir aux situations de crise. On l'a vu aussi, on a juste à modifier, amender un peu ces ententes-là pour pouvoir, disons, transférer plus de fonds. Mais toutefois, ces ententes sont complexes à gérer du point de vue des municipalités. Et dernier point, du point de vue structurel, donc les municipalités sont encore prisonnières d'anciens modèles de financement qui sont dépendantes des transferts conditionnels et ont un rôle limité dans ces discussions sur l'élaboration des politiques. Les relations municipales fédérales sont toujours arbitrées et contrôlées par les gouvernements provinciaux, bien entendu, compte tenu de notre Constitution, et les coûts de transaction sont élevés pour les municipalités, avec un problème d'imputabilité. Je vous laisse là-dessus pour peut-être la discussion. Je pense qu'on a besoin de réfléchir à quel instrument on peut privilégier pour faire, disons, en sorte que les municipalités aient plus de subsidiarité, qu'elles aient plus un peu d'autonomie dans leurs dépenses. Et donc, le partage de la taxe fiscale peut être peut-être un outil qui pourrait être envisagé à utiliser davantage dans l'avenir. Alors, je m'arrête là-dessus. J'espère que je n'ai pas trop dépassé mon temps. La parole est à toi, Daniel.
Merci. J'ai passé le temps un petit peu, mais le français et l'anglais, vous savez, le budget fédéral a 740 pages en anglais et 840 pages en français. Donc, on prend un petit peu plus de temps pour dire les choses, mais c'est très bien. Merci beaucoup. Et on passe maintenant à Patrik Marié. I want to tell people that the attendees that they can ask questions in the Q&A box as as the presenters speak, so that we have a bank of questions I can ask right after the last presentation of this session. So please don't be shy. Vous pouvez écrire vos questions à l'avance au fur et à mesure. Au bas de votre écran, vous avez qu'à appuyer sur l'icône pour les questions-réponses et vous pouvez écrire quand vous voulez. Alors, Patrik Marié, c'est à toi.
Oui, merci Daniel. J'aimerais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs du colloque. Donc, c'est une invitation très appréciée, mais aussi un sujet très intéressant, pertinent. Avant de débuter ma présentation, je voulais tout simplement souligner mon appartenance à deux groupes de recherche. En premier lieu, le Centre de recherche et d'expertise en gérontologie sociale, dont je suis le directeur scientifique, qui fait partie du Centre intégré de santé et services sociaux du centre-ouest de l'île de Montréal, et aussi l'équipe Vie, qui est une équipe de recherche aussi multidisciplinaire, multi-universitaire sur le vieillissement, les exclusions sociales et les solidarités. So today I'll be doing my presentation in English since it's relying mostly on material that I have in a forthcoming book on the 4 lenses of population aging, which is forthcoming any day now with the University of Toronto Press. And it's the primary material is 125 interviews with senior civil servants in all 10 Canadian provinces. So a lot of the elements that have been discussed over the past few days actually resonate very strongly with what has actually been gathered in these interviews. And one of the key elements, and we have not talked a lot about this in this conference, which has to do mostly with the theme, is that there are very diverse realities across provinces, of course, but also within each of these provinces. And to ensure that I do not repeat any of the elements stated. So originally I was discussing a lot about horizontal equity, vertical equity, autonomy, and that was done extremely well in the previous session. So I'm just going to dig in straight into these 4 lenses that are part of the analysis. And then in this presentation, we focus on 3 of these lenses and discuss how this interact with fiscal federalism and what are the impact of these lenses with the current federal arrangement. So a lens in the book is a competing problem definition related to population aging. It's akin to research programs with underlying core assumption that really disappear. So if you've done your international relations and you remember we're talking about the neoliberalists, those the neoliberalists, the neorealists, and so on, it's a bit the same kind of way that I operationalize these lenses. So the first lens is the intergenerational lens, which is a new societal cleavage really between the youth and the old, and that has important economic, social, political consequences. So embedded in this lens, there are very different kind of approaches. One of them is the generational accounting approach, which has been spearheaded by Lawrence Kotlikoff, which is not applied in any Ministry of Finances. But that being said, it has had a lot of impact and influence into how we approach these issues of population aging. Also issues on regards to approach on the dependency old ratio, which is used frequently. And I describe this more in depth in the book, and also Musgrave rule and generational politics. But in a nutshell, pretty much when we talk about equity here, we're really trying to discuss really elements related to having similar benefits across cohorts. So there's a lot of discussion, for instance, in BC, when we talk about the fact that now it's very difficult for the youth to access the housing market, and yet they feel that they don't get enough supports and benefits vis-a-vis the older peers. That's kind of the dilemmas that really surround this problem definition. So as a result of this, there's a strong emphasis to reduce long-term financial commitment. In fact, in the US, this kind of approach is strongly linked to right-wing conservative, or tends to be very fiscal conservative. So there's a strong prominence on generational accounting, old age dependency ratios, and policy documents and policy proposal. And it also tends to really accentuate the social policy role of finance ministry. So we want to give a lot of power, when you embrace this lens, to finance ministry to really control the spending ministries and to ensure that the long-term financial commitments do not make it more difficult in the long run to actually sustain the policy arrangements that we currently have. What's also interesting that usually leads to a push to consider more long-term perspectives in policy choices. And actually, we see this quite rarely in Canada. So one key exception would be in Ontario, which has institutionalized a long-term report on the economy. And then if you look at a lot of the governmental reports, it really highlights that there's a very weak infrastructure to consider these long-term elements in the policy choices, most notably from the Auditor Generals in both Quebec and Alberta. Another way to think of problem definitions with population aging is the medical lens, which is defined as an understanding and analysis of human conditions as medical problems which can potentially be treated. So here, this is really more of a micro approach, right? Based on individuals, but for them, the medical lens, population aging, is really associated with a rising number of older adults with medical needs. And this goes on the back of a very strong medicalization of aging that is already present in our policy, in our programs. For instance, in Canada, the Institute of Aging is firmly rooted in the Canadian Institute of Health Research. And there's tons of examples like this. For example, we tend to privilege curative interventions in home care as opposed to long-term care. So in that sense, with the medical lens, when we ask what are the consequences of population aging, it is mostly a need for better resource planning, for more human resources services, but also better understanding, better research, better treatment of diseases and conditions associated with aging. So for instance, dementia care. There's also a strong policy formulation that is related to the alternate level of care. So for instance, when we regroup, had this creation of these regional health authorities in Quebec, the first interactions I had with medical professionals and colleagues in health research infrastructure was, well, how are you going to help us to make sure that older adults don't occupy too many beds in hospitals? So it's really the kind of way you think about the problems linked to population aging. And it's also important to emphasize that there's a marginal place, right, of geriatric within the medical profession, which are the ones who usually will take the lead and advocate for better treatment for older adults. And there's also a very clear hierarchy of priorities with hospitals at the center. The other key lens for this presentation is the social gerontological lens, which stand in contrast to the medical lens with a focus on the social aspects of aging. So there are key core approaches. One has to do with the new positive gerontology, which breaks away from the early studies in social gerontologies. We tended to be very negative about agings, with emphasize a withdrawal of society as people age. People were described as being very passive. That has been changed radically with a lot more studies that tends to indicates that older adults are far more active, involved in the labor market and charity organization and so on. So it has really shifted in terms of the narrative. Also a critical gerontology, which pretty much emphasize the diverse life paths of aging adults and the specific individual needs, right, individual experiences of aging, and also a more traditional political economy approach. So in terms of problem formulation with that lens, probably the biggest element that is brought forth is ageism, which is actually our presenter of yesterday, the one who introduced the conference from the University of Ottawa, Martine Lagacé, has actually written quite a lot about this. A lot of focus on the diversity in aging, and also much more attention paid to inequality within older adults. So we tend to, there's a lot of focus, or when we treat older adults as some sort of homogeneous group, but in fact, if we study more closely, there's a lot of inequalities within, and it's actually the cohort that has the most diversity in terms of health and socioeconomic outcomes. right, of all the age groups. And we also discuss a lot, pay attention to a lot of policy fractures associated with clinical age. We see that frequently. For instance, if you are receiving a lot of mental health supports, you hit 65, you end up in the aging programs. So there's a lot of this type of disruptions, even beyond the traditional policies that we know quite well, like the old age security or guaranteed income supplement, where there's a specific age associated with the accessibility of benefits. So there's also, with that lens, a strong push to emphasize that population aging does not equate autonomy. And then what's also very important is that these actors and people who actually operate within the social gerontology lens tends to emphasize that there's weak governmental support for social program beyond medical care and pension. And that was noticed. Most notably, this is particularly the case in long-term cares, as we've seen strikingly as a result of COVID. It has been front page news now for over a year, with actually many of the individuals who passed away in long-term care facilities, not solely as a result of COVID, but also of literally dehydration. So these kind of elements have been emphasized for years by many people who tend to operate and study and research this within this lens. So, there you go. Sorry, I couldn't change the slide. So what does how these lenses have to do with fiscal federalism? Well, what's really important to understand is that there is a complementarity of lens between the generational and the medical lens. So if I picked one of my first good interviews with a clerk of a private council in an Atlantic province, he pretty much stated that everything begins and ends with healthcare. So as we've seen throughout this conference, right, there's a preeminent role for the Canadian health transfer. So in many ways, the mobilization of restoring the federal share to 35% within the Council of Federation was an easy consensus to achieve, because I can guarantee you that every single senior civil servant I talked to that was involved, either from finance ministry, health ministries, seniors, secretariats, emphasized this right off the bat. What's also important to understand is that there's this crowding out effect in healthcare that when you discuss with a senior civil servant is very real in their mind. Now, what's also interesting with regards to that is that west of Quebec displays a much more mitigated effect. So in many ways, we treat population aging as a healthcare problem, and we tend to pass up the baton to another department. However, this is clearly not the case in the Maritimes and in Quebec. What's really interesting in the Maritimes is there's a very deep understanding of the multiple facets surrounding aging and how it relates also to healthcare. And it also accentuates this crowding effect, the medicalization aging, and the primary discourse of population aging as the key driver of future health costs. And I think it's important at this point. A lot of people have talked about all demographic costs, and pretty much the subtext is that population aging will accentuate tremendously the pressure on healthcare, but we tend to forget about the other elements, other cost drivers in healthcare, which involve technology, the drug cost, and also the fact that there are more and more procedures, more and more treatments that are being offered. So for instance, if you think about how we tackle and prioritize mental health now, it's much more expensive, tackled with much more depth than it was 20 years ago. So all of these elements are as important as driver as population aging itself. And in the book, I go into much deeper analysis with regards to this. So in many ways, as was discussed in the presentation by Richard Saillant, there's a strong provincial push for population aging adjustment and transfer formula. But within the provinces, and also in collaboration with the other federal authorities, very strong emphasis on healthy aging initiatives, which makes sense for the perspective of the provinces. It does not cost a lot of money to encourage people to maintain healthy habits. But yet we don't know much about to what extent it actually does influence your healthcare costs in the future. However, this crowding out effect has a major impact when it comes to long-term care. as a result of the crowding out in health effect. So there's little appetite to actually integrate more long-term care, which is considered an extended service in the Canada Health Act, within the parameters of public healthcare in general. So as a result, we've seen a strong growth in terms of the private sector and the third sector for both ideological, as for instance, how Mike Harris deployed privatization in Ontario, but also we're seeing it a lot for pragmatic factors. So senior civil servants are told, well, I need to increase my capacity, but I cannot really spend money. So pretty much the only really alternative that is put in front of them is to actually rely more frequently on private sector actors. Other ways within which the fiscal federal arrangements matters greatly has to do with FPT meetings, which were discussed, very interesting meeting, especially for those who worked on both FPT seniors and FPT health. So in many ways, FPT health meetings are constantly referred to as being unconstructive. We just pretty much quibbles with regards to how much money we should be receiving. And this is a stark contrast with the FPT meeting, which are usually held composed of seniors, ministers, but also of senior civil servants who work in what I call offices for seniors. So that include Ministry of Seniors, senior secretariats, and so on. And part of the reason that this occurs is that these tends to be offices that have very limited financial resources. In many ways, most of them do not even have programmatic responsibility. So in order to launch an initiative, you need to build partnerships with third-party groups. So as I discussed a bit earlier, what's really interesting and expected, of course, was that in Atlantic Canada, there's going to be a more in-depth understanding of population aging issues. But what was really interesting was how in Alberta, this was actually mentioned on multiple occasions. And that has to do with a lot of initiatives surrounding the aging population policy framework. And if you look in terms of document in the past 20 years, there's really an Alberta exceptionalism, which many individuals attribute to Ed Stelmach when he was a premier, and he came from a small rural town in Alberta and understood that population aging had multiple consequences on the daily life of his region, and hence he actually pushed for a more forceful planning with regards to population aging. And there's also another element is that also social programs to support aging society operates often at the margins with non-recurrent budgets. So in many ways, we tend to emphasize the New Horizon programs, Provincial Action Plan, which in many ways are platforms for elections. And also social care, as is usually defined in the UK here, operates almost entirely in the private sector. By private sector, I mean also a lot in the informal sector. So quickly, as I wrap up, and maybe give you a little illustration of an unintended consequences, and that has some ramification with regards to how we think about horizontal equity. So if you think one of the popular ideas that have occurred in the past frequently comes back is that you have politicians who would say, well, we should attract more retirees. So we should develop retirement communities. In many ways, if I want to caricature, we want to get people from Nova Scotia back from Fort McMurray, come and retire here. And then there was a lot of studies that have been done in the ministries of finance. And then it reveals that essentially that a retiree with a yearly income of $30,000 that decides to move back into the maritime would actually cost up to $100,000 a year for the province. So they've strongly encouraged politicians to stop encouraging to do this. In conclusion, there's one other thing to emphasize is that many provinces have actually enacted aging provincial plans. And then there's a very rare coordination that actually occur with the federal government, and they rarely align with the federal priorities in many ways. And in the book, I go deeper into this. A lot of these action plans tend to be released 6 months to a year prior to the election, which actually makes you wonder to what extent is it an action plan or more an electoral platform. And what's also interesting is that, as in occur in Canada, it's occurring in the provinces. there's an increasing politicization of the civil service and an increasing focus on short-term political gain. So you want to make decisions that has immediate impact. So the long-term gets lost even further as there's more of a need to do this. And also cooperation is strongest, in fact, on related to population aging issues, when fiscal federalism matters the less. And also when I wanted to use also this forum to emphasize that even though there's a lot of studies that shows that you have a better return on public investment with social spending than health spending, it's really the opposite that is ongoing. So if you look even on home care, provincial priorities, more and more we tend to emphasize like voluntary groups that will help you to deal with home care. And this is quite troubling because every single province, when you talk to them, what's the main priority to deal with an aging population is to develop more home care. But in fact, if you look at the budget, the proportions of funding to home care within long-term care has not budged since the mid-1970s, and it remains at about 18%, while we still are heavily invested in institutional structure, long-term care facilities, which is also quite disheartening considering how the COVID-19 crisis have shown that the level, the depth of deficiencies with these infrastructure. And there's also another element important to mention, and it's the same kind of dynamic with the social determinants of health. So we're talking a lot about these social elements, but when it comes down to it, these are never fully integrated or prioritized within these health structures. So for instance, if you look at the panorama on health OECD, long-term care is always the last 4 or 5 pages. So it's kind of the same dynamic within each of the departments. And finally,
could you please wrap up, Patrik?
Yes, sorry, because I thought, all right, maybe I will make one point with regards to the push-pull between Ottawa and the provinces. So on one hand, prior to COVID, there was no real appetite to deviate significantly from the Harper years with regards to healthcare transfer. There's very weak political support at the provincial level for long-term care national standards, despite very powerful momentum to do so, especially in Ontario. So the key is that there's a lot of that dynamic that, well, you're going to turn the conservative government and by actually having the federal take it over, a bit like you had in the 1960s, but we're talking about very different type of conservative government and also very different realities. And it's also very important to realize that there are wide disparities in LTC arrangements across all these provinces because you've had literally 40 years of each provinces doing their own thing without any federal standards. I will actually leave it like this. Maybe a last point to add is that what's also interesting, and when we think about population aging, so for provinces, I think that was the first presentation yesterday with Mr. Lévesque, who says, well, in many ways, provinces are like a political actors. So there's a lot of push from provinces constantly to sustain OAS or bonify OAS, the same thing with the GIS. And then I will leave it as that. Thank you, Daniel.
Merci, Patrik. Jen, it's all yours.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, weird. All right, so thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this conference and for staying on so long that at the very last presentation of the day after a very long day. So I will endeavor to keep my remarks brief. And inspired by Ken Boessenkool earlier today, who ceded time, I will more than likely do the same thing so that we can have expedite questions and comments. So my task was to take a look and examine elementary and secondary education in Canada, which is a policy sector that is obviously very near and dear to my heart, having studied it for quite some time now. The first thing to observe in this sector is that it is, arguably speaking, the most emblematic of a universal social program in the Canadian Federation. that is also sandwiched between two other areas of education that are far from universal, specifically early childhood education, which is very much in the news right now as the federal government is once again endeavoring to expand affordable childcare throughout the country, and also post-secondary education, which is also obviously in the news all the time and of significant interest to all of us in the university sectors. Both of those other two areas of education are much more marketized, much more expensive, with much greater involvement of individuals offsetting the costs as opposed to governments. However, in elementary and secondary education, it is absolutely a universal program. The overwhelming preponderance of Canadians from coast to coast attend public institutions. Those that attend private institutions where the sector is a little bit larger, specifically BC, Alberta, Quebec, all have extensive subsidies that are offered to offset the cost of private schooling. And those private schools are in fact heavily regulated by their respective provincial ministries of education. That's a bit of a note that I'm going to get into in a few minutes. Elementary and secondary education is also obviously a cornerstone of social protection and social citizenship for all in Canada, meaning that if you attend a school in Victoria or you attend a school in St. John's, Newfoundland, for the most part, you are going to be receiving quite comparable programming and supports from very professional teachers and working within quite a robust system. This is significantly different than other sectors in Canada, where the access to benefits is often conditional upon employment or is means tested. So for instance, those of us in publicly supported institutions have robust systems of pension that are readily available to us, whereas people in the private sector working either as small business entrepreneurs or in other areas may not have access, or it's very unlikely that they have access to such robust pension plans, which actually contributes to the inequality that Patrik is pointing out in terms of aging, right? And this massive disparity among the elderly population in Canada in terms of even just class, right? So the other thing actually, and this pulled out from listening to both Eric and Patrik's excellent presentations just now, is education is also a bit different because it doesn't face the same, I mean, obviously costs increase in education, but it doesn't have the same like technological drivers of cost increase and exponential cost increases as we see in other areas, right? So it's not as if there's, you know, a whole host of new diagnostic tests and drugs and all the rest. I mean, that exists obviously, but not in the same way in education. So in this way, education as a policy sector is a bit more stable and predictable in terms of the annual costs that can be tracked on a regular basis. So while virtually all countries similarly afford universal education, Canada is noted for securing remarkably high results and remarkably equitable results across the provinces. And it also stands apart from basically all other policy sectors in Canada because schooling is the exclusive jurisdiction of the provinces and territories. There's no federal Department of Education, there's limited direct funding for education, no formal pan-Canadian standards in education, and limited programs or policies that are vertically or horizontally mandated. So then this might beg the question, why are we talking about education in a conference on fiscal federalism? Well, part of it is because without the fiscal architecture that is at work in Canada, it is highly unlikely that many of the benefits that we see being derived from our elementary and secondary education system would not be secured. So just to kind of, you know, reinforce this message that we actually are succeeding in education, these are the PISA, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the PISA scores, that's the Program for International Student Assessment. In 2018 worldwide rankings, Canada performs exceptionally well. And when we break that down throughout the provinces, Canada performs exceptionally well. I'm more than happy to talk much more at length about performance standards and measures and metrics, but this is just to, you know, trust me on this one. In broad brush general strokes, Canada performs exceptionally well. So what exactly is the federal role in education then? And the federal government is in fact directly implicated in two specific areas. One of which it has abjectly failed in and is trying to improve, and the other, it's a bit of a mixed bag. So in terms of the abject failures, the federal government is of course responsible for the schooling of First Nations children on reserves. This has been an abysmal record. That's the only word that you can use for it. A legacy of chronic underfunding. All the proposals, all the programs are mostly proposal based and on an annual basis. So to echo kind of Patrick's point in terms of the short-term time horizons that we really see in the political sphere, this is the way that Indigenous people have been treated for 100 years. Is this very short-term, very limited sort of understanding of long-term funding and long-term predictable, stable funding for education, which is a stark contrast to basically everybody else in Canada. And these funding is also disconnected from provincial arrangements. However, in 2016, the federal government did introduce a new funding model that is shifting to a formula-based approach on a multi-year basis that is also informed by provincially comparable benchmarks. So hopefully within not too long of a time, we will see really concrete, tangible, marked improvements in the quality of education that is provided to First Nations children living on reserves. The other area where the federal government is directly implicated is in minority language communities. And these are executed through the Canada, sorry, I just have to move my windows here. This is executed through Canadian Heritage, bilaterally negotiated with each province or provincial or territorial government. Until 2019, the funding for these programs had been frozen at the same level for more than 10 years. And I should explain, and that's why I have this in blue. So the funding for minority language education communities is to assure that Francophones in Saskatchewan, for instance, can have direct control and autonomy over their school boards and educate their children in French in a way that is not like having a bunch of Anglophones hanging out in a immersion school. Right, this is constitutionally guaranteed, constitutionally protected, and hence why the federal government is directly implicated in providing additional funding to support students that attend these schools. However, it had been frozen at the same level for more than 10 years. And so now the new increases that have come in with the Liberal government have also been connected to increased associated conditionality in terms of accessing and reporting back to the federal government. And also the federal government has recently announced that they are going to be expanding funding for immersion programs, but it will be interesting, and this is something that those working within minority language education communities will need to be very attentive to, that it doesn't end up degrading or eroding the funding that they receive for minority language education. So having seen the federal role, which is extremely limited, we can move on to the provincial and territorial role, which is in fact significant and extensive. All provinces and territories have very powerful ministries of education that oversee and coordinate programs and policies within each province and territory. Elementary and secondary education is in fact best described as deconcentrated as opposed to decentralized. Decentralized kind of connotes this idea that there's multiple nodes of authority dispersed throughout a particular territory. In fact, in Canada, we have 13 authorities of education. They're very powerful, they are very influential, and they exert significant control over the day-to-day activity in individual schools in each of the provinces and territories. This can be seen in administration, funding, curriculum, assessments, the teaching profession, everything from making sure that all teachers are certified, that all teachers have bachelor's degrees of education. All of these things are assured by the ministries of education. So the two key principles that we see at work here are first, centralization of executive control. In every provincial government, there is a minister of education that is responsible, clearly responsible, that is connected within cabinet, that oversees a very powerful bureaucracy of professional public servants that are capable of overseeing education. So this is part of the reason why there's a fairly high degree of comparability across the country in each of the systems because of this centralization of control within each provincial and territorial government. And so that you see is your basic management control, which also though means that the Minister of Education is capable of speaking directly with the Minister of Finance to ensure that the education line items in the provincial and territorial budgets are adequately met and so that the provinces are capable of discharging their responsibilities in the area. The second key feature here that I wish to underscore is that for the most part, and there's a little asterisk there sort of for Saskatchewan and Manitoba, but nevertheless, across the country, every province and territory has adopted an approach to the funding of education that is based on the principle of full provincial funding. In other words, they make sure that the provinces and territories effectively support, financially support the education of all students within each provincial and territorial system. It is no longer the case, because it used to be the case, that school boards were responsible for raising property taxes to offset the costs and support the costs, right? So that was a shared cost model that used to be at work, which meant that there were significant internal disparities between school boards, say, you know, the Ottawa Public School Board in comparison to a school board in Kingston, in comparison to a school board in Toronto. There used to be significant variations. Instead now, there's a full funding approach where it is a funding formula to ensure that all students receive the same baseline of funding, regardless of where they live within their respective province and territory. So what does this mean then comparatively? So we know now that there's executive control. We know that there is full provincial funding. The next key question to understand how well this is all working is there massive disparity between the relative spending between provinces, or among provinces, I should say? Is there massive disparity, as in, you know, in some places are students, you know, benefiting from $30,000 a year of funding as opposed to other areas? And when we break it down and we see it, in fact, actually it is that case up in the territories, but among the southern provinces, which have similar costs, we see the investments in education are relatively speaking comparable. There's, you know, some outliers, or there's some distance between them, but relatively speaking, the gap between the highest spending province and the lowest spending province is fairly restrained. Saskatchewan does certainly stand out, in part that's because they have one of the highest teacher salaries, and there's some other kind of weird things in terms of the reporting. But so first message, fairly equal in terms of education spending per pupil. Then the next question is what's the relative effort that each province needs to exert in order to fund education? And here again, we see actually, and this is hard to disentangle the numbers clearly, because each province has different reporting mechanisms, or reporting standards, I should say. But what we see is, for the most part, they range around 12% of the overall provincial and territorial budgets are allocated to education, anywhere from 12 up to 25, although in those figures with Saskatchewan and Manitoba, that's because they blend post-secondary education with elementary and secondary education in what they're reporting in their budget. So that's why that one's so elevated and large. So just to, I have to give a shout out to my research assistant, Christina Charles, because she prepared these graphs for me. So I just want to show you what we were trying to do here, which is expose what is the relative percentage of spending on education in each of the provinces and territories. And so, you know, you start to see certain patterns emerging. And the reason why I wanted to see this is I want to know, is it the case that some provinces and territories need to overspend in education that might undermine their capacity to spend in other areas of provincial responsibility? And the answer to that question, relatively speaking, is no. They all managed to kind of do this. And I would argue the reason why, and this is where I would love to keep working with Trevor and others who are working on equalization and other, the Canada Health Transfer and the Canada Social Transfer. If we didn't have those pieces of our fiscal architecture at work in Canada, it is very unlikely that provinces and territories would be able to discharge their responsibility in education in the way that they've managed to. So I'm going to skip through these other things. So the main findings are that, first and foremost, this is an area where we see very minimal intergovernmental conflict, bickering, or even engagement. And this is because provinces spend in education that from their own revenues. There's no intergovernmental agreements on these things. Where you do see the bickering is in minority language education funding, which is where there's an intergovernmental agreement. The arrangements that finance schools demonstrate marked robustness and comparability across the provinces. Funding approaches that work within the provinces contribute to strong results achieved in elementary and secondary education. And as I've been saying, it would be very unlikely or more challenging to achieve these types of results without the other pillars of fiscal federalism in Canada. Of course, as I was just talking, I was realizing that I now have trouble spots in areas that I want to explore in future work, but I will leave this presentation at that, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jen. It's time for questions. You please write down your questions in the Q&A box. I see someone raise their hand, but please write the question in the Q&A. That's the way we are proceeding. I have also some other questions in mind, also sent by to me directly by other panelists through the chat. But please write your questions in the Q&A. And I will start. Je vais commencer avec toi, Eric, parce qu'on a une question, deux questions. Yes, exactement. Et donc, oh, OK. Je pense que j'avais la traduction simultanée qui me traduisait moi-même en anglais, ce qui est amusant. Donc, les deux questions qui sont formulées en français, donc je vais te les poser en français, évidemment. Selon vous, pourquoi les investissements du PPP n'ont pas porté fruit? C'est la première question. Donc, PPP, dans partenariat public-privé. Je pense qu'on faisait référence, là, oui, surtout aux années Harper, mais au-delà de ça. Donc, selon vous, pourquoi les investissements des partenariats publics-privés n'ont pas porté fruit? Et ensuite, pensez-vous qu'il y a un avenir pour ce genre d'investissement? Quels sont les impacts des investissements dans le contexte des partenariats publics-privés? Donc, en fait, c'est les partenariats publics-privés. Il y a trois questions là, pour toi, Éric.
Effectivement, oui, je suis pas sur mute, je vais vérifier. Effectivement, merci pour votre question, Gina. Pourquoi les PPP n'ont pas porté fruit? Ben, il y a une culture publique au Canada qui se méfie un peu des PPP. Il y a eu des échecs dans le passé dans d'autres pays, un peu au Canada aussi. Et l'enjeu, c'est de mesurer le risque des partenariats publics-privés. On peut ajouter à ça des coûts de transaction qui sont souvent élevés pour les municipalités. Je l'ai mentionné un peu plus tôt, les petites municipalités avaient peu accès à ces fonds. La négociation pour un secteur public avec le secteur privé, c'est jamais facile. Hein. Le secteur privé lui-même veut diminuer ses risques et maximiser son profit. Et donc, le nombre de projets potentiels est limité. Il faut des projets qui ont un potentiel de commercialisation dans une logique de marché. Donc, il faut absolument qu'il y ait des sortes de frais d'usager. On veut penser à des autoroutes à péage, des ponts à péage, des transports publics où on contribue comme usager. Et les projets énergétiques ont un gros potentiel parce qu'on peut monnayer, on peut vendre l'énergie. Donc, il y a des potentiels dans ces secteurs-là. Je pense qu'il y a des avantages. C'est une nouvelle génération de PPP. À l'époque, franchement, les PPP à la Harper, c'était très idéologique. Donc, on les imposait. Disons que ce n'était pas toujours toutes les les provinces ou les gouvernements municipaux qui partageaient l'idéologie. Mais dans le cas de la Banque des infrastructures, ce que je trouve intéressant, c'est que c'est un partenaire comme une banque, qui investit dans vos projets. Et je remarque qu'elle travaille beaucoup, pas juste avec le secteur privé, mais avec les entreprises publiques. Alors, je me dis peut-être de ce côté-là, il y aurait un potentiel pour l'avenir, via rail, des projets qui ont une structure de type société d'État ou entreprise publique à l'échelle provinciale et donc ou même municipale. Donc, en ce moment, il y a 17 projets, donc plusieurs avec des entreprises publiques. C'est un bon compromis, disons, pour protéger. Il faut en utilisant des entreprises publiques, peut-être qu'on peut protéger l'intérêt public un petit peu plus et expérimenter avec cette approche, avec des projets d'infrastructure qui sont plutôt de nature commerciale. Et il faut être sélectif et non idéologique, je pense, dans cette matière et évaluer si ça fonctionne. Et si ça fonctionne, ben, tant mieux, mais je pense que c'est là qu'on en est en ce moment. C'est de l'expérimentation avec la banque sur les infrastructures. J'espère avoir répondu à votre question.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Alain Noël a levé sa main et comme il est l'un des panélistes, on va lui laisser poser sa question directement parce qu'il ne peut pas inscrire sa question dans le système de questions et réponses dans Zoom. Donc, Alain, tu as une question?
Oui, merci. C'est ça, le système me permet de répondre, mais pas de poser une question. C'est une question commentaire pour Jennifer. La mesure des dépenses en éducation en proportion des dépenses provinciales totales, c'est une mesure qui est très sensible à la variation du dénominateur, c'est-à-dire des dépenses provinciales totales. Et je me demande si ce ne serait pas mieux de prendre les dépenses en éducation en proportion du PIB provincial. Donc, c'est une suggestion.
Merci. C'est une bonne suggestion. Donc, on va laisser Éric réfléchir à ça. Merci, Alain. Donc, on a d'autres questions là, qui apparaissent dans la Zoom ici, dans la section questions et réponses. Donc, Q&A, we have some questions appearing. That's really good. So, let's start here. We'll start with a question for Jen Wallner, and then we'll return to Éric Champagne. And I have also a question for Patrik Marier. So you won't be spared. Jen Wallner, Ontario provides absolutely no funding for students whose parents choose private independent charter schools, while BC and Alberta provide between 66 and 100% funding for these kids or for these kinds of schools. How do you explain this disparity? Jen?
Sure. Yeah. No, thank you. So the disparity is historical and also in part because the private school sector in Ontario is extremely restrained relative to other provinces. And in fact, lots of the private schools themselves prefer it this way because they are not subjected to the same types of regulations and authority as is established in other provinces where they receive more provincial funding, right? It's the same dynamic as with the federal government, right? Federal government retrenches funding in healthcare and the provinces are like, well, you no longer have the moral authority to tell us what to do. The same dynamic occurs in Ontario. And so these are parts of the reasons why the private school sector in Ontario is exceptionally private, if that makes sense, right? In terms of its disparity. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Jen. I will ask a question to Patrik Marier and then I will return to Éric because he has several questions waiting for him in the Q&A. Patrik, il y a deux autres participants qui m'ont posé cette question-là, qui veulent que je te pose cette question-là. Et c'est une bonne question d'actualité sur les normes fédérales en matière de soins de longue durée. Justin Trudeau a parlé de normes fédérales et c'est une question de normes nationales, c'est le terme qu'il a utilisé. Quoique le langage de ce sujet-là est vague dans le budget. Et je sais que Jen Wallner aussi a beaucoup travaillé sur cette question-là de normes nationales ou normes fédérales. Alors, je voudrais l'entendre après toi. Mais Patrik, qu'est-ce que tu penses de donc, cette idée-là de normes nationales ou normes fédérales en matière de soins de longue durée qui serait liée à une augmentation donc du financement fédéral en la matière?
Good question, Daniel. But essentially, people behind that movement, right, try to recreate some sort of the Canada Health Act, right, by enacting some principles that all provinces would have to follow. But the key issue here is really the fact that people are underestimating the policy legacies within each province for long-term care. So a lot of that debate is essentially Ontario-driven, which comes from the fact that you have a lot of big chain operators. BC has a bit of that similar reality, which politically would make sense for the NDP to advocate this, because if you deprivatize all of them, essentially it's going to affect primarily both Ontario and BC. But if you compare these reality, for instance, with New Brunswick, where it's all private, but it's all non-for-profit operators, right? And then you come to the questions with also the fact that you're going to narrow really your standards. And in that debate, for me, what I think is really missing, nobody talks about home care. So it's mostly about nursing homes. So it's easy to agree that you need a minimum of 4 hours of care, or you need an X staff ratio. But beyond that, it would be very difficult to go and have something that would substantially raise the standard across without de facto privileging one approach vis-a-vis another. I mean, we don't even have the same assessment tools, right, across the provinces. So there's a lot of hurdles in order to do this. And there's also right now no appetite from the provinces to do so, right? I mean, some of them have flat out say no. Like, so even Premier Higgs responded is that we have a New Brunswick model, we're happy with it, we don't want an Ontario solution. And I think as a result of that, it's very difficult to move ahead with this. And in many ways, the position from the provinces is restore my health funding to 35%. And then as a result, I can internally reallocate some of that excess funding towards long-term care. But I don't want to take too much time, but essentially, I think a lot of this is really driven by Ontario, is a way to go around the Conservative government by trying to get the federal government to supersede the strong emphasis on privatization. It's important to note that even in Ontario, throughout the pandemic, during the pandemic, Ford has even further encouraged the development of private home care providers, despite what's been going on.
Yeah, interesting, the situation in Ontario. And we see that in even in the debate about COVID-19 and Doug Ford and what's happening, and more people calling for, using the Emergencies Act out of Ontario, including public health specialists, even people at the University of Ottawa. I won't mention any names. And I think when you don't like the provincial government, except perhaps if you don't like the provincial government, then you look for Ottawa and to impose a solution from the top. Jen, not only because you're based in Ontario, but also because you have written extensively about federal norms, especially because you work in a field, education, where you have good outcomes, but no federal norms. Can you tell us a bit about what do you think about this debate on long-term care and federal norms?
I think that it's going to be a really difficult one to get through. And I mean, the reason why it works in education was a historical accident that has benefited from a series of very unintended, unexpected kind of confluences of good fortune. Whereas in all sorts of other areas, and Patrik, your comments really made me think about this, we can do a whole set of books on how pharmacare and long-term care and other areas where there's significant disparities, or sorry, not disparities, significant variations in the internal market configurations at work within each of the provinces, and trying to disrupt that to create some sort of pan-Canadian or national or overarching framework. It's the same in early childhood education. I mean, I can't believe that the federal government has just come out to say that we're going to try and import Quebec's model across the country. I mean, really? We can all only dream, but I mean, there's significant entrenched interests in already at work in these various areas. And so disrupting that is to try and create some sort of national approach might be very difficult. And so this is where I think instead it makes more sense to try and identify what are minimum standards of care and maximum costs that are associated. If we can start to go into that sort of channel, I think that might be a bit better than trying to enforce and impose a particular model of delivery and a particular approach and relationship in each of the provinces.
Merci, Jen. On retourne à toi, Éric, avec vraiment des bonnes questions là, qui ont été dans la boîte aux lettres Q&A ici. J'ai adoré votre graphique concernant le vieillissement des infrastructures. Une question extrêmement importante ne reçoit pas assez d'attention. En effectuant vos recherches, avez-vous trouvé des sources fournissant des comparaisons entre les provinces? De la même façon, avez-vous trouvé des travaux comparatifs qui comparent le Canada à d'autres pays, par exemple les États-Unis?
Et merci, Chris, pour ta question. Excellente question. Je dirais qu'au niveau des données, je pense que ça s'améliore un peu au Canada, l'accès aux données sur les infrastructures. Infrastructure Canada a quand même fait beaucoup de pression auprès de Statistique Canada pour développer des données qui leur sont utiles. Alors, je te référerai à un des tableaux de Statistique Canada que j'ai beaucoup utilisé pour les données de la présentation, qui est le 3610-0608-01, qui s'appelle Compte économique d'infrastructures, investissement et stock net par actif. Et donc, si tu vas dans ces banques de données-là, tu vas trouver vraiment des données assez désagrégées. Je n'ai pas encore fait le travail de comparaison interprovinciale, mais j'aurais tendance à croire que c'est disponible. Le deuxième, c'est entre les pays, je n'ai pas de référence pour toi. En ce moment, je n'ai pas de base de données comparative. Je peux travailler avec ça, avec mon assistant qui travaille sur les bases de données. On peut regarder un peu, mais pour l'instant, je n'ai rien à te proposer.
Parfait. Ben, merci. On a une autre question pour toi, Éric, cette fois-là en anglais. Here's my question. My questions for Éric Champagne. What is the current landscape of inter-municipal cooperation in infrastructure issues in Canada? So, inter-municipal cooperation. Are cooperative agreements usually deployed to offset the dependence of local governments on federal, provincial resources?
Good question. Thanks, Silvana. I'd say that to answer this question, I will answer it at two levels. At a macro level, I think the Association of Municipalities, the FCM, Fédération Canadienne the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and I'm thinking also about the Big City Mayor Caucus. They really play a lobby role with the federal government especially, but also the provincial government. So they do cooperate at that level in order to make sure the senior government will maintain the fundings and the programs, that they really pay attention to that. So they collaborate at that level. But also, since the federal programs, the one that are shared funding, so you need to it's a tripartite, you need to propose projects. So sometimes there are regional projects. So then the several municipalities will put their resources and their projects together in transit. So very often there's more than one municipalities. Water and sanitation, sometimes the same facilities can be used for many cities. Obviously, federal infrastructure, airports and ports will be major regional issues when it comes to make decisions. So then you will see either a certain collaboration there in order to submit proposal or to lobby for some kind of policy that are affecting them. But we need to keep in mind that also these federal programs, they create competition between municipalities, because then you need to submit something that is good enough, and there will be a committee that will judge and evaluate, assess these proposals. So there's a level of competition as well that are involved in these programs. Hope I answered your question.
Oui, ben, merci beaucoup, Éric. Donc, on a une autre question maintenant pour Patrik Marié. Et là, on va arrêter de prendre des nouvelles questions parce que j'ai dit qu'on terminerait un peu plus tôt. Donc, mais j'en ai deux en banque. Une que je vais lire et une autre qu'on m'a envoyée, que quelqu'un m'a envoyée via le chat. A question for Patrik Marier. Given that home care is more popular with seniors than long-term care and likely cheaper, why hasn't there been more of a focus on increasing funding for home care? So again, funding from home care, and it's something I know, Patrik, you're very passionate about, so go for it.
Yes, thank you, Danielle. Well, essentially, I think some of it has to do with the way we've designed our healthcare system and really the grip of hospitals on how we think and conceive of long-term care. So, for instance, we talk a lot about the Denmark, especially that's in the André Picard's book, Neglected No More. He talks about, marveled about this trip to Scandinavia, but the huge differences in how it's organized. First, the municipalities plays a huge role. So the head of these programs tends to be social workers. So they think about home care in a very different ways, and they are removed. The municipalities do not have health responsibilities. So from the get-go, it's already socially based first and foremost, and there's actually some sort of a federal, I would say state transferred within the municipalities and the Scandinavian countries to do this. So essentially you end up with social actors really being in charge. And that has a major impact. Like, for instance, when I had the interviews with a director in Stockholm, right, we were talking about frailty. Well, in Canada, we spend a lot of money on frailty program. We have a frailty network. We spend a lot of health resources to tell you how individuals should be careful when they walk. So when I mentioned this, I says, well, you know, you can spend a lot of money on this, or you can just pick up the phone if you want to change your curtain, and then somebody from the city will come and replace your workers for you. That's even probably more efficient. So the way you think about this is extremely different. And in Canada, as a result of our legacy, it's really the alternate level of care problem definition that continues to dominate. So your key actors in long-term care remain, first and foremost, hospital managers, who think about how can I make sure seniors don't come to my hospitals. And then the priority is older adults with very complex needs. So we talk a lot about, for instance, I think 70% of nursing home residents have a lot of issues with dementia. So we have made the decision to focus on older adults that have the most complex medical needs. And as a result of this, and because we have such long waiting lists, even though home care is the most popular, most agreed upon policy in all 10 provinces to deal with population aging, none of them do it right, because you cannot just, it would take a lot of political courage to actually shift your funding from nursing home into home care. So unless there is a new source of revenue directly dedicated to home care, I highly doubt that there will be significant shift in how we spend.
Provinces need Patrik Marier, philosopher king of home care. All right, Jen, we have a question for you. I said I will not take new questions, but I think I will ask this one as the last one on the Q&A box, and I will ask you the other question that someone else sent me in the chat. So I will ask you two questions, and you can answer them one after the other. I mean, I will ask you the two questions, then you can answer them. So does Jen has a view on the extent of local involvement that was diminished with the centralization of education, school board taxing power, and the change in the school board powers in the 1990s in Ontario? So it's an Ontario-specific question. And I want to add another question that someone sent to me, one of the other panelists, one of the co-organizers actually, concerns the role of the Canada social transfer. I know you focus on primary and secondary education, but in the CST, you have money for post-secondary education and also for early childhood development and early learning, and also childcare. So what's the status of the CST from a fiscal federalism standpoint as it relates to perhaps the issue of federal norms and the role of the federal government in education? Because early childhood education, and you talk about kindergartens. This is education, although not primary and secondary, but it's increasingly considered as education. I'm not a specialist in the area, but it seems we talk about early childhood education. So there's the E word there. And of course, post-secondary education. I know some provinces, Quebec at least, has pushed back in terms of the involvement of the federal government in post-secondary education. So I'm wondering, although you focus your talk on primary and secondary education, can you say a few words about the federal role in both, I would say, pre-primary education and post-secondary education?
Yeah, sure. And on that first question, actually, this is quite a sticky wicket, and I'm quite attuned to the very kind of anti-democratic and highly prioritizing and elevating the benefits of technocratic centralized direction. And I recognize that that's, I mean, it's not awesome, right? And the other thing to acknowledge is it's not just in Ontario that this pattern occurred. It occurred across all the provinces. All of the provinces had a much more decentralized and fragmented arrangement at work when local school boards were much more responsible for raising property taxes, and local school boards had greater autonomy. In my opinion, the benefits reaped by leveling the playing field and ensuring that all students, regardless if they live in downtown Toronto or in Northern Ontario, have access to equitable funds, that I will sing the praises of over local school board autonomy any day until Tuesday, right? That said, though, is there space to create opportunities for innovation and experimentation and local involvement? Absolutely. Does it have to come through decentralizing fiscal levers back down to them? No, it doesn't, right? So, and I think that that's something that we can all be attentive to and attuned to, and find new approaches to making sure this happens. On the CST, this is an area actually that I'm hoping to start to research much more thoroughly. And I want to actually do it in terms of an ongoing, long-standing comparison that I'm working on with the United States, which is that a big part of the reason why primary and secondary education functions so well in Canada is all the other aspects of the social safety net, including the CST, that ensures that, you know, parents aren't bankrupting themselves for healthcare, right? They might be bankrupting themselves a little bit for early childhood education right now, but hopefully we're going to deal with that. So, and the federal government, as it is going to attempt to increase or reinvest in the CST through early childhood education and post-secondary education, it's going to have to walk a delicate balance in terms of what it tries to impose and what it tries to enforce. And also, Daniel, just because you were mentioning kindergarten, virtually all the provinces have already either reinstated or created a new kindergarten for students. Saskatchewan, it's still very limited actually, but this is already something. So kindergarten's already kind of part of primary education in Canada. But the federal government, I mean, it needs to invest in lifelong learning, post-secondary education, ongoing retraining. This fits into its role in the labor market and all sorts of stuff in terms of just transition as we move from oil producing and carbon, all the rest of it, right? We need to retrain. So yes, there's a huge federal role to be played there. Exactly how it manifests itself, I'm not huge on federal conditions, but that's just me. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jen. C'est la fin de ce panel, parce que je vous avais dit qu'on finirait entre 17h et 17h15. Il est 17h09. Oui, j'habite à Montréal, mais dans ma tête, je suis suisse. Les trains arrivent toujours à l'heure en Suisse. Non, je blague. J'aime beaucoup la Suisse. Système fédéral très intéressant. Mais là, je veux vous dire qu'on veut vous revoir demain matin, hein, parce là, c'est fini pour la journée. On vous souhaite une très bonne soirée. But tomorrow morning, we will be back. It will be at 10 a.m. And the panel is titled Emerging Issues in Canadian Fiscal Federalism 2. I don't think we have been very imaginative as organizers in terms of session titles, but still. And we'll have actually opening remarks with Rupak Chattopadhyay from the Forum of Federations, which is one of our partners as part of this event. We'll have also papers by Donna Fear from University of Victoria, leading the way, First Nations in Canadian Fiscal Federalism. Then Inick Slack from University of Toronto will talk about cities in Canadian Fiscal Federalism, the forgotten partner, and then the holes in the roof, cracks in the walls, federalism and responsibility for housing by Steve Pomeroy from Carleton University. Et le modérateur sera notre ami François Rocher de l'Université d'Ottawa, qu'Alain Noël a cité plus tôt aujourd'hui dans sa présentation. Merci à vous. Bonne soirée. Take care. See you tomorrow morning at 10. Bye-bye.